A light sea breeze blew the harbor of the lit port and drove the ships of fishermen and merchants to the pier. The port was a place where many seekers arrived from all over the world. The brisk merchants immediately began to spud on new customers that they arrived with full wallets. On the market they sold fresh fish, which was just caught in the sea for those who are hungry. Walker caught up with his comrade on the pier and asked Raymond whether he was glad that they got here. After a long trip and pitching to the sea, their entire group of seekers was glad to go to the ground. Here their adventure began, perhaps the same thing that will become the basis for future legends. At this time, many seekers write their stories about exploits and achievements. It was an adventure era when the gates opened around the world, portals to other worlds. These worlds were filled with terrifying, dangerous monsters that no one had seen before. Countless seekers died in these gates, never gaining glory. But the reward for success was so high that it encouraged people to go to the risk again, to experience new worlds in themselves for strength. A white-haired guy named Walker was the leader of their group. In the general opinion, he suggested first find the bait for the next campaign. You never know what to expect in gates because it is difficult to come up with a strategy. Many lost their lives because of this, and began to hire slaves of baits. They must distract the monsters on themselves while the main group will fly from the battlefield, the girl from the group added. The slave trader was very kind, with new customers. They are always ready to spend more than experienced seekers, and led them along the ranks of slaves. He penetrated guests with promises that slaves completely pay for the cost of buying and maintaining, and recommended a couple. 2 slaves were fresh, as the slave trader received them recently, and Walker, who had been negotiating, agreed. The merchant wished them good luck, and a small group of 4 seekers and 2 slaves headed for the gates. Each team before passing into the gate puts a mark on the trunk of a tree, on those gates to which they came not one so far. Walker took out a knife and left the first notch on the trunk, hoping that it would be the last. Turning around, he asked them ready, and the team cheerfully answered. On the other hand, they were met by a wild forest. The portal was one-sided. It would not come out to return through it. As soon as Raymond got out of the portal, he said that he had experienced a strange feeling. The world into which they invaded was unusually beautiful, but the clearings grew huge mushrooms, which were not in their homeland. He was not in such a bizarre and unusual place. There was a completely different feeling than in his native dimension, and they slowly looked around. Walker told them not to panic and continue to go. The portals open far from the monsters. Therefore, it is safe here. He led slaves. First of all, they had to determine the location of the reverse gate for their safety. But they did not even notice how the monster was fighting to them, and having opened a huge mouth, attacked the girl. He easily swallowed half of her body, sprayed blood, and the detachment in a panic shied away from this unexpected attack. But behind them, a monster's fellow already came out to them, and also published a hungry growl. After a moment, they realized that there were not 1 or 2 of them, but a whole horde, hungry, champing, toothy mouths. Walker took out a staff and put it in the manner of Luke with a bowstring, called on a fiery arrow. The arrow burned the monster that grabbed Charlotte, and the monster lowered the girl. Walker shouted something was wrong, and ordered them to be riveted to the slaves to the tree and to get out of this place. The slave asked to take him with him, but the fat man instructed him to a knife while Ryman wound the chain on a tree, condemning them to certain death. The group left the slaves, despite their mournful cries, and grabbing the wounded Charlotte themselves began to fly. The first slave was immediately wounded. The animals tore it for pieces, because they had only 1 spear for 2 to protect. Death was already crept up to the second slave. From the back, he was left completely alone. The slaves gave their lives to ensure that the group of seekers could take their legs, Walker said, panting that the task should be postponed. First of all, it is important to find a way out and get out of this place. He called Raymond, but he stayed in a deep stupor and did not answer his call. In the end, they were newcomers. Then the fat man grabbed him by the breasts and shook him like a kitten so that he would come to his senses. Let the adventure completely failed, but they can prepare better and try again. Give up early, said the fat man. He was sure that they would get out and survive together, but the predatory shadow of death had already slipped over him. The shaggy monster, with a blow of his paw, turned the fat man into a cake with a terrible champ. Walker shouted, but it was too late. Their comrade died faster than he realized his death. Ryman slapped his ass and trembled like a hare. His arms and legs did not obey him. Walker charged a fiery arrow. In their detachment, he is the only one who could do something to the monsters. But the hairy freak spat in him with a long and sticky tongue. He wrapped his neck with a magician and squeezed it with a grip of booze and dragged it right into my mouth. Ryman bit his lip with horror. His heart was ready to burst from a frantic tag. But all the coward could do was turn around and run away with throwing everything. His legs brought him like Ryman paralyzed. He could hardly crawl, and sharp fangs were already close. The monster grabbed him by the leg and began to tear him to pieces. Raymond screamed. He forgot about pain when he saw a surviving slave that he stood on a tree in front of him. What a relief that he was alive. The dying seeker was lying plaintively. He asked to help him, rather. He was left alone. All his friends died. Ray asked for forgiveness, justified this by always against, and begged to save him. But the slave that held the spear remained silent. He held on calmly, as if he had not taken care of what was happening. Ryman screamed angrily to him to stop sitting back and helping and call him a discharge. Then the slave grinned and jumped to the ground, completely not afraid of the terrible monsters with which the forest wore. It was especially ironic to listen to calls for help from the one who himself threw him to death for his salvation. The slave replied that he did not want to help him. It's too late. Ryman was already more part in the stomach of the monster. He saw his frightened face in a pool of blood, and only then realized the inevitability of an imminent death. In the end, he shouted whether the stupid slave could survive here alone. His turn will come. The slave patiently waited for the monster's jaws to click the last time, sending the unsuccessful seeker to another world. But this was not enough to quench the hunger of the monster, and it jumped on a slave. But at a miter second, the slave moved to the meeting and pierced the monster with a tip. He was able to survive alone in this place. All because this place was not the one in which he died, he said into the void. On that day, the sky was covered with smoke of conflagration, and flocks of dragons flew in the air. The detachment found his comrade on the edge of the cliff and called him. The horde of Letonov was approaching them, smelled of prey. The last battle was approaching. But even the monsters kept away from the creation of the abyss, which was more like a flying island. The tail, a giant three-headed dragon, the Dragon King, was approaching them. The Centaurus nest was destroyed, and there was no one more to rely on, neither knights nor seekers, nor 6 heroes on whom people considered hopes. Everyone was dead, said the white-haired beauty that she approached him. They only have him left, the last adventurer, and Paul turned around. The huge shadow of the monster covered them, turning the day at night, and the terrible roar that was louder than thunder marked the beginning of their last adventure. By night, the whole forest was embraced by fire. The fire licked the mountains. Paul barely breathed. From wounds and exhaustion, he felt the heat of fire that was approaching him. All his comrades were dead. He remained the last to breathe. The dragon's head lay nearby, losing the monstrous grotto of her mouth. Is it really the end? Paul thought and looked into the sky. In the light of a bright moon, he saw a dragon who had 2 more heads. Such is the result of all their efforts. Let them hurt him. They were able to cut only 1 head, spending all their strength on it. And all in order to see how this head regenerates at a frantic speed. All the efforts were in vain, Paul understood. The monster raised his mouth and went to a new call to scrape away miserable people from the ground as they removed the mold. Paul lost hope and was waiting for death. The end of the world and his adventure came out tragic. Closing his fate, he hit his fist on the ground and threw all unnecessary thoughts. Paul refused to believe that everything would end that way. The first from the clutches of the dragon, his friend and comrade Philip, died. The one-eyed Jaden fell behind him. The latter, saving him, Paul Ellis, who pushed Paul to the side. She gave her life without hesitation, with a smile on her face, because she believed to cope. Paul screamed loudly and desperately. He refused to accept such a reality. This story could not end so simple. Paul reached out with his hand to the dragon, and he called on all the power that he had left, the strongest magic was capable of. The wind was spinning in the fire streams. The whirlwind of flame gathered at one point. He had to kill the monster, even if it was the last that he could do. But the spell cracked, magic began to crumble, and the return swept a wave of pain through his body. The dragon saw that one of the people was still able to move, and belched a pillar of fire. What a miserable sight, Paul thought before death. The ice stream of water tore him from the memories and visions of a past life. The slave trader ordered him to wake up. The slave should not forget his place. He said that Poyle stops pretending to be sick. Paul rose and looked around. The king of the dragons disappeared, and he himself was in a place from his distant past. The cells of slaves, the musty smell of sweat, despair, and fear, the greedy eyes of the slave traders. It was a slave market, although they were banned for a long time, Paul thought, and was surprised. He remembered the face of the arrogant merchant. He was always surprised at his survivability. This bald Greik bought Paul when he was a slave for 6 years. And since he was definitely he, Paul returned to his past. He realized that the fist of the merchant, that he flew into him, real. Paul returned that day when it all started. One would think that it was a dream, but the feelings of pain, hunger, exhaustion were real. Let it make no sense. He had no other explanations. His buyers were already following him. They examined the living goods, which was sold at a good price, and bought it, and the poor fellow nearby. There was nothing to think here. Paul was given a second chance. He raised from the ground the staff of the fiery arrow that used the white-haired seeker. The weapon was of good ability, and it was perfect for him now. But this was still not enough, he thought. The Seekers had other things. They planned to enrich themselves here, because they did not skimp on things. Many hide values in boots, and Paul took them off the dead man. There was a ring that had the ability of telekinesis. Paul heard a rustle in the bushes and turned around. Even more hungry fluffs sowed on the smell of feasts and crept up to him. They rushed to Paul, racing from all sides because there were many hungry mouths and only one prey. With skillful movements of the spear, Paul dispersed the most zealous that were closer. Then the insidious animals attacked him with long tongues like that of a chameleon. The monster grabbed the spear with his tongue and wrapped it over at a sticky tongue, depriving Paul of weapons. The spear with a bang broke in his hands, and monsters were already approaching from behind. Then Paul grabbed the staff and struck the monster with a fiery arrow. He moved to the side so that others would not be grabbed. At the same time, he decided to try the found ring and waved his hand. The fiery arrow that he launched turned around, and pierced all the monsters from the flame that stood nearby. Ordinary magic was applicable only in narrow places, but with the help of telekinesis, he controlled the arrow flexibly, realizing the entire power of the flame. The monsters hesitantly froze, looking at their dead comrades. The fire and smell of burning meat inspired them with fear. For a long time, Paul still could not hold the monster. But it was not important. He again directed the staff in their direction. But he was forced to urgently dodge, because the staff did not give out a fiery arrow. He was not broken, which means he most likely had a delay between witchcraft. There was no choice, and Paul began to fight off them like a heavy stick. His movements were quick and skilled, because he was able to discard the monsters the size of a bear. Having beaten one monster, he kicked him with his foot away. And then he felt that magic was moving in the staff again. The reloading ended. When annoying tooths again rushed at him, forgetting about the instinct of self-preservation that overpowered the hunger, Paul was ready. He shot right in front of him, not being distracted by those who were closer. And again he turned his trick with the control of the fire arrow that burned the monsters through. The arrow left huge holes in their bodies, as if they were made of oil. The battle ended quickly. Burning carcasses lay around without movement. Charlotte said in a stifled voice that he was not an ordinary slave. The wounded girl was still alive. Paul was surprised that she was breathing. It could be called luck. Charlotte asked him who he was. Once uses such a striking magic. She recognized the staff in his hands and asked where he was from him, although it was quite obvious. A blue mark was burning on Paul's wrist. He received his first circle of mana. The girl was indignant how the ordinary slave of the bait was able to arouse such forces. And then another terrible thought came to her that an anomaly with monsters happened because of this slave. Life mocked them. Paul looked at the surviving without any pity. These people did not want to expose themselves to risk, readily donated others, like a thing. As a result, the Seekers paid for their own mistakes, so that this could be called justice. Paul approached her and asked if she agreed. He told her that it doesn't matter whether they would survive or not, he would still kill them all. After all, they use people as a bait to save their skins, Paul said, and anger sounded in his voice. And such people deserve only contempt. Paul called the fiery arrow and cut off her torment. When he returned, rumors quickly spread. Such stories did not happen often, because everyone stared at him with surprise. The slave of the bait returned from the fault of one. Without his team, the lot was thrown, Paul thought. It was necessary to rush. But everything is worth doing in order. He came to the guild building. First of all, he had to get rid of a humiliating slave status. The guild was a place where the Seekers solved administrative issues. The secretary reported to Ibis that the slave had returned from the assignment alive. Moreover, according to eyewitnesses, he returned unharmed, but Ibis did not understand that this was not always died in this. And then the secretary said that the whole team had died, and the slave returned from the fault of one. But what is more surprising, he did not run away, but returned with the report. Those who were branded into slaves due to duty could not avoid its payment and slave status. And since the slave did not run away immediately, he perfectly understood how difficult it was to hide from their eyes. Death for such was the only freedom. So the trading guild Gaypor led her affairs, but even these events were a trifle for Ibis. And the servant objected that in this matter there was something that the chapter had to know. According to reports, it was known that the ordinary slave of the bait aroused the first circle. This news surprised Ibis. The news was really surprising. It was bad that having been a slave, this craftsman was negatively tuned to their guild. The assistant added that the slave wants to change his contract and its conditions. He wanted to register himself as an adventurer. Ibis again opened his mouth in surprise. The head was indignant at whom this slave just imagined himself, but the servant warned that Mr. Larkin asked for them to do this personally. Ibis immediately hit the table, unable to restrain amazement. For what is such a reason? The head of their guild was interested in a lousy slave. Later, when Ibis was left alone, he stood by the window and thought. The emperor's name, slavery, was cancelled, but it was only a formality. People have always been gold slaves. Those who could not pay the loan were obliged to work it out, so slavery was again legalized. And when the father of Paul, who was the only breadwinner, he became a slave. With the last money, Paul bought a black moss from the guild to cure his father from the guild. The guild demanded 1,000,000 mesos in payment, which much exceeded the market price, and Paul appeared before the ambulance. Naturally, without a lawyer who cost money, he quickly lost his job, and he was obliged to do work for the guild. Of course, the judge who pronounced his verdict knew about what work he would do for the guild, and received this his percentage. 6 years of scumbag from the guild used a minor guy. Now it's time to take revenge, Paul thought. He sat at the table in front of Ibis. It was a faithful servant of Larkana, the executive head, remembered Paul, and thought that it was very good for him. Ibis has already heard everything, that Paul wants to change his contract, and decided to get down to business right away. He agreed to register him as a lower-ranking seeker. It was quite easy, Paul thought, and thanked for it. But he demanded to give him a rank right above. He felt that he could play the game according to his rules. Ibis was surprised, because even the association did not recognize the slave. Paul objected that over the past 3 years, he entered the gates as a bait. Paul added that the power of the seeker does not hunt monsters in the ability, but in the ability to survive. The main goal of the trip will return alive. It was true, Ibis thought. The information of the surviving was more valuable than personal combat merits. It was so Ibis admitted that Paul's survival skills were impressive, but it worked only in the lower-level gates. Only there were used slaves. Ibis told him that it was stupid to take them for fools who would offer the contract to a self-confident slave who will die soon. But in fact, intuition told the head of the guild that this guy could justify the hopes assigned to him. There is a gate with a limitation of 5 people, and on their trunk 12 marks, and not a single group's returned, Ibis said. He demanded that Paul prove that he was worthy of such a contract. And if he can handle it, his desire will be fulfilled, Ibis said and grinned devilishly. The group was assembled. Paul came the last, and they met him rather cordially. The guy with green eyes was called Cheb. He was a shield of the detachment. Ibis told them about Paul and his past as a slave. Cheb assured him that he and his team spit on it, and they smiled encouragingly. Paul answered them indifferently, glad to get acquainted, and they asked him about his abilities, because they heard that he was a magician of fire. Not all magic was available to the magic. They controlled the element to which they were predisposed from birth. Therefore, for magicians, objects were useless that do not combine with their native element. Chev returned to the main topic. He said that their goal was not to hunt monsters in this task, but to return the good that other groups left. Their work will be completed on this. The guild will generously pay for each returned item. The white-haired person was indignant that the price of the guild was still robbery. The seekers that fell in the gates, all were the first circle of power and had expensive equipment. But tired of arguing, they went into the gate. The place looked terrible. The purple haze interfered with the review, and the team decided to break the camp at the starting point. The group looked at a thick and tall tree and decided to take its top. The blonde told Paul that he could rest for now, because they are the masters of their craft, and they themselves will build a camp. Pretty quickly, they installed and fixed the flooring from the boards at an inaccessible height for monsters, and decided to inspect the area. Trinity, Tom, Max, and the girl Roa will go in the same group, decided to decide, and he and Paul, in another, in which case, had to give the distress signal, he warned, and immediately retreat to the camp. Along the way, they did not meet a single monster, and Cheb decided that they set up the camp too close to the exit. Tomorrow they would go deeper into the forest. He chatted incessantly all the way, and asked Paul how he had his first task as a seeker. Paul briefly replied that he was nervous, and Cheb said he understood. He also worried, although he was already in gates many times and gained experience, and admitted that he was far from the most brave man. But he continues to go forward, because he was surrounded by people who are important to him. He was glad to his comrades, and was touched by hearing the story of the bullet. It was hard to imagine how much suffering he carried out like a slave of the bait, suggested Paul joined their detachment if he wanted. When Paul did not answer, Cheb turned and saw him looking at the melted stone, and said not to perceive his proposal too seriously. In the evening they sat by the fire at dinner. The first group also found nothing. The day passed calmly, albeit disappointing. Cheb interrupted their debate, saying that there is no need to talk about working for food. He was worried about Paul, who ate silently, and washed down the food with water from a flask. They distributed the duty so that Paul was the last, and Cheb came up to wake him. But the blonde said that this is a stupid question. They know that Paul was sleeping tightly, and the seekers grinned angrily. They poured him an elephant dose of sleeping pills, and through caution, was still lucky that the former slave survived. The poisoners were interested in his staff. The blonde was the first to go to Paul, taking out the dagger and swung it. It was time to do business. But when he pierced the blanket, he felt that the knife rested on something solid. Paul left a trick instead. Then the whole team of scammers was amazed. This has not yet happened in their practice. Cheb shouted to find a villain, but in this moment the fire arrow demolished half the camp with its explosion. The fire spread rapidly and covered all their worships, forcing the Seekers to panic even more. Cheb told the rest to save food and valuable things. They still did not really understand what happened. When some of them pointed a finger somewhere to the side and called the commander, they were already staring at them, a large monster that stood in a wall in the middle of the forest. Cheb realized that the former slave whom they wanted to kill used them as a bait to lure the main monster. They had to hastily fly out of Burning Nestle, where they were like food on the table for the monster. The packed-eyed monster gobbled up a tree, like a branch of parsley. Paul thought that a terrible actor came out of Cheb did not show so much kindness if they wanted to deceive him. The gates killed 12 teams, and Cheb took a former slave with him, and not the one who had experience, so that everything was quite obvious. The sleep monster was the boss of this zone, as Paul guessed correctly. Cheb fled with all his feet. A monster who fell on them was the worst type impossible. If he remembered correctly, then this monster was called a sloglong. His body was filled with acid, because he was the worst enemy for those who fought in close combat like them. But that was not all. The monsters knew how to spit with acid drops. They barely dodged his volley. The monster was quite fast, despite its size, so it did not come out to escape from it. The acid arrow turned the earth anywhere into a molten slurry, from which stench and heat, quick chemical reactions came. So dishonestly indignant the Seeker in a trembling voice. Cheb shouted to them so that they would not panic, and the monster attacked again, quickly crawling to them. They decided to tear themselves at first on the radius of a shot with acid. Then take a combat construction and destroy the core that to be in the area of the head. He voiced a plan. He added that reloading lasts about a minute, and the blonde grinned. Max rushed forward, not wanting to wait, although they shouted to stop him, but he had already believed in himself. Max got closer to the monster in several jumps and slipped directly to his head. Cheb shouted in vain after him that he had to wait and attack together. On the battlefield, any mistake is death, and Max understood it too late. A drop of acid mucus cut it in half. The monster translated his gaze to the next target. He gave a volley faster than 1 minute passed. And again he made several shots along the Seekers. Obviously the information of which was possessed by the case was false. The Seekers became a nutritious broth for the sloglings. The bones dissolved the longest. The revived mushroom devoured everything, flesh, clothes, armor, and weapons. With the group was over, saw Paul that he watched the battle from the side. Cheb had the right guess. The basic reload time was just that. But the mushroom ate so many Seekers and objects that it became stronger. Uncontrolled growth and the ability to spit with acid without reloading, it was clear why past teams died. In this state, the monster can hold out in a mid-level gates, so that the Seekers of the first circle will not be able to cope with him. From such a gate cannot be returned. The task was a failure from the very beginning. But then Paul lost a contract. He had to prove his suitability for the average rank. The mucus that crawled through the forest in search of food received a blow of a fire arrow, and his fragile business simply turned inside out. Acid spilled everywhere, but the monster quickly restored its integrity. Paul was aiming exactly in the nucleus, but the mushroom possessed the stunning resistance of magic to break through its thickness. It will take at least 4 more shots, or maybe even 5. Not that it was a problem, he thought, holding the sword, to which he tied the rope. Paul decided to obtain evidence of his strength, and grinned. The monster did not know where he was definitely, and shot with an acid fraction in the direction from where the arrow flew. Paul barely managed to jump from a tree to avoid an exact hit. The monster shot again without sparing acids. Drops flew past, burning holes in the crowns of trees. Peter directed his knife like a harpoon with the help of telekinesis. In a far tree, he had to put 5 shots exactly on the target. Simple magicians could only dream of such accuracy, but he was a difficult magician, and the greatest master of telekinesis. With the help of a rope and a harpoon, he changed direction and could freely shoot directly in the movement, not afraid to get under a return shot. The flame burned his way through a homogeneous biomass of slug. The first one went, and there were 4 more left. Paul immediately changed the direction of movement, throwing the harpoon. He was covered with thick trees, which were not so easy to dissolve. Another shot ate the mass of the slug and forced him to slow down. But even despite the damage, he continued to water Paul with drops of acid. The combination shoot, move, made it invulnerable. For the point attacks of the monster, he simply could not get. Another fiery spear scattered the Jadri jackets through the forest. Paul noticed that the mushroom evades its shots, and for its size it was very mobile. But all this was useless because he could direct the arrow itself from a safe distance for himself and be exactly on the target. The last shot measured the jelly and exposed the core. The monster did not have time to close it. Having bulged the surviving eye, it saw the enemy jumped from above. "This is the end," Paul said, and prepared to shoot. But the monster suddenly quickly hid the nucleus and released a large hand to catch the seeker. The attack was well calculated. The hand cut off the path back, and the bait core quickly hid inside. But for the one who owned telekinesis, it was not a problem. Paul simply changed the point of attachment of his harpoon, and he easily dodged a blow, hiding in a thick, more often forest. When he was on the ground, he immediately charged a new arrow. The monster closed in dismay from a direct blow. He saw everything with his eye. But the arrow changed the trajectory from a straight line to a curve and playfully hit an open place. With a loud cotton, the head of the monster lost its outlines. The arrow reached the nucleus, and it also exploded. This blow forced Paul to quickly retreat. The sea of mucus and acid that the monster carried in itself spilled like water from a vat. To accelerate, Paul used his improvised harpoon. He instantly rose upstairs of the high trunk when the acid sea spilled under it. The forest was instantly destroyed, and the trunks became the islands of this new sea. A few hours later, she was absorbed into the ground, and Paul was able to go safely. He reached out to the core, which remained in the place of the murdered monster, and it obediently jumped into his hand. Paul acted as a well-trained Jedi master. The red nucleus emitted enormous power. In his hands it began to glow brighter. And then Paul crushed him. The nucleus disappeared, and a red wave of power spread through the forest. When he returned, the first thing he came to Ibis for a personal report. The head studied him for a long time and did not say anything. "It is obvious that the guy was not only chatting the work," he finally said, "only he returned alone again, even without the objects that were discussed." Paul said that the team with whom he went consisted of newcomers who also wanted to kill him and rob him. They met a terrible monster, and he killed them when trying to escape. Paul told their inglorious history. He added that it was a golden mucus membrane, and Ibis immediately guessed why there were no objects. They were corroded with acid. It was a severe loss for the guild, because many objects were given to the seekers on credit. It was stupid to borrow something to suicide bombers. But the fact that Paul returned was an even greater headache for Ibis. Each gate obey the rules, have restrictions on the number of those included at one point. The new ones could not enter until those who are dying inside. The second restriction concerned the color of the gate, and the level of the seekers themselves. The weaklings will not be allowed into the red gates, but the strong seeker will not go into purple. The main difficulty is that the last survivor to get out of the gate, they closed, and no one again could enter them. The gates and the reward disappeared, but the Slizvik was too strong a monster for beginners, Ibis thought. This explained a lot. But whatever the reason, the guy could not cope, the head said. But Paul asked not to rush to the conclusions. He showed his wrist where the second circle of power shone, and stated that he had swallowed the slicer. Ibis was shocked. 2 circles of mana at the one who had recently been a slave, and who absorbed the nucleus of the monster, and did not die. Paul believed that this proves his abilities. He demanded that he be registered as a low-rank seeker. But Ibis immediately offered the average rank, which surprised the guy himself. And he added that if we agree to work exclusively for it, he would receive the average highest rank. Without hesitation, Paul put a cross opposite his name in the contract. The third, higher average rank was high for someone who had only 2 circles of mana. The ranks of the seekers were divided into 3 steps: a beginner, the youngest, and the honored one. The power varied very much from the number of mana circles. Ibis noted the guy's abilities. Not everyone will be able to raise the circle of mana, absorbing the nucleus of the monster. Besides, the guy clearly had the instinct of self-preservation. He was clearly different from the rest of the newcomers, and grew up very quickly. Ibis felt the smell of profit, and decided to hire Paul. Paul noted that everything was going better than he expected, because Ibis desperately needed him. The guy knew that very soon he would come in handy, because the first conquest of the Red Gates with a limit of 100 people would take place. Soon an event will take place in which all trading guilds will be interested in, and the fractions of the seekers, like the Gaypor. It was not bad, because Paul was also in a hurry, and he would not have prevented him from speeding up the fulfillment of his plan, he thought, and put the pen on the table. Therefore, immediately after signing the contract, he asked Ibis about a favor, and without any hesitation, the arrogant boy asked to lend him money. What is the lousy? Ibis thought, and a shadow passed through his face. Some argue that the appearance of the gate gave rise to the era of adventure. In fact, they are a trap of a dark magician. In fact, they slowly but correctly deprived the world of potential, and then the day of the apocalypse came, and many monsters got out of the gate. This will happen in 3 years, and humanity will lose this struggle. Ibis thought about his own, and looked out the window. One capable young magician left the guild building, the bag of which was pleasantly pulled to the ground by an impressive pack of papers. Paula had to have a long way, and this money was supposed to be enough to make his plan and get into the Red Gates. Guild Gapor hired only the strong, and they took Paul because they needed Red Gates. He had to skillfully manage the money. The items were too expensive, but if so, there was a question for what to spend money. He came to the labor market, which was actually a market of slaves, and traders immediately approached him. They offered slaves for every taste and color, shape, purpose, like goods in a household shop. But Paul came here to find a specific person and asked to take him to him. Then the merchant took him to the ranks of convicted criminals, who was placed here for correctional purposes. The merchant quickly found the desired cage and pointed to a slave in it. Looking at the ferocious prisoner, he asked Lee Paul in his decision, but he had no doubt. It was exactly what he was looking for, he said, looking at the prisoner in chains with burning eyes. The death of one person accelerated the destruction of the world in his past life. Her name was Erin. She was the hero of the halberd and was killed. And the criminal was her only student of Debo, the hero of the murder. This case was the beginning of the end. The slave contemptuously measured Paul. They did not see anyone, and he told him to disappear, spitting on the stone floor. The manager immediately apologized for the fact that they had not yet raised this slave properly. But Paul knew that Debo would earn fame in a couple of years, but for now he is a slave, and still dares the seeker who can buy him. The words are not enough here. The savage and even the barbarian warned the manager again. After a couple of years, Debo will become the most influential person after Paul. Due to the common fate of slaves, they were often compared with each other. Paul simply asked the price when Debo went out to him, but he insolently asked if he had enough money. And he said that there is 1,000,000 masses, and who was pleased with himself. Their main similarity in this period was that they both desperately needed money, Paul thought. The younger sister is sick with a black-blooded cliché, an incurable disease of the heroes of fantasy, who needed to come up with a difficult fate. Debo dared further, and again said that if there is no money he should leave. But Paul quickly took out a pack of masses and 1,000,000. The bully did not believe his eyes. He did not see so much money in one place. Seeing the sparkle in the eyes of the bully, he warned that the contract for a year, and they would divide 17-3 in favor of Paul, and all objects to him. The manager was surprised that the criminal was hired as a member of the team, and not just a walking gun. Paul handed him a contract for familiarization, but the barber took him with a cry, so that he later decided to pick up his words back. Without hesitation, the barbarian bit his finger, and left the stamp on a sheet of paper. It was obvious that Debo was in a hurry to take care of his sister. The contract was signed, and Paul said that they would immediately go to the gates. Debo did not mind. He warned the bully that he had to prove his value, and he confidently stated that the most clever of all whom Paul saw. They walked through the forest to the next gates. After short fees, Debo asked why he was given alabard, because he worked better with a long sword. Paul suppressed the objection and said that it should use only halberds, or they can terminate the contract. For training, they chose red gates with 1 mark and a restriction of 8 people. Debo looked around and asked what about the other members of the team. He was sure that Paul had enough money for their hiring. The bully was also worried about that the healer was with them, and wondered why Paul was looking at him like that. The seeker assured him that they had enough members in the detachment for these gates, and Debo exhaled in relief. Paul pointed to a finger and then to the bully and said that this was enough. There was an awkward silence while Debo digested the information received, and before it dawned on him, Paul kicked him with his foot under the ass right into the gate. Debo screamed with fright, but it was too late after you fell back into the portal back. They were thrown somewhere in the middle of the desert gorge among the rocks. The bully screamed not him and called it crazy, because for this task it was necessary for 8 people, no less. It was completely not seriously considered a slave. At first he was forced to take weapons to which he was not used to. Now he scolded Paul. But his angry speech interrupted the column of dust that he was rushing directly to them. Strokes of a felled forest rushed along the desert. They fled to take revenge, people for the logging, and did not like axe very much. Debo realized that the monsters attracted his scream. They were known for their resistance to blanket weapons, and there were darkness here. Paul stepped forward and told Zadir to step aside. The fiery arrow burned the first stump faster than Debo was able to object. Next, Paul figured out all the small bipods. The dry tree succumbed to fire. It was like the game. All the woods were so easily destroyed. Paul was upset that the partner began to scream as soon as he left the portal, and he asked him from now on not to make mistakes because it questioned his usefulness, and Debo stared at him stunned. The woman that needed the knee reported that the trading guild swallowed their bait and comes up with a plan, and their people are already there. She asked the approval of her master, who, like all the real graduates of the School of Villains, drank wine looking out the window. Turning around, he agreed and said nothing else. And then he proclaimed a toast for his master and promised to free this world. Debo gathered mana stones that fell out of the monsters. There were 27 of them. The bag was pleasantly heavier, and meant an increase in income, in proportion to respect for Paul. He was indifferent, he said, to go further compared to what awaits them in the future. It was trifles. Prior to this, Debo considered his employer to be crazy, but he was amazing. He used fire and telekinesis in an unprecedented way. And Zadira already smelled of profit if he followed this seeker, because he will receive a third of the income, and this will more than cover the cost of treatment. He hung in the clouds when Paul stopped, in front of another group of monsters no more than 10. It was a suitable number. Perplexing Debo asked what it was about. He was still not used to the tricks of the new comrade. Paul looked at him with his face, which told him what he was a dumbass. Debo had to go into battle. He threw the pebbles to distract the hemp and jumped on one of them from above. Despite the fact that he did not want to do this, everyone accepted Paul's call to kill all the monsters alone, with new weapons. Paul watched from the side of his attempts. It took time for Debo to master the halberd, but he was sure that soon Zadira would understand that this was the best tool for him. He doesn't even need to think about how much potential in him, because Debo was the only one whom the heroine of Alabard took into the students. While Debo waved off the hemps alone, another crept into him and straightened his paws for capture. But at some point, the guy adapted to new weapons and realized that a long shaft gun was better suited for large purposes than a sword. The halberd has a large distance for a blow. A long shoulder creates a greater moment of power with a smaller scope. If you follow the scope, and making it smoothly without losing balance, Debo, destroying the next monster, it will be possible to crush the stumps with continuous attacks, one at one, without losing a pace, so he quickly became a master of a lumberjack. Paul noted that Debo quickly understood the essence, and even before the awakening of the circle. When the earth shook under their feet, Zadira thought that this was an earthquake. The rock opposite broke a huge root and caused a hail of falling fragments. Debo barely escaped a blow because this process aimed at him. The shadow of a huge monster opened it. He could not understand how they did not notice the approach of such a large creature. The stump that he brought down a whole rock to get to them smiled affably. He hit again, and certainly would have killed Debo if Paul had not saved him at the last moment. He threw it to the side, and he prepared a fiery charge. To be large is not always good, Paul whispered. Debo grinned. The magic of fire should be extremely effective against a tree. Such was his intuitive conjecture, but in reality the monster simply repulsed the fire, one of the many branches. The monster's reflexes were better developed than it might seem, Paul understood, and again loaded the arrow. With the help of telekinesis, he spun it around the monster, so that the monster does not know where the blow would be. Paul found a blind area on his back, where the monster had no eye, and without a neck he could not quickly turn his head. But despite this, the monster still repelled his charge, as if it could have seen his back. When even magicians did not work, Debo rushed to run, outraged that they had not done this before. But the matter was not in magic, Paul understood. Otherwise the monster would not block it. The branches simply interfered with him. The stump hit the root next to them, so they flew into the air. He almost whipped them with a branch like a whip, but Paul used kinese and raised the stone to which they climbed to dodge the blow. They began to serpite down the slope. Debo praised the boss for resourcefulness. He thanked for salvation, because he already thought that they had come to an end. Paul told him to deal with the hemp while he would deal with the explosive willow, while they stood to sneak up with a dozen monsters. Before Debo managed to object, Paul already quickly rushed to the boss of this level. The staff in his hand was burning with fire, as if also taking a challenge. He launched an arrow, and at first it seemed to be useless, because the stump easily beat it off with many branches. But the second arrow hit him exactly in the eye when the monster removed its branches. The stump moved branches faster than you could think. Even telekinesis could not inflict a hidden blow to him. However, since Paul received 2 circles of strength, he could use 2 spells at the same time. Behind one arrow, he hit another, and finally was able to break through the protection from the branches to cause damage. Debo was struck by the fact that one person was overcome by such a monster. The stump could not beat off a double attack. But while Zadira was distracted by this, he did not notice how he missed several younger hemps in the direction of Paul. He released a couple because there were too many of them and issued a warning exclamation. Paul burned the little things without any problems, which was not too dense compared to the main stump. He looked contemptuously at the guy and said from that he could not deal even with this trifle. The angry monster, meanwhile, again attacked Paul, who was forced to distract a trifle. He did not have a minute of calm. He jumped on the stones that rose into the air from the blow, and he almost fell under the blow of the whip, but he saved Debo, who threw it back, and chopped off the root by halberda. Zadira accepted the words of Paul as a challenge, and said that he had just saved his life, so they are calculated now. Paul grinned, and said that Debo worked his fee. Now they were both strongly tuned to end the monster. Small bipods no longer interfered with them, and they rushed to the monster together. Debo could distract him nearby, and Paul beat him from a distance. The magician released 2 arrows at once and launched their tree. Its goal was not the monster itself, but his branches, vulnerable at the trunk. In addition, when the stump was moving to recapture the magic, it opened for attacks by Debo Alabarda, and he turned on the lumberjack mode. The monster decided to take revenge on Debo immediately, and attacked him on both sides by roots. Paul shouted that he would do the right process, and Debo took the left, and so they distributed the roles. After that, Debo continued to slide near the monster at great speed. He cut the small branches that prevented him from getting higher, and with which the stump was protected from the fire. But there were so many branches that one of them still overtook Zadir and gently stroked his back. From an excess of tenderness, Debo broke and flew into the jaws of the monster. He was lucky that Paul managed to raise a stone into the air and carry Debo from the radius of attack. But the monster unexpectedly threw another process, and the stone crashed. How annoying, I thought Paul, and again raised a stone with telekinesis. He held several stones at once, and Debo was able to land on one of them. The explosive stump did not calm down, and whipped with branches again to get the impudent seeker. But now Debo had a point of support in the air, and he could evade blows and move, jumping from stone to stone. Paul showed miracles of control, and managed not only to juggle stones, but also to distract the monster with a fiery arrow. And the stump lost sight of Debo. He was able to attack directly into the head of an annoying monster. The axe hit right in the eye, and the stump immediately slammed his eyelids, healing the halberd Deba. The monster swayed, and Zadir did not have to hang out sweetly with him. In order not to become a comfortable target, Debo abandoned the halberd and landed, but now he was defenseless. But he was not going to retreat, and again jumped into the monster from a high cliff. Paul unraveled his maneuver, and pulled out the axe with the help of telekinesis, threw towards Debo. He caught him on the fly and was ready to attack again. "It's time to get a dessert," Debo said in an evil voice. He again hit the vulnerable part of the monster through his eyes, finally blinding him. The monster was guided only by sound, and having heard his landing, he tried to gobble up the guy. But a fire volley of 2 arrows at once flew past him. They fell directly into the rack, twisting and merging into one blow. The shot struck the nucleus of the explosive hemp, and from the release of energy, it all caught fire. Paul praised Debo. He coped well with his role. Debo was also pleased with their teamwork. He looked at a huge conflagration and was glad that everything was over. It was too late. The girl wanted to have dinner and go to bed, but was worried and waited. She read evening prayers before eating, hoping for the best. When I heard the noise of steps behind the door, and looked out to see who was there. For a second she froze in surprise, recognizing in the late guest of her wounded and dirty brother to head. The girl was so glad to see him that she could hardly restrain her tears. She hugged him tightly and was glad that he returned home. Another house met his resident with the smell of decomposition and death. Everything was like in a past life. Death has long settled here. The disease has finished his father, and death interrupted his torment. There was no time for the funeral. The fire would take everything. Paul left without turning around. The farewell turned out to be fast. There was no time for sorrow either. Ibis sat in his office and read various scrolls. It was time for 100 people for a gate, but he did not know who to choose for this campaign, and all the responsibility for the campaign was lying on Larkin. He should not be mistaken. The gates attracted the attention of all 10 best guilds. Inside there were objects of the epic level, and perhaps even legendary ones. But the task was not easy. 3 sisters went into the gate, which were so strong, even for their second circle of power. In comparison with them, other seekers with the second circle were children. The Gapor was the weakest guild, from the top of the list. When his doors opened, he indignantly asked who entered without a knock. But he quickly stood up with his master and bowed to him. Ibis gave him his place at the table, and Larkin asked him what was with the list, but he was not ready. Larkin said that he was taking time and asked how about their new friend, but in this, the cautious Ibis was also not sure. The past group of Paul died. Then Larkin suggested that they check him and all the candidates again, and push them a little. "This time there will be a lot of witnesses," Larkin said and grinned. A few days later they appeared to the Red Gate. Debo was cheerful. He noted that a lot of people gathered at the portal. Some seeker approached them, and if they asked the 5th team, the seeker in a red bandage measured them with a contemptuous look, and muttered that they were both 2 former slaves. It was immediately obvious that they were not happy here. At the gate the team of the self-seekers gathered, and they looked at each other more like enemies than allies. The stronger the team, the more confidence that slaves are just a hindrance on difficult tasks. Everyone had 1-2 circles. These people did not need slaves for survival, unlike the Cheb team, Paul thought. Ibis came personally. He told them that this campaign, test, those will pass and demonstrate their abilities, will receive a chance. "This is a chance to enter the gate for 100 people, solemnly proclaimed Ibis. The thug, who had just met Debo and Paul, was very surprised by this opportunity. Paul carefully watched what Ibis wanted to crank up in this way. The gates into which they entered were red and had a restriction of 40 people. The red bandage suggested that it is enough just to put the boss of this level with the whole crowd. The teams naturally divided to find a monster and agreed to give a signal if they meet it in the forest. Debo and Paul were left alone. No one wanted to deal with them. The seeker in the hat was called Dolan. He was the leader of his group and told them not to waste time in vain. He came across one unpretentious monster who pretended to be a stone. It was a waste of time, a self-confident magician said. He struck his target with an electric charge, and the bright arc of light blew up the monster. Dolan ordered his people to take a stone and move on. He thought that he had finished on this. Imagine his surprise when Zubastik survived this lightning blow. This meant that the monster had good resistance, and magical attacks did not work on it. The magician retreated. But then they realized that they are surrounded by many small monsters like this. The whole team was exhausted in order while cutting forest crabs, because their main carrier of damage was completely useless. The monsters were stronger than they believed, and the Seekers wanted the leader to tell them what to do. There were too many of them for their group, so the forces quickly exhausted, the magician said. Let the risk be tall, but the self-confident Blan offered to break the union and kill the boss alone. This is how most of the teams think, Paul Debo explained. He had no doubt that it would be so, because he was breathing heavily, after stripping small monsters, and asked if Paul wanted to help. There were only 3 of them, Paul answered, and Debo was worried that they had no time to sit here while others act. Debo was sure that it was necessary to start hunting for the boss, but Paul announced the opposite. First, he needed to kill a trifle. While others will look for a boss and avoid a trifle, they will engage in mobs, Paul said. The destruction of the boss is not the only indicator of success. In addition, attacking the boss, with unpredictable allies, was risky. In addition, danger comes from these gates, Paul said. The Dolan group went deeper into the forest when the girl from his team called him. They were the first to find the gate to escape, even if this was not their goal. It was good to have the way to retreat, and he ordered to leave a mark on the tree. But then one of his people laughed loudly, and Dolan ordered him to be quieter, frightened that this would attract the attention of monsters. But the comrade did not obey and giggled vilely and loudly. Then the magician grabbed his shoulder to calm him down. But this did not help. The person was shed in tears later, and the crazy grin did not leave his face. It became clear that he did not control himself. The rest also began to cough, and where they were, a strange haze covered the clearing, from which it was in the throat. It was the poison, the magician understood, and rushed to the exit to get out. Comrades can be found new. But then a filler appeared behind him and smiled affably. Smoke came out of her hat, which was toxic spores of the mushroom. He in vain paralyzed the magician and made it mad. Later, Debo followed Paul. They went to the gorge along the bottom of which the river flowed, but did not enter the battle. When they saw a red signal missile, someone let know that he had met the boss. Debo was surprised that everyone was given the team to collect when they found the main monster and did not try to pick it up personally. Paul immediately saw that one team had not returned. The rest stared at them. Everyone was assembled, and the seeker in a red bandage began an explanation. One seeker noted that there was still no team of Dolan, and the bandage objected to her, that the point of waiting for him too. Because their groups were discovered by the boss, the seeker said. And he added that the boss just dealt with the Dolan and his team, and the monster is a clown's extinguishing. The girl was horrified. Her team would not have enough strength for such a battle. A whisper went on a number of seekers. They had already considered the whole thing to be missing. Debo asked Paul whether the boss was so dangerous. Paul thought with their current level, the monster of the pack for them is very dangerous. Due to the poison and the disputes that he releases, it is pointless to meddle in the near battle. There was a distant battle, but the mushroom was mobile and durable. What is even worse, said the bandage, the monster is at the exit and get to it only if you go around the monster. Debo hit himself in the chest and said that this is not a problem, because one arrow of his leader, but Paul immediately ordered him to slam the bakery. What the guy was angry, but he still listened to him, and Paul told the rest that he needed a good plan, or everyone would die. The fiery arrow cannot even scratch the pitch, he dumbfounded Debo. Even ordinary monsters have a strong skin here, so you should not think about the boss, the magician said. The bandage sighed and called the words of Paul delirium. But what else to expect from the slaves? His comrade asked what decision they would make. And then Paul raised his hand and attracted universal attention. He said that he wanted 50,000 from each. There are 30 of them, only 1.5 million. And then they will act in the role of bait to distract the go-ups from the exit. Silence hung, and Debo dawned that his boss was not joking and completely crazy. The bandage angrily told him not to intervene. Even if the slave's thinking has not yet disappeared, the bait will not work here. The useless bait could die quickly and chase the seekers, and then everything will be, of course, Slaves will only interfere in high-level gates. And who is he to push such ideas? Because the guy next to him did not even arouse strength, asked the seeker in the bandage. Debo was angry again, now from the fact that he was underestimated. The scoundrel in the bandage all the time ran. Then Paul calmly asked the question of what he offers. But since they were collected here, then there was no plan. He quickly understood. And he added that in their team, one person with 2 circles and one with the first. Debo himself was surprised and looked at his wrist, where the blue circle was burning. He himself did not notice how he aroused him while fighting the monsters. In addition, in the team of the Seeker with a bandage, there were only a couple of people with a second circle of power. One of the Seekers shouted to Paul to wait not to change his mind. She accepted his proposal and promised to pay if he becomes a bait, although now she has no money with her. Paul agreed to accept the payment after the release. If they can't escape, they simply sacrifice themselves. But he immediately added that his main condition is the consent of absolutely every Seeker. He gave them time to reflect, although the decision was already lying on the surface. Low-level Seekers did not have other ideas. Meanwhile, the monster finished the morning meal, biting the remains of less successful Seekers. He saw an arrow flying at her, but it was too late. The pitch did not have time to dodge an unexpected attack and caught a volley in a toothy mouth. The mushroom immediately released miasms, and Paul told Debo to run as soon as he notices them. They had masks on their faces. The monster quickly calculated the direction of the blow and rushed in their direction at an amazing speed. Debo was horrified by such a reaction, and Paul asked why the monster is so fast. When the mushroom left his post at the gate, the Seekers rushed to him until the bait was killed. One of them pressed the button, and the gates were activated. A blue saving portal appeared, and everyone rushed to it. Suddenly, the path of Debo blocked the small bipods that jumped out of the bushes. But the guy became stronger, his axe lit up with fire, and he properly swung him. With one powerful cut, he destroyed all the small monsters that stood in their way. But the evil execution was already breathing in his back and opened her predatory mouth. Debo could have become a snack, but Paul saved it, shooting at the monster with fire, and the executive rolled back. He shot again while the target was immobilized by the first shot. But this time the mushroom was plastic and deftly dodging, slipping to the side. But Paul was not so easy to cope. He used telekinesis and returned the fiery arrow back when the monster jumped. The arrow circled around the monster, distracting him from the bait and from people at the exit. Fearing a blow to the monster, crawled on all fours, but still quickly overtook them. Debo shouted that they were caught up and already felt the monster's teeth. But they managed to run to a steep cliff and seized right there. The extinguished man waved her hand and almost caught Debo. They were lucky that the monster did not jump into the water. Debo grinned, rejoicing that they left, and wished the monster all the best. Paul again charged the arrow right in flight and shot at the pitch so that she would not stick behind them. The shot threw the fungus back, and the explosions were dispelled by his poisonous fog. They miraculously did not break on the bottom of the mountain stream, which carried them quite quickly. Debo was spitting water. They almost drowned in the river, and both were wet from head to toe. The fact that they committed was a real madness, and Debo asked Paul what they were doing. "This is the main monster," Paul told him, "and in order to kill him to prepare," he said without a shadow of doubt in his voice. While they squeezed their clothes, Debo did not leave the persistent feeling that his employer is insane. He asked if he realized him correctly that they were going to hunt a boss of this level, and the magician replied that everything was so that he had discouraged the guy again. Debo did not understand. They were no longer a bait. They had to somehow escape from here. Paul's arrows were useless. It is not clear how he was about to win the pitch. But Paul calmly said that the alignment is now different. All the competitors left. They received money for this. It was great. He suggested Debo to terminate the contract if he was unhappy. But he quickly recovered, because it was not what he had. The money was, and really needed money. Then Zadira asked the tenant how they would deal with the monster, because their attacks did not work on him, but to meddle in the near battle of suicide, whether there was a way to win at all. And Paul confidently stated that there was a way. Ibis was surprised that the group left the gate, and quite quickly, for a level of 40 people. He asked Geiber, the girl's girlfriend, what was hunting there, and she immediately said that the hunt completely failed. The Dulan team was dead, and Paul and his partner were still inside, and everyone could escape, only because they became a bait. On their own, they would never have overcome the boss, Geiber added, and Ibis fell silent. He scornfully examined them. They just fled, he asked. The girl complained that the boss was a puzzle, known for her cruelty. Then Ibis told his people that they were on duty at the exit to leave. Geiber worried that there were still Paul and Debo inside, and asked to wait. The gates were active, which means they were still alive. But Ibis said that this is not for long, because inside them the clown is the fifth. He suggested that they wait if there was a desire. Ibis was angry. The Seekers turned out to be useless boobs. and the situation was not encouraging. A person with the second circle of power will never be able to kill the Go. Ups, the outcome is a foregone conclusion, and those who can only run away were not interesting to him. He wanted someone to do the impossible to commit the impossible. He thought so far in the forest lurked a filthy. Paul carefully aimed. He took a position far on the hill at a steep cliff. He was for those who could accomplish the impossible and was going to prove it. The arrow, in which he put a lot of power, gave a volley of flights with acceleration. Compared to other bosses, the flexure was distinguished by speed and strength. He also let out the poison, and he meant the battle at a distance. With the current level of fire, it was problematic. But if you use telekinesis, you can rotate the arrow at high speed. So the penalty and the accuracy of the arrow increases, and it turns into a meteorite shell. This charge of the falling star allows you to make the impossible. The shot struck the pitch exactly in the chest. He burned her body and several trunks behind him through. Paul wanted to break through both his head and the core the first time, but he missed a little. Yet the distance of the shot was beyond huge. The monster saw the mountain with which he shot and rushed to the cliff where the second star was lit. From this meteorite, the monster already dodged as he saw him. At such a speed of the arrows, Paul sacrificed it with maneuverability. It will no longer come out to assign the charge for the enemy. For everything, we need to reload the skill. He wanted to put an end to the boss before recovering, and shot again. But he missed. The mushroom did not even hit the blow, and Debo was already waiting for the monster's tree. When he fell into the right area, the seeker pulled the rope. His face was closed by a mask to protect himself from poisonous disputes. The rope stretched between the trees forced the monster to stumble. He flew forward and fell into the swamp, in this place under a rock. The river arranged a spill, and the earth became swampy and soft. That was the Paul plan, who decided to play from the terrain, which was very resourceful. While the monster froze on the spot without knowing what to do, Debo hit him with his long axe. The blow fell right on the head, and the purple blood of the monster sprayed in all directions. Debo, confident in his abilities, beckoned the monster with his finger, inviting bloody tango. The blow struck tangible damage. The monster froze, and Debo waited for his further reactions. Paul wondered if they did everything they needed, and watched the battle from a high cliff. In the swamp, the monster lost its speed, and dirt scored his pores on his head, through which he let miasms. Now it was possible to compete with a nuclear in near battle without fear of mental state. In order to lengthen the shoulder of the blow even more, Debo wrapped his axe by the end of the rope and swung. He released the axe on the target and grabbed the rope so he could also return it. But the frenzy intercepted his gun with her huge paw. Then Debo repeated the maneuver. With a blow to the return, he kept at a safe distance for the counterattack and whipped the monster. The frenzy could not stand the pressure of small blows and moved in his direction. But it turned out not as fast as the monster counted. In the swamp, his legs were deeply taken. This was another reason why it was worth luring it into this place, and Paul again launched a meteorite into it. The monster closed the paws from the blow, but it was an accurate hit, and its strength is so great that the shot burned his way further. But this was not the end. The core was deep in his head, and Paul shouted Debo, beat into the body. Debo again applied his axe and threw his monster to weaken the defense. The axe flew right into the head of a crazy and ugly spitting. And then the monster grabbed him by the shaft and rushed over to himself. Debo, from the fisherman himself, became a fish, flew into the swamp. Paul immediately applied telekinesis to help his comrade. He dropped a heavy log on the monster, which they also prepared in advance. The tree pressed the pitch to the water, and he had to deal with him. But on this trunk, Debo was already sitting, who got up to the monster unnoticed. Taking an axe, he pushed off the wide hat of the mushroom and jumped to the hard coast of the swamp. Then he began to circle around the monster, jumping on logs and stones that lay in a swamp. In order to complicate the task even more than the monster, the discharge of Debo, Paul lifted it to the curtain from the mud. He sprayed a marsh in the eyes of a monster, and he covered himself with his hands. Growling, the monster fiercely launched his paw into the water, hoping to grab Debo. But there was no one there. Waiting until the gang turned away, Debo hit the neck. The axe cut the mushroom head with a clean blow. The fire of his strength helped burn strong skin. Even without a head, the monster continued to stand on his two. The guy showed his finger up. He breathed heavily after all the jogging and was glad that it was all over. And when Zadira had already thought that the battle was over, the shadow of the whip was moving behind him. A paw of the paw from which he did not have time to dodge to the end to hit him in the water. The axe flew away, and the monster screamed hard, rendingly with a stump of his neck. The lack of his head did not bother him. Paul did not understand what was the matter, because they chopped off the monster and charged the arrow. But the monster wanted to live because he dodged. He also began to use snags and stones to jump on them. Then, in order to catch it, Poyle lifted the wooder into the air with a monster on it. Telekinesis did not work directly on living objects. The monster jumped below, even without a head. It retained reason and coordination, which means it did not have functional organs like people. The monster caught on the edge of the cliff with his claws and began to climb on it, to Paul. He has the last arrow in reserve. After it, there will be no time left for reloading, and it is also pointless to shoot anywhere. The situation was difficult. But then the wounded Debo appeared from the water. He was terribly angry for the tenacious creature, and he threw his axe into it, an explosive flash, creating a new skill just. The axe rotated so quickly that he chopped off the lower part of the body. But even this was not enough, and the monster crawled up again. Debo shouted to Paul to be careful, and the magician twisted his shell. The shot flew past the mascara of the monster. He showed miracles of switting on the slope of the cliff. But this sliding blow stored the nucleus of the monster, which was in his body. It was a real head. Paul thanked for the hint. It turned out to be shot by a signal rocket like a trick. Debo was also surprised that the shot was bluff. The falling star pierced the body of the packet and threw it off the cliff. The shot drove the body of the monster and tore his insides to shreds. His body exploded, letting out a huge cloud of poisonous fog. Until the very end, he was an annoying needle under the nail. Debo was indignant. So that the partner does not cover a wave of miasms, Paul took it with the help of telekinesis and a rope. He pulled him to his mountain, where the poisonous fog was not a threat to them. Debo thought that he would die, and sighed in relief. Now for sure everything, Zadir asked uncertainly, and Paul assured him that this was the end. He said that it was necessary to pick up the nucleus as soon as the smoke scattered. But a shadow flickered into this moment. The monster was alive. He was surrounded by fog, and even in this state he could kill them. Inside his holy body, the intact core sparkled. Debo laughed at all from the stupefying smoke, how much from a mockery of fate. Larkin listened to the report of Ibis and laughed. Now he realized why he was returning. He laughed, as if he had heard a funny joke, and called Ibis a mischievous. Ibis proposed to transfer this matter to the Knights of the White Swan when they knocked on the door. Ibis turned around and shouted so that they would not be worried. But the invader replied that he would come in anyway. The executive chapter wanted to be indignant, but did not when he saw the invasion's face. Paul reported that he returned. He looked battered, but healthy and intact. Larkin grinned, he said interestingly, because he had long been waiting for such a seeker. He asked Ibis as it turned out that Paul returned from the dead. The guild's boss was glad for their personal acquaintance, and noted that Paul justified rumors about his survival. It was precisely these were now and necessary that he was, he added, and the seeker bowed, thanking. Larkin was pleased with his polite answer, and decided to ask another question. He was worried about whether he could show the same level of survival in gates per 100 people, actually making an offer. Paul answered briefly that it would be hard, but the voice sounded confident. Larkin frowned. Such an answer sounded monosyllabic and even rudely in relation to him. Ibis was indignant and reported Paul for such a speech because he was recognized as a seeker, not for him to choose his assignments. He should not forget about his duty, Ibis reminded. It doesn't mean hard, Larkin noted. He liked the guy's answer. He did not like to walk in circles. Therefore, he directly asked the guy what his conditions for this assignment. Debo sprayed oat tea when he heard this story. Paul knocked them out 5 million masses to each for the next task. Debo was shocked by this amount. Unfortunately for Paul, he threw all his surprise in his face, and the wizard sat wet. Debo asked if they would impudent too much, because the guild could refuse. They first took up the difficult task. But Paul answered, wiping his face, that this is not their problem. Let the guild decide. Debo was surprised that Paul behaved so calmly, because if they fail, they will be blacklisted. A seeker with a bandage, who was with them in the gates, approached them and began to grumble that they looked relaxed, while the rest were suppressed. Debo was indignant that they were so thanking for salvation. He did not like this rude right away, and suggested that they find out everything for the tavern. But the seekers bowed low and asked for forgiveness, which immediately cooled the ardor of a lively guy. The seeker with a bandage admitted that he was unfairly condemned and doubted their abilities. He was ashamed that he was such an adventurer. They lay out the promised amount, and added a few tips from themselves in gratitude. But the proud Paul said that they did not need it. They agreed to work for the agreed amount. He just did the work that he subscribed to, but gratitude is not needed. He did not want the seekers to understand him vice versa. Debo was indignant that he was delighted in vain, and grumbled that now he would have to recount the coins in the wallet. Pirate called Ibir, recalled Paul, and the seeker asked what about him. Can he do the work for which he will be paid? Surprised Paul with his question of the seeker in the bandage. Ibis did not agree with the decision of Larkin. Such amounts were paid to seekers with 3 or more rings of force. He believed that this was a bad precedent, but the boss said that the guy could safely demand twice as much. He handed Ibis some sheet and said to read. This time their guild sent only 2 people in a break, said Larkin, and Ibis thought that 2 could. But when I read it to the end, it was shocked. Larkin said that he bought this information for more money, and if it were not for that, they could have big problems. The Dark Lord Jin read Ibis the name and shuddered with all his heart. The Larkin piled a pen into him and recalled that the war had already begun. The gates per 100 people were huge. At their foot, the Seekers set up a whole camp. Then they warmed food by the fire and chatted, preparing for the campaign. Someone heard the voices of Debo and Paul and turned around. Zadir did not expect their price to accept. Paul ordered him not to rush in the clouds, but to tune into the battle, and Debo replied that now he was an experienced seeker. Arriving at the camp, they immediately examined and saw them a sign of the trading guild. The mood was like on knives. In such detachments, the allies should have been afraid of no less than enemies. A seeker named Genos approached them and introduced himself. He recognized their guild. Paul also introduced himself and said that he had a middle rank, which was surprised by Genos, who thought that only those who had 1-2 circles could enter here. He did not understand where such a young and appearance of an inexperienced guy was already a medium rank. But then someone called them out and demanded to free the road. It was a girl knight with long blonde hair and a beautiful figure. Genos left the newcomers in the camp, annoying that the girl was with them, and he only spent time in vain. Then in the guild he was put on conditions, and Paul asked Ibis why he had to fulfill them. He muttered in response to the boy of the matter what they say, and did not ask questions. Guild Gapper agreed to jointly work with the Order of the Knights. They follow the exercises of the Empress, and are the strongest detachment. Those who are called a symbol of power are interested in these gates. Since quotas are already occupied by other guilds, Ibis decided to join the Knights. They will have more chances with them. Let the Knights have other motives for the campaign, but they made a Gapor a good offer. Paul said that he understood everything. They just needed to work together. But Ibis warned that it would not be easy. He added that he has suspicions that something was wrong with the Knights. The fair-haired beauty was called Kira. She was responsible for the newcomers of their order, and warned them not to think that they were equal to them, due to the exchange of a couple of words. Kira did not want unnecessary problems, and ordered to silently listen to her orders, and to fulfill them, Debo immediately took everything with bayonets. She realized that only 2 of them were waiting from the trading guild, and Paul nodded. Kira sighed. This meant that the Gapor surrendered completely. Together with them, there were more prepared and numerous detachments of seekers, such as Crocus, or a detachment of the guild Murdius, full of experienced and harsh veterans. Elite warriors of the best guilds gathered here, and the situation changed dramatically when they arrived. 3 red girls who were called sisters from the trading guild were especially stood out. Kira called the girls arrogant, although she herself did not go far from them. Another warrior came forward and turned to everyone. His name was Long. Their detachment was chosen to protect the raid. They will cover the detachment during the retreat. He knew that everything was already aware of the tasks, but decided to go through the details again, especially for the audience. All the objects that they find in the gate do not belong to the Seekers, but their guilds. But magic stones remain with hunters. And if someone thinks out to be a deception, Long's detachment will deal with them, he said, and pointed to the harsh guys behind his back, a second rank of power. Debo noticed that all members of the detachment had 5 circles on the wrist. Jokes with them were bad. After the short briefing was over, everyone could go inside. Kira ordered them to follow her. Her detachment was supposed to become a leader. The girl was determined and stated that the victory would be behind them. Debo grumbled and wondered they would really need to work with such as her. Paul was waiting for this possibility, and for the sake of it he worked. Even in a past life he was not in this fault. Everything will begin here. He told Debo to go and went to the red gate first. The break splashed them in the field of cereals, a powerful red flash. There was only one road, so that the warriors of the campaign stretched along it. The Zlakov field was so high that tall seekers easily hid in them. Kira besieged him that they came here not to admire the nature and rushed them. And they went forward around the field of wheat as in one film about fighters in the arena, and Debo asked for a long time they will now be this attitude. But when he turned around, he saw Paul, who crawled on the ground like a jerk dog. He asked the boss what he was busy, and what kind of game is such, and Paul continued to listen calmly. He clearly heard them, others also noticed, and raised a scream. Tape pigs fled to them. There were a great many of them, and they moved very quickly, once upset by the orders of the seekers stretched along the path. Kira screamed to everyone to divide, and not to stand in a pillar. Not everyone has passed the portal yet. This is not a written rule, not to attract enemies to the entrance, she screamed. People fussed, and everyone was protected as best he could, but in their actions there was not enough coherence. The flow of pigs cut their column, yet the seekers were not a single army, but a consolidated detachment of many groups. The pigs were angry, and took a number. If they were very distracted by them, it was possible to get into the environment, because people began to run away. Kira tried to take the monsters along with herself in the area where there were more obstacles and wanted to kill them there. However, she was informed that a couple from the Guild of the Gaypor, that she was with them, disappeared. Now, when they separated, Debo sighed freely and asked how Paul realized that tape wild boars would attack them. Everything simply, answered Paul. In an open area, herds of monsters always roam, he said from his experience. The average length of the wild boar is 2 meters. This is a real aggressive combat boar. They move in herds of hundreds and even thousands of individuals. Let it be a complex opponent. They could be killed, other guilds also think. But at first they will avoid the battle to save strength. And since no one knows what they will face, then the business alone will not end. Before his reincarnation, no one returned from this raid, and the campaign completely failed. Debo asked his employer what he thought about, and he did not notice how the stretching was tank. In the last second, Paul managed to pull it away so that the mechanism starting the stake would not fall asleep. Debo was dumbfounded by the fact that he almost fell into a real hunting trap. Ordinary monsters do not install such. But who could put her? He was nervous, and Paul was also darkened. Somewhere in the forest, someone made the same trick and cut the rope, let the suspended sharp log into a man. A less experienced warrior would have killed a trap, but the bald man could dodge and cut the log. For him, it was a children's level. His comrades reported that they had completed the cleaning of the area. The seeker in the mask told the bald not to relax and follow the rear. Although these were small traps, they could have killed, or seriously wound on the spot. The monsters copied the methods of hunting people, and obviously had brains. These were traces of the activity of the Hobs. It was more difficult to cope with them by themselves. They were equal to the boss of the Red Gate in strength. Now it was clear what to expect. Everyone would have already died, if they had not had a seeker of his level, the man said in a mask and ordered him to follow him. He heard some kind of noise and said that everyone was convinced that they had not forgotten anything. But he fell silent when he saw how a bald head separated from his body and galloped about his business, like a ball for football. And then, something with lightning speed killed everyone who was with them, in the same way depriving them of their heads. He himself did not even live to move. The enemy killed him from the security regime. The last thing he heard when his head flew down, as a killer mockered above them. Someone was sitting on a stone by the path and said that although he did not know who came up with the use of pigs to distract people, but this trick worked well. He had a tired look and smeared mascara under his eyes. "There is nothing. There is not enough time," the magician said, and got up from the stone, holding his staff in his hands. The trio of red sisters silently looked at him and did not move. They could not move, because it was the magic of a squinted sorcerer. "The paralysis spell will be more half an hour," he explained. One of the sisters, overcoming the magic, squeezed out of itself, the question of why to do this, which surprised the sorcerer. The girl looked dangerous, because the sorcerer decided to get rid of her first, and hid her staff in his stomach. The sisters watched the death of a relative with horror, did not subside. The sorcerer scratched his chin. To the question of the murdered victim it was not just to answer, and he wondered why he was doing this. Then he again instructed the fiery staff on silent sisters who could only tremble with fear. "All for the sake of the black magician," said the sorcerer, and his staff caught fire with fire. The fire arrow killed 2 sisters at once. "They have no end," said the sorcerer inside, as if already tired of the murders. He just wanted to play the fool when a real villain with wine by the window called him. He told William that for a long time they were hiding in the shade and increased strength, and now the time has come to act. The sorcerer William that needed his knee said that he would perform everything. His lord said to take the pen that the man gave him and warned that the failure was unacceptable. After such, William could not escape and had to work properly. There was no other way out, except to get down to business seriously, and the sorcerer went along the trail in search of other unfortunates. The Hobs camp were well fortified and surrounded by a picket fence, and also had a gate and high towers. In fact, it was an integral settlement, with constant security, and wandering there, and scouts and scouts. A couple of brave seekers approached the camp itself, so they were not noticed. Who these are? A dumb question was read on the face of Debo, who for the first time saw such organized monsters. He was worried that all the green-skinned bosses, but in reality they had one leader. All Hobs were strong physique. For everything they found the use of the guns of seekers and took them to themselves. And some monsters knew how to use skills like seekers, which finally plunged Debo into awe. When he was tired of indignant, Paul said that they would deal with them, although Zadir was indignant that he would not attack them together. A couple of Hobs, a working guard, moved through the forest, when Debo attacked the ambush on the most powerful and chopped it with an axe, but the clever warrior Hob dodged. Since Debo did not want to go hunting together, Paul sent him to fight alone. The joke came out excellent. The monster counterattacked. Even his naked fist the size of a man was enough to kill. But the skills of possession of a long, shallow weapon and the dexterity of Debo increased greatly. He easily dodged. He used the shaft like a pole for a jump and resting it in the ground. Hob did not let him relax and hit him again, forcing Debo to move. Only cat flexibility saved him, and an heightened flare of battle. The monster growled and sparkled with red eyes, but his movements were accurate. But on the side of Debo there was his close battle technique, and catching the moment, he struck the handle in the jaw of Hoba. And then he quickly transferred the attack down and chopped down the tip into his stomach, from which the Hob fell to the ground. Next, Debo jumped up to finish off the green-skinned one. But his blow went into the ground, because the Hob deftly got into the rack. He did not run away even in such a disadvantage. Moreover, he pressed his whole body and pushed Debo into a tree, and he could not maintain balance. The guy clasped his teeth. Now a fighting excitement flared up in it. Everything was not so simple with these Hobs, he muttered. The Hob applied a few kukov and demolished the thick trunk of a tree, but Debo managed to bend. And then, moving towards Hoba, he chopped off his hand. However, the green-legged grabbed him with the remaining footing by his face and squeezed tightly. The Hob applied Debo on the ground, stuck it in a soft ground so that he would look for moles. If it weren't for a strong neck, he would have broken the spine. The bully wrapped his legs around the Hob's paw and took it into the castle. Having made his efforts, Debo broke his hand in the elbow joint, and the Hobs growled in pain. He escaped from the grip of the Seeker, and he was able to break the distance that was beneficial for him. Now he could attack in full power with his long charged axe. He didn't run away, even in the face of death. Later, Paul nevertheless joined and helped Debo to deal with Hobs. The guy coped well, and now he had to feel more confident with the new opponent. But he said that his doubts were deeper. He was even more worried that he could meet a crowd of such monsters, but fell silent when they went out into the clearing, where there was a real battle. Among the dead, they identified the Empress's knights. Under the leadership of Kira, one of them still showed signs of life. He held on his wound on his side and sat under a tree. The guy looked bad. Paul asked him what happened, and suggested that the detachment was faced with Hobs. But the wounded knight with difficulty said that everything was completely wrong. It was a betrayal for the purpose of hunting, he told. At that time, Ibis sat in his safe office, far from everything, and thought. There are seekers who attack their own kinds, using the fact that no laws, and there are no witnesses, are ideal for crime. Ibis believed that this would not happen on this mission, since the enemy is strong inside, and if you pick up the objects of others, they will begin to suspect you. Debo could not believe what he heard, but Paul agreed with this explanation. Indeed, among the dead and wounded there were no Kira herself, he noted. The knight hit the ground with his fist, and said that it was his fault, that he did not notice how Lady Kira betrayed them, although he did not understand why she had this. Paul said that it was hard to believe in this. Kira was a knight of the order. From her murder she did not receive any benefit. The knight cried and said that now he realized the order that Kira gave. She called herself a follower of the Dark Mage, and when they broke away from the others, she attacked obeying his will. Debo was shocked with these words, but Paul was in no hurry to react. 8 centuries ago, the superior magician had many followers and threatened the world. 6 heroes rebelled against him and entered the battle. The heroes were able to attack the minions of the magician, and chaos came in their ranks, which led to their fall. All the inhabitants of the Maple knew about this. To hear about the followers of the Dark Magician from the legends was terrible. Paul said that this time it would not be possible to hunt monsters, and first you need to find Kira. He told the knight that he would go with them, and he is better to be prepared for battle when they find her. The knight confidently stated that this is what he wants, despite his wounds. The knight of Kira fled with all her legs through the forest, completely alone. When a strange man blocked her in a costume of the magician, and with a staff in his hands, he said that he was waiting for her. He knew her name, and was not the only one in this place. There were other seekers nearby with a smile on her faces. He guessed that she distracted the ribbon pigs, and thanks to this, it was easier for them to cope with other seekers. Now they moved to the end of the plan, and he asked if she liked the gift that they had prepared. Kira expelled the blade. Debo suggested going slower because Paul went forward, but the knight said that he was in order. Debo added that soon they would track Kira, and the knight said that this was good news, and took out a knife. Kira collided with the master of the dagger. The killer was rather clever and fast, and she had not only had to be. William was impressed by the fact that she'd already fought back from several killers, as expected from the commander of the knights. But how long she can leave from their blades and avoid death? Kira applied its skill, the rising sun. It was surrounded by an aura of light, and the sword caught fire. But while she was in the rack, one of the killers took advantage of this and attacked her from above. However, Kira still retorted his blows, and the golden sword was counterattacked. The killer shouted, "Wait," when he saw his rapidly flying death. Kira's sword exploded by force, and the killer was torn to pieces. Kira went aside and again stood in a protective rack. The girl was breathing heavily. She threatened to kill them if they did not say about her plans. William dacked loudly and told the killers to stop loasting and kill the girl's girl. Obeying his will, they started in simultaneous attack while Kira reloaded her skills. But then someone jumped out in front of her and chopped off the head of the most zeal enemy. Kira was surprised to see this nondescript guy who had just saved her. Debo tried to catch it on time and close the girl. Now they have changed their roles a little. When he walked in the forest, the wounded knight ended his teeth endlessly. And then he grabbed Debo by the throat and hit him with a dagger, saying to give hello to Kira when to meet him. But at that moment, the killer and the traitor lost his hand in which he held a knife. He fell to the ground and crouched in pain, and Debo was completely dumbfounded. The killer screamed about his hand when Paul stood over him with an indifferent look. Debo uncertainly asked his employer what was the matter. Paul said that the killers never exceed his expectations. He looked at him with reproach, because he was given a chance to leave alive, and he did this. The killer's face was distorted with horror, pain, and fear. He already realized that he was waiting for the same fate as his victims. Paul said that he did not trust people. His staff caught fire with fire. The sentence was not long in coming. The sorcerer William approached to consider the young man who prevented them better. He did not like the uninvited guests, and he grimaced with anger. The girl from the novices of the Dark Magician told the sorcerer that the guy was in front of them from the guild, and William said he understands. The cowardly Pete could not even kill himself, and this is after he was given a second chance. Although he missed Lady Kira, compassion was in vain. The sorcerer said was bad and looked at the night girl. They both looked strong, which means that the entrance should be launched. Kira shouted a warning Debo to be more careful, but the guy understood everything. They are abnormal, he answered, although Kira did not mean this. William ordered to finish with them, and sent his dogs on the attack. Debo asked Kira if she would cope with at least one. He decided to take the rest, but the girl said not to underestimate her. At that moment, the killer slipped past with a fierce blow, and Debo had to dodge. But he instantly counterattacked. After the battle with the Hobs, his feelings worsened to the limit. Now the ministry of the Dark Mage dodged. Debo snorted anything special and again swung an axe. He heard the activation of the spell, and barely removed his head from the fiery arrow. The getter of the Dark Magician had a crossbow in his hands. This changed the arrangement on the battlefield. While she shot him, Debo was distracted and stopped following the rear, and they had already crept up to him. Although he tried to dodge, he was still wounded in the back. The killer announced that the wound turned out to be easy, and did not hit the bone. Satisfied with himself, he shouted Debo so that he was not afraid. Still, death would occur soon. The enemy committed an unthinkable somersault and attacked a fiery sword from above. Kira saw how Debo froze without movement, and was distracted to shout to him to wake up. But Debo thought everything when the enemy relaxed. He led him closer, and then dodging the blow, he was behind him. The trick worked, and the fate of the villain was a foregone conclusion. He was divided in two like a log. Another minister of a Dark Magician rushed at Debo with a spear to avenge the fallen ally. The guy deftly left stinging blows as if he could predict their movement. After the next injection in it, Debo struck a powerful blow and threw off his opponent. And then the enemy realized that Debo is much stronger than it seems. Continuous disappointment, Debo told them. From behind, another killer flew into his enemy. Kira coped with her opponent perfectly and buried him with her nose in the ground like a shameful beginner. Kira snorted contemptuously. "And they call the elite?" she asked. The killers were furious from such double humiliation and began to swear dirty. But then the sorcerer entered into business. He said that he could no longer look at it, and charged the fiery arrow. Time was running out of them. Debo found out the spell of which was usually used by his employer. But this arrow flew many times faster. The time seemed to slow down for Debo, but he could not move. There was a powerful explosion, from which everyone rang in their ears. The sorcerer grinned. Even if Debo recognized the spell, it did not matter, because the Williams spell was different. He already wanted to move on to stripping the gate, but a new player appeared on the battlefield. When the smoke was dispelled, it turned out that no one was injured from the explosion. Paul used telekinesis on something far in the thicket of grass and told the sorcerer that his guests were running there. Ahead, the running boar pursued some wand wrapped in a rag. The rest of the pigs simply fled after the first. And all this brethren went straight to the killers, led by a cunning bait. The flow of pigs paved his way through the thickets and swept everything in his path. Pigs grunted terribly and squealed. Their torn mouths were full of teeth, but all of them began to fall into the meat pile in front of the sorcerer. I had to sweat to cope with an unexpected misfortune, but using it, their main goal escaped. The sorcerer turned to one of the minions, and he immediately apologized. He also breathed heavily after stabbed several boars with his sword. William told them that there was no time on vacation, because they should immediately go in pursuit. They could not give ordinary seekers to leave the gate, Otherwise there would be troubles, thought Villas, whose magician he met was strange. The sorcerer ordered them to simply restrain the magician if they stumble upon him. He wanted to deal with him on his own. But when the minion began to object that the enemy did not look weak, the proud sorcerer growled that there was no one stronger than him in these gates. Debo was pleased that they left and framed their enemies, but Paul reminded him of traps and said that the killers would not die so simply. Of course, Zadira understood this, but was surprised that the magician did not kill them right away, because he could take advantage of the moment and defeat them. But Paul fanned him by saying that his enemies were stronger than him, and the magician thought about the fiery arrow that he barely reflected. Debo could really die. Paul delayed at least for a moment. In the last second, he hit his enemy arrow. It was an accurate and well-calculated shot, he thought he managed. But then in the cloud of the explosion, he saw how the enemy arrow continues to move. His fire only changed the trajectory of enemy magic, but did not damage it in any way. Debo still thought that it was a joke and laughed nervously, although he knew that his employer was never joking. Zadira was outraged that they simply escaped, and Paul scattered his hand. His circles on the wrist became as wide as possible. Debo did not understand what this means. If the circles became wider, this means that your abilities became better. Paul was at the peak of the second circle. In theory, they should be equal to the sorcerer. And this means that the enemy has very strong magic. He definitely has 2 rings, but he somehow strengthened his magic. Their enemy is the strongest seeker in these gates, concluded Paul, and dumbfounded his companions. Debo proposed to set the Hobs on enemies, but the green-skinned were not simple boars. They could figure out such a plan and use it. Debo screamed if he understood them in what position they say this. Kira interrupted their dispute and said that the main thing is that the minions of the Dark Magician were able to penetrate the ranks of the knights, and the fate of the world depends on this. Kira insisted that they immediately need to leave and forget about the context of the gate. Her voice and hands trembled at the same time, but the duty was above all. Paul sharply replied that this was not important than angry the girl's girl. She was indignant, and this should be expected from a former slave who longed to get a reward from the raid. Paul objected, asking her what she would do after telling what happened, whether he could cope with everything. The followers of the Dark Magician hid several generations. If they chopped it all over the world that they returned, then they only get deeper into the ground. And they will poison their world further from the inside, said Paul, and Kira could not stand it by grabbing the gate. He screamed at him. What he offers. Since he opens his mouth, he should have a plan. They are haunted right now, and it is not too late to run. Paul grabbed her hand and said that you just need to show the enemies who is a real hunter. 3 killers fled along their trail in order to overtake their goal. They did not spare strength. Ultimately, they fought now and for their lives when suddenly the pursuers themselves were ambushed. Debo grinned and asked if they missed without them. His axe nearly chopped off his first running head, but his partner hastened to cover and attacked Debo with a spear. But then Kira cut the rope, and the heavy log, which was hung, hit the pursuer. Kira snorted contemptuously and left her shelter. They managed to easily get rid of one of 3. Debo waved an axe and asked his enemy if he had time to stare around. But when he hit, the enemy was able to dodge and immediately counterattack, aiming at the dagger in the throat. But the guy reacted and removed his head. The dagger whistled by. And the killer himself ran into an oncoming knee blow. It was a brilliant contact. Debo released his axe and began to mutate the enemy with bare fists. Periodically adding legs, the opponent quickly crumbled. A powerful presentation flew right into the face, which resembled the chop in color. Nearby, they aimed at the crossbow, another killer, but could not take a shot, due to the fact that Debo was too close to his enemy. While she was thinking about what was happening and what to do, Kira attacked the unlucky shooter. In the last second, the enemy dodged a stabbing blow to the head. But the attack of Kira did not end there. Her blade drew her blade again and again, forcing the opponent to retreat. In the end, she stopped having time, and Kira hit her with a hilt of the sword. The killer had to close his crossbow, and she actually lost her weapons. Kira growled so that the opponent concentrated in the battle. Otherwise, the whole situation annoyed her already. Vili walked slowly. By sounds, he heard that the battle had already begun. Paul blocked the path to him, and the sorcerer asked if they had come out so that the magician accidentally knew about them. But Paul did not answer. There was no sense in this. He was focused on the duel. The sorcerer and the magician both took out their staff and filled them with mana. A crazy grin blossomed on William's face. He was confident in his power. Paul answered with his fiery arrow. On his side was the experience of the great magician. The shot of the sorcerer reached it before, and Paul dodged the explosion. He applied telekinesis and led his arrow along the curve of the trajectory right in the move. The sorcerer growled excellently with a madman's face. This battle was to his taste. The shot of Paul exploded, and for a moment blocked his review. This was a lack of this magic in battles with small goals. Out of the corner of his eye, Paul caught the movement. something flew in his direction. He barely returned and saw the cobblestone who almost broke his head. "And this is all capable of," shouted to him William, who went behind the magician behind his back. The sorcerer waved the staff and shot almost point blank. Everything was covered with smoke around, and the flame of explosion devoured dry grass and foliage underfoot. But Paul survived. He stood completely unharmed, facing the enemy. William asked him how he dilated this attack. He did not expect this. Paul would definitely not have the strength to block this, but still he somehow turned it. Paul looked at the abnormal, who was waiting for him. Honestly, everything would be laid out right during the battle. William grumbled disappointedly. He realized that he was not a talkative opponent, but they still should not chat, said the sorcerer, and let the charge go. The fiery arrow slipped from the staff of Paul like a falling star. He twisted it with the power of kinese. The sorcerer recognized this movement, but was very surprised. He never saw such a use of magic. His shot was completely destroyed when the flame of two charges collided. A powerful explosion thundered. Paul's abilities were reinforced with the help of telekinesis, the sorcerer understood. Before him was a real genius. William grinned again. He hated such stronger than anyone, he grumbled enviously. He offered to enjoy this battle a little more and let the lightning charge. This time Paul blocked the blow with a stone shield that raised in front of him. But the magic of the sorcerer was so sharp that even a stone fence pierced. The madman William was sure that Paul was hiding his best skill and pursued him with the excitement of a predatory wolf. And it was not in vain that he thought so. While the sorcerer was distracted, Paul let the arrow along the curve into the blind zone of the enemy. But he could dodge. And when the arrow flew past, he abruptly returned her to tickle her nerves with a sorcerer again. Such magic did not allow him to stand still, and deprived of the opportunity to aim and shoot quickly, William was all the time busy. At the cost of enormous stress, he still shot in Paul and shouted that the games were over. The ultra-suffering charge rushed to Paul, but he did not spend strength on extra movements. A fallen star has already spun in his staff to meet this blow. A flash of flame scorched his face, the shockwave almost torn to shreds. William crept behind. Now Paul used both spells, which they were waiting. His ring lit up green, and he puffed with a poisonous fog towards the magician. Everything within the radius of their battlefield was covered with this green haze. It was a powerful technique, but using it William was defenseless. But having determined the enemy's techniques and the reloading speed, he was able to calculate Paul's attacks and interrupt them. Now the magician could not move for 30 minutes, said the sorcerer. His fiery arrow was also recharged, so he took out a dagger to finish his enemy and did not hide his thirst for blood. With the face of a bloodthirsty maniac, William said that the expression that appears on the face of the magician is impatiently awaiting. It could be a trembling or a miserable cry, but it looked like the fact that someone would now receive a funeral. While the maniac launched saliva, Paul properly swung. His blow was crushed by the ugly face of the soft, until the sorcerer was waiting for anything. The fist recounted the villain all his teeth, corrected the symmetry of his face, and eliminated the bruises under his eyes. The dumbfounded sorcerer flew away from such a greeting. In the tavern, a seeker with a red bandage on his head asked Debo how Paul did it. There was no boss here, and he served Debo to tell him how Paul coped with the poison of a crazy conquest. Debo laughed. Even if someone hears about this method, he is unlikely to be able to repeat. Paul called this a subspace. This magic sucked the air and locked it with the help of kinese. They almost died of poison, but Paul saved them. There was nothing special in this, Debo laughed, and the seeker muttered with the bandage that this was not honest. The whole thing was that the employer of Debo was too strong. The sorcerer received an appendation in the form of an uppercut in the jaw and threw back his head far back. And then Paul rose his internal organs in a series of blows into the body. William flew into a tree. In close combat, a self-confident magician was no better than a rustic throat. Paul pulled the staff with the help of kinese, as a real defender of the bright side of power. The sorcerer screamed desperately. He was humiliated and shameful, like never in his life. But Paul's fiery arrow burned a tree behind him and took her hand at the sorcerer. Conducting from pain and shock on the ground, the sorcerer again used his main trump card of the poison ring. The green fog sprayed right into Paul. If the usual magician was not his place, he would fall under his action. But Paul gathered a fog in one ball, subspaces, and cleaned the air. The sorcerer behaved as if he were crazy. But in fact, Paul understood that he was aiming at him. The sorcerer did not work, and he wanted to return his staff. The magician kept the column staff at the site and waited for his next attack. But the blow was unexpected. The sorcerer sat down to hide and go behind him. Some powerful magic blossomed behind him, and his wrist glowed with force. Even a wounded and beaten sorcerer promised to kill him. The fiery explosion left a deep furrow on the ground, and Paul lay at its end. He lost his vigilance only for a moment and fell under the shaft of fire. He did not expect that the sorcerer had a fiery ball in his pocket, before he would not make such an error. Debo heard a powerful explosion in the place where Paul fought. He had already defeated his opponent in an honest battle one-on-one. But if Paul loses, everything will be over for them. Kira, meanwhile, dealt with the killer who was operating with a spear. His head rolled to the body of a killer with a crossbow. Kira showed the amazing skills of a knight. She shouted to Zadir to stop pampering and finished off her enemy, because the enemy of Paul was too strong, and he could not cope with him alone. Debo shouted to her that he was already about to do this when his enemy caught an arrow, though the focus was slightly failed. Having heard the noise of the fight, the green, brown-legged was quickly approaching them and decided to attack, at the moment when people already weakened each other. Debo snorted. Kira told him to get together and finish here quickly, but Zadira warned her that they were not so simple. In addition, among them was some strange Hobs carried heavy stretchers, on which, as if on a throne, a thick Hob sat. He held a staff in his paws. The sorcerer stood in the middle of the sea of fire, thinking about whether he killed Paul or not. He spat with blood from wounds and overwork, and his eyes turned red from the bursting vessels. The sorcerer spent a lot of mana, and now it was sick, the usual side effect. Black lightning of mana deficiency crawled along his skin. It was worth recognizing his enemy was strong, once he brought the sorcerer to such a state. William said that it was worth asking the name of this genius before killing him. When I heard Paul called himself, the sorcerer flinched and could not believe it. Paul told him to remember well, because this is the last name that the sorcerer will hear. William grinned. He still thought the words of the guy bluff, bravado, because he could not compare with him. But Paul said that he did not care. He could not catch up with him, having only 2 circles, and in his hands he squeezed the nucleus of the monster. Seeing the stone of mana, the sorcerer laughed. He understood the idea of Paul. Get another mana circle, after the absorption of the stone. He laughed gloatingly by calling the guy an ignorant newcomer, because you need to enlighten many training to get him. Experience and education, everything is true, Paul agreed with him, and successfully absorbed the mana stone. At that moment, the brains of the madman refused to accept reality, and he froze with a stupid face. Paul was already enough for both in excess. A thin strip of power caught fire on his wrist. But the sorcerer did not stop. He believed that all these were tricks to intimidate him, and rushed to the magician. He immediately let 2 fiery arrows in Paul, despite his exhaustion of mana. And although the magician was also exhausted, he answered with 1 arrow. His arrow reflected the magic of the sorcerer, and then he used the fireball. But Paul twisted his magic, giving it the power of a falling star. The fiery tornado divorced the entire power of the sorcerer, and death carried. He screamed, but it was too late to do something. A flash of light burned a hole in him. The flame did not stop there, and paved a new straight path through the forest. Paul was breathing heavily. He barely prevailed. His enemy had many dangerous tricks, and only a miracle saved the magician. A deep track remained at the scene of the explosion, as if a giant painted it with a finger. There was still a heat of flame from the ground, and Paul had already forgotten the name of the sorcerer, whom he had just turned into ashes. But the seekers had no time to relax. The green-skinned people pursued them with the whole herd. Kira dragged the wounded Debo on herself and hid in the shadow of the tree, but their shelter was unreliable. Everything went not according to plan, and at any moment it could end deplorable. Zadira cheerfully waving his axe and dispersed the monsters. He began to kill the Hobs much faster, and laid more than 15 souls. But Kira had hitch with fierce monsters that did not use any fencing techniques. Debo fought in the same freestyle as these barbarians because he saw them through, and one unpredictability and dashing he answered his own. His movements looked crazy. But each jump was fatal. Training with Paul, which passed at the beginning of the mission, also benefited. But his chain of victories suddenly broke when a ball of fire fell into him. The flame of the explosion was so dense that it almost hit the Hob in the neighborhood. It was a spell of a fireball, which used a Hob on a throne. Kira could not even think that the monster in the vault was able to control the objects of seekers and use magic. All plans went to dust. They could only hide and wait for Paul's return. She hoped that he was still alive when they were discovered by Hobs themselves. Kira barely left from the blow, and she still had to carry Debo, who was unconscious. There were many Hobs. Each was strong, and they quickly overtook them. One of the greenhouses blocked Kira and swung to strike. Then the girl performed an unexpected circus number. She threw the wounded into the sky, and she hit Hob in response. After this performance, Debo successfully caught, under sunset applause. Kira would have coped with monsters. They attack one at a time, so she thought. But the wall of fire blocked the path that immediately cut off part of the forest. The leader of the green-skinned woman laughed with a croaking laugh. He was the main threat to his distant and destructive attacks. Kira again fled like a hare, and an impressive charge flew in her back. The flame burned her back and everything that is lower, giving acceleration. But this was not enough. A powerful explosion thundered, and when the smoke was dispelled, Debo stood on the path of monsters. He closed Kira, and it is surprising that he could still stand on his feet. What is still crazy, Debo himself went into battle after he accepted this attack. The leader of the Hobs growled his subjects, and they also went into battle. Debo fled to the meeting. It was possible to hide from the magic of the leader only near his subordinates. He immediately cut several Hobs at once and did not even notice them. But he was immediately attacked by an enhanced ability from the back. Debo dodged, and his axe cut the stomach of a large warrior Hob. The leader of the greenhouses was so afraid of the Seeker that he charged with fire, not paying attention to his own. Kira, that she looked at the battle, could not believe what was happening. Such a gambit could only be in the theater. Debo simply jumped up using the trees as a support, escaped the explosion radius, and attacked the leader from the sky. His eyes burned like coals, and the axe rushed to the monster with all inexorableness. Debo practically took out the leader, but he managed to call another fiery charge, from which it was not to dodge. Debo lost his outer clothing, burned strongly, and collapsed into the hands of Kira. However, the leader was also wounded. He almost lost his head, and trembled with the exhaustion of mana. Raising a staff over him, he called another fireball. Kira told Debo to move away, and wanted to take all the monsters on herself. The leader of the Hobs shot a fireball in desperate seekers. But at that moment, when Kira said goodbye to life, the fireball was scattered by the falling star of Paul. But his magic did not linger on this. She flew further right into the leader. The fire spear pierced everyone who was in his way, destroying the throne of the leader of the tribe. Kira froze her mouth, and her face lit up with the light of magic. Paul was glad that he was not late. His clothes were burned, and he barely moved, but still hurried to their aid. A warrior with 4 circles sat at the gates. For 4 days passed, and no one appeared, from the place where 100 seekers left. At first he rejoiced at easy money, but managed to get bored when he heard some noise at the exit. Right before his eyes the gates collapsed, which meant someone closed them. The wooden trunk of the rim was exhausted, and crumbled as if it once became rotten. When the warrior ran to others, they told him to call the bishop. Only a few people left the vault, and after that he began to close. There were only 3 of them, and they were terribly battered, we can say, at death. When Paul came to his senses, he asked where he, from a red-bearded warrior, was on duty at his bed. But he immediately stated that it was better to answer the guy honestly. Only 3 of them survived from all the entered seekers. He wanted to know what happened, and Paul began to break the comedy, portraying extreme surprise. He said that everyone else was dead while the doctor was treating him with magic. The bearded guard warned that it was better to say everything as it is, or he would follow. Paul said that it was a demon, and portrayed horror on his face. He asked for a pen and paper to draw it. He made a sketch, and when the guard looked at him, he exclaimed at the whole tent that this made no sense. 100 people of representatives of different trading guilds fell, and this caused violent disputes in the team tent. Some bearded man exclaimed in alarm that his relative was in the group. The guard showed them the art of Paul, who turned out to be a very good image of the leader of the Hobs. It was a boss who killed everyone. For those who gathered in the tent, it was a significant argument. The Hobs knew how to use the guns. There were many of them, and they acted like an army. But then an arrogant barbling performed, who stated that the 3 sisters would never have died from this. Terraconya Mustache explained that all this gains meaning only if they were betrayed, and they were unexpectedly attacked in the back. He said that everything is obvious. The Trinity survived, which belongs to one group. But then Ibis stated, who stated that he could no longer listen to their nonsense. His guys survived because the best, and the betrayal is only an excuse. The barbel with a cockroach mustache was indignant from the fact that his people were considered worse. They immediately began to bicker with Ibis about who was cooler, despite the fact that not one of them was in the fault. The arrogant cockroach demanded evidence from Ibis the statements, and Ibis confidently stated that his team did not take any objects from the fault. They have no motive. Paul thanked his guard for his help and bowed to him. His partner asked, "Unless you can leave the Seekers like that," but he replied that they had decided everything. On the way from the camp at the gates, Paul saw a snail crawling in the forest. Part-time piano. Kira exclaimed in surprise that the snail really followed them. The cute creature stared its monoculars and smiled. When they had already left the burning forest, Kira asked Paul what he puts on. They figured out the minions of the dark magician and destroyed the Hobs in their camp. Now it was possible to throw out all the objects, and how to cripple yourself properly. Paul listened to her carefully. He had objects with whom he did not want to part. Kill the boss and throw out the items, so he would do. But the little thing, which was brought by the sorcerer, the Pen of Phoenix, was too valuable. It's just holding it with it to increase fire damage by 1/3, and unlike other objects, it accumulated effects. Now Paul understood why the Seekers were killed one by one. He had to take the pen with him at all costs. Kira recalled that if they carried it out, then that they did not record earlier, they will definitely be suspected of killing players. She told him not to be greedy and adhere to the plan, especially since they had already found a point of exit in the destroyed camp. But then Paul saw the piano in the bushes and smiled, surprising a girl who had not encountered such a thing before. The pet coin did not possess any skills. He simply followed the owner and collected different junk, and his sink was quite spacious. In a last life, he found this creature in Gates, and very successfully found it here. Thanks to the slug, Paul dragged a valuable artifact through the border control. Kira enviously asked how he found out about this snail, and Paul said that it was just luck. She asked him what was next. They did as he said, and the magician asked her not to rush. Their enemies made their way, even in the order of the knights, which means that the survivors need to be more careful, or the conspirators will fall to the bottom. Paul said that they had to return, and you just need to wait. The girl fell to the knee and read out a report to her master. All the minions fell from the clutches of monsters, survived 3 from the gap ore. At the meeting, they suspected the survivors, and not the followers of the dark magician, but also on that everything was subsided. Now they could continue their conspiracy. At this moment, the ominous lightning struck, effectively highlighting the villain who appreciated theatrical gestures. The villain said that at least one of the 3 was supposed to see the sorcerer with villas, but Paul was not in the reports of Paul, which means they hid it. Perhaps Paul knew that there were not just players behind the attack, but the minions of that person, and it was likely that he would tell about it. This meant that they were in danger, the servant exclaimed, and said that it was necessary to cut off all the connections and hide the ends into the water. And the villain crumbled and said that this is an invitation that he accepts, but he needs another scene, he said under the peals of thunder. And on this scene there will be many spectators, on the gates of which he spoke of many marks from past teams. It was hell, chaos in which ugly monsters of incomprehensible biological origin attacked them. He lived in complete poverty and could only look at the suffering of his younger sister, and he could not even be near when the family died. This place has always been a hell. A girl with an axe on her shoulder was surprised that someone else survived. But the ill-mannered beast clinged to the wall, gazing at her on a walking journey. Such was his first meeting with Aaron, but then they smashed the monsters together. Debo killed them one by one and shouted that he was again in the first place. Someone objected to him that he did not reach slightly, and the other member of the team added that the bullying was too. Aaron smiled pretty much and said that they finished today. It was a good job. She alone stood on unimaginable grief from the corpses of monsters. In 1 year with this woman, Debo changed dramatically. She was cold, and at the same time caring, and he watched her from the side. So he became her student and worked hard to achieve her recognition, although he was very shy. They wandered into a deep cave, where the bowels of the earth flow like rivers. The girl asked Aaron to help her find her brother. No one else wanted to go so deep into the caves. But the cold warrior said that she came to the wrong address, because Aaron did not accept personal orders. Although the girl called herself a guide, she had only a third circle. She would be an obstacle below. Besides, her brother could be dead. But Debo interposed in the conversation. He said that they should help the girl, because this is her last hope. He confidently stated that he wanted to help, and promised to be responsible for the safety of this girl. Aaron listened to him, and reviewed her decision. They went down into the cave deeper. Searching the body behind the body, they were looking for a brother. But it was not clear how the seekers died here. Their wounds were not from monsters. A week passed from the death of a person, they figured, when a shadow hung over the group. Something very large fell on them from above and almost crushed. Debo did not understand what was happening, but managed to save the guide girl. But at that moment they were attacked by some huge monster and pulled his paw. Debo shouted the girl to stay in place, and he went ahead. But then Aaron intervened and repulsed the paw of a huge monster with a powerful blow. She shouted to Debo that they would attack on the left so that he would cover her. Zadira rushed into battle, screaming fervently that he wanted to deal with the monster sooner. The rest also rushed into the attack on an unknown enemy. In the crowd, they jumped onto a multi-armed stone statue. Someone closed the protective dome. The girl guide watched the detachment with anxiety, but could not help them. Usually more people die in the missions of salvation than those who need to be saved. Debo was breathing heavily. They came across an annoying monster just as they were told. His comrade asked where Shinon. He could not find her anywhere. Debo found her brooch at the entrance to some cave and could not believe that she had gone there. Aaron told him not to lose vigilance. She felt the energy even stronger that was inside. There could be someone even stronger inside, but this is not for sure. Debo said that since he was responsible for her safety, then he should follow the girl, but his friends besieged him. But Aaron stated that she would follow him, because no matter what, it poses a threat to their world of Maple. And since her task was to stop evil, they agreed to go together. The rivers of molten stone flowed below. It was stuffy and hot. The girl found her brother at the foot of a tree. There were tears on her cheeks because the brother was already dead for a long time. Debo was completely stunned. In his dreams of heroism, everything was wrong. He shouted to the girl that he would take her now. She grinned wryly, saying that he nevertheless followed her, as she thought, because he was kind. But the girl could not go back. She said that a demonic tree was an evil purchase, and it controlled the monster outside. "The real battle is only ahead," said the obsessed girl, and Debo did not understand what she was saying. Aaron stopped him. She did not think that the one to whom they helped to have another face, and promised the bus to cut down the tree. Aaron told her to leave, because she could give her a barrel if she finished with other matters. Aaron realized that Shinon wanted to use his brother as a sacrifice. The girl took the red stone of mana from his pocket. She stated that it all started when they only entered here. The demonic tree could control others, and this concerned not only statues, said the girl. And at that moment Debo received a blow to the back. Aaron turned late, and the shadow of anxiety ran over her face. The warrior herself was attacked from the back with her own ally. A violet magic tornado hit the ground and fragments of stone sprayed in all directions. Debo turned to the one who pierced him, and stupidly asked what she was doing now. "They killed her friends," said a distraught friend. Her eyes burned with fire. The girl's guide laughed and said that the words are useless, because for the addressed, they are now an object of revenge. She stated that it was time for the final, and streams of magma rose up. Another stupid statue appeared from the flowing stone lake. The girl's hair became white. Her eyes also became covered with madness, and she said that all this for the sake of a dark magician. Debo thought about what to do when a demonic tree took possession of his friends. Aaron screamed him with all his might so that he was not a child and killed her soon. There was no longer a mirror in front of him, and Debo replied that he knew about it. Aaron used the emission of adrenaline and accelerated sharply. Her blow cut off the statue and stalactites that hung on top of the cave. It was not worth bringing everyone here to blame Debo by looking at the fallen comrades. He rushed to the Ministry of the Black Magician to finish this matter. His girlfriend and ally stood in his way, and he chopped her with an axe. Debo asked her forgiveness when he noticed how the shield flew into him. He wanted to dodge, but Miriam's hand reached for him. Debo had to cut it in half in order to dodge a flying disc. Before her death, she thanked him and asked to take care of Aaron. Meanwhile, their leader, the warrior, pushed away from the floor and took off to the ceiling. She applied a monstrous incision along the demonic tree, but the stump was protected by a stupid stone statue. Aaron again had to make a somersault in the air, and she swung to strike. Behind her, the statue smashed the wall with her hand when she missed. Debo attacked the idol from the other flank, and Aaron shouted to him to break him. With a cry, Aaron again waved a power attack with great energy. Together, they began to crumble an annoying monster by many blows. The monster counter-attacked, but even being wounded, Debo was able to stop his blow. On the left, the shadow quickly approached him while he held the monster's hand. The worker of the dark magician moved to him with a knife to sacrifice his life too. But Aaron quickly dealt with her, with a lightning-fast blow. Only a statue remained that had to be destroyed. But evil did not allow itself to defeat so easily. Darkness attacked the mind of Debo. His eyes became crazy, and he shouted loudly to kill him faster until he killed her. The guy said goodbye to life, and thought that such an end would be better. He must pay for his mistake. And then he saw his sister's dead face in front of him. Debo did not understand how she was here in this terrible place, and who brought her here. Since he did not do this, then this is Aaron. He looked at his teacher. Aaron grumbled so that he would not worry. She would quickly end everything. Debo blinked at her madly as she dared to draw into this his sister. At that moment, a statue hit nearby. Her hand turned the paved floor of the cave. And then Debo scored Aaron with his axe, so she barely dodged. Aaron taught him well, because after a blow with an axe, he immediately attacked her with his knee in the face. The master took a blow to the block, but the force was so great that it still flew away. Debo was too fast. Their deadly strokes filled the room. But the master was not going to give up like that, and made a vertical incision. But he fell into the stone statue, which now covered Debo. Taking advantage of the fact that he lost sight of her, she quickly moved behind him. The obsessed madman turned sharply when he heard her steps. But Aaron wiped the blow with ice and crushed one paw of a stone statue. Next, she jumped to the monster's head, although he tried to close with the remaining hands. "It's time to put an end to this!" Aaron shouted, and swung for the final blow. The last blow fell on the statue with a roar of a bear, but the obsessed Debo, who landed on the boss's head, blocked her path. He jumped right at her, and very quickly the dark power of the feelings of Aaron. This was her only chance to destroy the monster, and she could not stop. Her strength and rage made their way through the statue and reached a dark tree. Debo writhed on earth from pain. He came to his senses and stopped being obsessed. Aaron was glad that he had come to his senses. She was lying on a stone with her back, and his axe stuck out of her body. Aaron worried more, which could leave without saying goodbye, but Debo still did not accept reality. She told him that 8 centuries ago, they had already been defeated from the dark magician. She could not stop him, because this is his task. He has a great talent, unlike her, at his age, the master said, and Debo wailed that he would never become so strong. She whispered that she leaves the world of maple in his hands and smiled. During the break, which she left cutting down the tree, penetrated daylight, and it became quiet. He was her only student, Aaron added. Her eyes closed and she fell asleep. So the great master left forever, and Debo had to tell her friends about this. And to the heroes, without her, this place was hell for him. At first he could not find his goal, and then he could not protect her and atone for his sins. He could not even fulfill the request of a person dear to him. The fireball of the cyclopic size rushed in his direction. The flame devoured everything around, by sea of fire. There was no chance of escaping from him. Debo woke up after a long and tiring flashback. It is not clear from which temporary line. It was a real nightmare for him. His sister saw that he opened his eyes and said that she was worried, because he had been disconnection for a long time because of the wounds received. She asked him about a nightmare, but the guy did not remember anything when they knocked on the door. The sister said that it was to him, and Debo went out to see without even dressing. Outside, the employer was waiting for him. Paul said that he would have to take up their plan earlier, and Zadira whined that he had a day off. Although at the meeting of the chapters he did not raise this question, he nevertheless interrogated Paul what happened in the fault, and how the Hobs were able to kill everyone. Ibis recalled that the guy would receive the reward for the dungeon only after he tells everything. He gave it to the most important thing. Paul indifferently replied that he was mistaken the last time, and first paid his debt by putting a pack of bonds on the table. It was 2 million that completely repaid his duty. Ibis tensed up with the fact that they paid the guy. He would not have accumulated so much. Ibis realized that Paul wants to do, since he is a free seeker, then it's time to conclude a new contract. Ibis asked what award Paul would like to get, and promised to approach her as close as possible, and he called the amount of 50 million. It was a stunning figure, and Ibis called it absurd. No one would pay such money to the middle rank as a medium rank. Paul resolutely got up and said that he would finish this. Debo asked how everything went. He waited outside and was worried his employer loved different tricks. Paul told everything as it is, and that Ibis refused after he heard the amount. Naturally, Debo thought that his boss is crazy, but Paul said that this was not so. Debo snorted that Paul always did first, and then reports, and asked what kind of place they came to. These were slums. Paul grew up here and spent a lot of effort to get out of here. Previously, this place was not bad, but it remained far in the past. Now it is a refuge for bandits. The worst place on the island of Victoria, Debo agreed with him. Before their eyes, someone kicked some guy, and he flew in their direction. The big man collapsed under their feet and slipped a little more. Several people pursued him at once, and everyone had a knife in his hand. A man on Earth said that he thought that everything would go well. Debo suggested bypassing the fight. This area was just the way he remembered him. But then the beaten screamed that they had come late and asked to protect him. He tearfully asked for help, and made a compassionate face, clinging to Debo like a tick. Thunder, with a knife in his hand, said that this garbage stole an object from him and sold it. They will let him go if they pay 3 million. Because of the broad back, the victim began to shout that no one saw him to steal something, and all this is slander. A big man with an incomplete set of teeth shouted in response that he was clearly in a hurry to die. But Paul threw 3 packs of money into his face, as if it were a real trifle. He paid, and ordered Zabuldigam to get out, which caused Debo an attack of inexhaustment. He ordered Ralph to follow him, and the victim was very surprised that they knew him. He did not understand where he was. They came to hire him, but they had no money, because they gave everything to the bandits. Ralph snorted that since they did not work for anyone, and they have no money, why he would join them. And Debo demanded 3 million ago. A smug insolent said that he did not ask to pay for himself. They did it themselves, did not even ask him. Since they made such a way into slums, they should know about his skill, and pay accordingly. He promised them a discount. Debo cursed when someone was in their conversation. The woman introduced herself as a badge. From the Kania trade union, she was looking for Paul. He grinned and said that it was he. Ralph was surprised. He heard something about this union. Further, this girl started cunning and sweet speeches about how they appreciated his efforts in gates per 100 people. And although it was suddenly in the gateway, she said that she wanted to recruit his detachment. Of course, they would need to pass a test, but then promised a bonus. Bage promised 3 million at once, and 50 for the entry. Paul accepted the order. Debo was also pleased with such a good luck. With this money, he paid for Ralph's services, and he was happy, since he was even ready to sell his mother for a coin. A contract for a year, and Paul promised him another 7 million after the raid. Debo was taken aback by such amounts. He did not understand how to spend 10 million on some kind of garbage. But then things went even worse. Kira Knight stood in front of them, and was a little embarrassed by Debo's straight and rough eyes. Kira was waiting for them in the tavern, and Debo was indignant, from the fact that this girl was here. The girl told him to shut up. She came to pay her debt. When they approached the orange gates, there was a downpour. A great day to go on a mission, Debo grumbled. This time in the detachment for stripping there were only 50 people. Ralph examined everyone and grumbled that there are too many useless people, because of which they will receive less money. Bade came forward and introduced herself, although everyone knew her, and said that they were going into the orange gates, which was also obvious. There were 3 Zarubs in the gates, from past teams, which were less fortunate. Paul realized that they had already begun to use this place. Let the timer different, but he already cleaned these gates in the past, which means his plan remained the same. All detachments will need to give a signal if they find the second gate. There could be a gate in the dungeons. In another dungeon, a dream inside a sleep of the first level is shorter. Kira explained that since this is a gates of 2 levels, both will need to be cleaned, and the internal level may differ from the external one. Ralph said that he did not think that Debo was so green, and was worried about success, and then he turned to Paul. The impudent robber stated that even if they concluded a contract with him, this does not mean that they installed the main in the detachment. The commander should get out according to skills. Paul grinned hearing this, and called Ralph Jadina, and agreed to solve this in the gates. The leader will be the one who makes a greater contribution. Ralph was satisfied, because as soon as he became the commander, the real fun will begin, Ralph thought and grinned greedily. Debo wanted to deal with the gates as soon as possible to get the promised reward, and now it was their turn to enter. Ralph continued to mock the guy who thought he had come for a walk. Debo got angry and offered to deal with everything like a man, but Ralph objected that the result would be obvious, and he did not want to do, which is not profitable. But as soon as Debo entered the gate, he saw the battle on the other side. The Seekers fought with monsters, shouted something about holding a system that no one ever uses. The monsters who attacked them were called a devilish eye and looked like toothy Kolobkov. One of them fell on Debo and pressed him to the ground, intending to bite off his head. Debo rested his hands on his jaw, and the monster's tongue had tasted him. But Ralph arrived in time, who kicked a nasty monster, saved Debo out of a difficult position. Ralph told them to remain calm. Kira was alarmed that the exit led directly to the mouth of the monsters. The monsters smiled fervently and fled to meet new guests. But Paul seduced especially the zealous in the blink of an eye, with his mobile arrow. In his previous cleansing, they did not attack at the entrance. Kira applied her ability that she covered the sword with a gold aura and also attacked. But the monster showed the miracles of agility and was able to dodge her rather fast attack. She made a few more quick waves, but the monsters dodged again. Kira could not predict their movements and missed a sharp attack by the tail of the monster. As soon as she lost her balance and fall, the sticky monsters rushed at her from all sides. But then someone hit the monster so that he scattered into pieces. Debo pressed again. The tooth grabbed him by the halberd and did not let him in. But then Ralph hit the monster in the head so that it became like the corpse of a flattened frog. After that, he kicked another monster so that he simply torn into pieces. Debo was surprised by his strength. Ralph was more than capable. He considered the dead monsters and told them that they could not thank him. 3 circles of strength burned on his wrist. Kira was also stunned. The strength of the 3rd circle was different from the one that they possessed. Another monster rushed at them, losing his mouth and even rows of teeth. Ralph again broke his smooth body like a ripe watermelon, and violet scraps sprayed in all directions. The movements of the monsters were flexible and spontaneous, but no more. Ralph exceeded them in speed. He was much more effective than 2 Salag, Debo and Kira. Only a boy of a magician remained. Paul had a fiery arrow and telekinesis. He could even attract the attention of the guild, and coped with small mobs faster than Ralph. But Ralph did not know how Paul would fight the bosses, and did not notice how the tooth from the back approached him. He still hit him on the reflexes, but the one with a flexible body dodged this. But Ralph did not care. He attacked the uppercut in the head of the monster. His fist in the glove again sprinkled with purple blood, and he was all thinking about the money that Paul could get in the future. He already saw this how to swim in money after he became the commander of this detachment. Kira looked at the madman, and was surprised that Ralph was having fun during a heavy battle. He shouted that it could not be better, and again waved to the next frog. But quite unexpectedly he received a kick on the kidneys and flew off. Paul was those who kicked him, and Ralph was completely discouraged by such a vile attack. He asked the boy when he landed, what a vile attack, did he really want fights? Paul replied that Ralph could not thank, and he exclaimed that for nonsense when the monsters rushed to him. But at that moment, they were struck by a scattering of blue arrows, which tore the monsters to pieces, and would have killed Ralph if he stood there. The clearing was in the palm of his hand for him, like people that fought with monsters on her. The archer sat high on the tree, and when the bowstring was pulled, 6 arrows light up on it at once. Paul saw a flash behind him and understood where the fire came from. He moved forward to cover himself with monsters who immediately rushed at him. They were not worried about the shelling. The arrows pierced ugly frogs and tore them into pieces. But Paul was not injured. He was surprised that the shooter could so quickly recharge. Having estimated the direction, he fired in a sniper with a fiery arrow. There was a powerful explosion in Dolly, which rose above the crowns of trees. Ralph admired the idea of Paul. Hide behind monsters, regroup, and counterattack. He recognized his skill. Debo noticed something and shouted to Paul to be careful. The arrows now flew from the other side, right to Paul, who did not expect a response after his own. There was an explosion since all the arrows flew to one point this time. Paul received a slight wound. He did not understand what was the matter, because the last time he got, so to everything, the attack on him was from the opposite direction. Kira shouted to him that it was dangerous here, and it was necessary to leave, which was quite obvious. The monsters were not afraid of shelling and interfered under their feet. And an unknown shooter methyl in the survivors, and did not spare the shots. But there was nowhere to run. Their detachment literally covered the rain from the arrows. They froze in place, not knowing what to do and where to retreat. Other seekers ran to where from such a massive attack. But it was too late with such a density of fire. For anyone it would fall. Arrows wounded people who did not guess to hide behind a tree. Kira was not going to die so easy and waved a sword. Her solar blow reflected the falling arrows. Along the way, she defended the seeker that was nearby. He shouted to her so that she would not sit down, and ran into the forest if she wanted to live. But she complained that she would have done it for a long time, if she could. In the forest, they were waiting for hordes of monsters. The girl closed her face from the heat when Paul's fiery spear burned their way to shelter. Now the road was free, he told them, leaving a deep line on the ground. Ralph said that he would go first. He was best for this role. They ran forward. Kira turned around and shouted to the others so that they would not hesitate. Even when the group left, rain and arrows covered them again. Several poor fellows did not reach the shelter, and Debo screamed Paul that they would die at such a pace. Paul gave a volley on the run, just turning over his shoulder in the direction of where the shooter fired. The explosion formed a smoke curtain that was supposed to hide their retreat for some time. Paul shouted Debo to listen carefully, his team. The shooter was struck by the fact that he was instantly discovered. His master was not in vain worried about Paul. Now he tracked only him, but Paul was moving too quickly for an ordinary magician, and it was difficult to get into it. The shooter considered the group of the survivors, and it was 6. One was not enough. It was that guy with the axe. But at that moment he heard a hissing of fire that was approaching him from behind. Using his handcuffing, which he took from the sorcerer, Paul could now create fireballs. Now he exactly saw how he got into the shooter. In his hands there was an axe of Debo. They changed their clothes and weapons to deceive the killer. Debo saw an explosion and stopped, realizing that their prank was a success. He carelessly took off his hood, thinking that it was over. He was glad that their plan was successful thanks to him, but immediately received an arrow in the kidney. Kira saw how he fell and screamed to him. It was completely unexpected. At that very moment, Paul saw a blue shot approached him, and the surviving people again covered the deadly rain from the arrows. The arrow's abilities were unthinkable, and this demoralized the remaining seekers. People continued to die, unable to scatter because monsters were waiting for them in the forest, whom they could not cope alone. Kira drove everyone and again dragged the wounded Deba on herself as the last time. But this time she was unlucky. A crazy shot fell into her leg. She immediately fell, not having the opportunity to carry further Debo, who was wounded stronger. She gritted her teeth, not having the opportunity to dodge the next salvo of arrows. They would have died, but in the last second they saved Ralph. He was indignant that he had to play the role of daddy, although he did not even have children. The shooter also moved quickly, and did not let his victims leave and hide. They fled in the direction that Paul pointed to them, and they collapsed right into the thick thickets of bushes, through which it was impossible to run. But when they looked up, they were shocked by what they saw. In the bushes in the middle of the forest, the gates were hidden in a second-level dungeon. Ralph grinned. It is impossible for Paul to know about them. There were about 100 meters to the enemy, and they will get into the gate faster than the arrows, Ralph understood. The big man said that they would climb into the gate, and they will wait for Paul, who wanted it. But Ralph did not notice that arrows were already flying from the opposite direction. They exploded with a blue flame. He threw his burden on the ground, and did not understand what happened now, how the enemy went around them in front. The arrows were already flying into it again, and Ralph was completely open. But at the same moment they were repulsed by a flying axe that Paul lent from Debo. The boy immediately pulled his hand to her tool of labor. The whole tree closed them with its trunk. From the arrow, Paul defended them again. However, his methods were tough, so that Debo was depressed when he realized what was waiting for him. The log simply dragged their trinity in the direction of the gate, and it rushed into the gate. Thereby Paul saved them from constant shelling. The killer that watched this maneuver thought that Paul is a real psycho. Arrows struck the monsters. He killed everything that moved, and at least somehow looked like a man. The killer announced that it was a monster again. He did not understand why Paul was not moving, because he would not find him. It was stupid, and the shooter was angry but was about to see how Paul would get out. During the 13th year, Sir Ekov took him to his place and held a match between 300 of killers. Only 5 survived. The murders lasted 7 days. No one could discover him, because his Sir Evov called him a ghost. The next monster moved and was immediately killed by 1 arrow. Again, a mistake. The killer realized that he was hiding on a tree. But then next to him, a fiery arrow hissed and struck the next tree. It was well recognized by the shooter, and began to quickly change his position, jumping from tree to tree like a monkey. He found a comfortable branch and took this place to counterattack. Now he knew where Paul was located. His attack was beating with a radius, so that the shooter could just cover the alleged area. But his salvo torn only the trunks of the trees. Paul was not there. Instead, the response shot circled the tree and found its target. The shooter fell off the tree, dodging the explosion. He realized that Paul was using telekinesis to confuse it. Although he called it a cheap trick, the fiery arrows were looking for their goal, wriggling like snakes around the trees. And the arrow had to give a salvo by Paul's magic to protect himself. Their magic collided in the air, and there was a powerful explosion that closed the review. Now the shooter could not see where the arrows fly from, and one of them was already aiming at his back. The arrow was saved only by his reflexes. He managed to shoot exactly at the target. But because of the close distance, it was still hit by a shockwave. The shooter fell painfully on his back and rolled to the side. He was shaking with anger that the great killer was so simply revealed. But this was only more interesting to say a smug shooter. The forest fell silent. A rustle of falling foliage was heard. Both hunters lurked. Paul realized that his opponent decided to hide on the present. It was annoying. It is amazing that the shooter could hide so well, Paul thought. Last time there was no one strong in these gates. So this killer sent the guild for him that hired him. Paul's presence influenced the course of events. The shooter called him. He shouted from the other side that since Paul understood everything, there is no need to hide like a rat, but to solve everything directly. Paul did not understand how the shooter was on the other side. He would not be able to do this directly without revealing his presence. This could also be an illusion, Paul thought when he got closer to the shooter. He felt his presence and exclaimed, "Found." Paul was attacked, and again from the back, although the enemy was right in front of him. On the other hand, the gate, unlike the summer forest, was snowing in the mountains. The trinity of the Seekers fell out there just as they were thrown by the Paul log. Debo worried that they abandoned him alone, and Ralph did not understand why they should listen to these complaints. Debo did not understand how Paul would deal with everything himself. When his hand felt for something firm, looking closely, he saw human bones. They were right in the middle of the whole cemetery of their predecessors who toiled into these gates, and eloquently warned of danger. Kira realized that this whole mission was a set, in from the guild that hired them. A sudden attack at the gate, the murder of Seekers, and the number of bodies inside, which does not coincide with marks on the gates. They are followers of the Dark Mage. Kira suggested that the guild lured here the Seekers who interfered with them, but the murderer's parcel said that they swallowed the bait. Ralph asked them what kind of minions, but then offered them to talk about it later. The owner of this place was very angry, and hanging over them with a shadow. A huge and ferocious monster appeared in front of them, whose eyes sparkled with animal rage. It was a boss of this place, which had not had dinner for a long time. Ralph realized that he would have to pay for the entrance. He told the team that usually no one shows it, but they were lucky and took out his necklace. If you ask to describe Ralph with a couple of phrases, then few people have a pleasant epithet for him. He will do anything for the money, such a reputation, a real discharge. But if we talk about him as a seeker, everyone considered him useful, and his skills were on top. This guy was the best priest to healer with 3 circles, and Ralph activated his healing. The wounded Kira and Debo immediately felt the effect of his abilities was enveloped in a green haze. Even deep wounds themselves were restored, to which months would usually go. Debo was surprised to realize what kind of class Ralph really had. Kira realized that even without the use of her abilities, Ralph was monstrously strong. The priest grinned and told them that if he got better, then it was time to work out a fee. Because the snow gorilla was not going to wait long, and tried to grab her dinner. Ralph shouted to them to show what they were capable of, and they barely dodged the blow of the snow monkey. The rock under my feet, Debo cracked and began to fall, so that he grabbed the edge so as not to fall. And the gorilla had already opened the mouth, as if in front of her was a buffet with a dessert. Strong jaws slammed shut like the sash of the gate of the castle, and crushed the stone like a nut. Debo managed to grab the fang of the monster and did not lose his axe. Therefore, he immediately attacked in the most obvious vulnerable place of the snow giant, his eyes. Kira, meanwhile, attacked him from below and chopped the monster with her aura with a sword. The axe was bogged down in the wound of the gorilla, and the monkey reached out to him to slam. Debo jumped to the side, and at that moment Ralph covered him, and did not let the monkey complete the blow. The priest possessed amazing physical skills, because he was also able to kick the monkey along the face. Fury tried to dismiss an annoying but strong midges, but Ralph dodged this blow. However, the beast was able to kick Kira, and she needed healing forces. Ralph grumbled that he got too demanding a team. He applied the ability on the girl right in flight. Debo was amazed. Their new ally not only treated them, but also successfully covered them. He also does it strictly at the right time. Ralph added, so that they do not forget his services are not free, and applied reinforcements to them. After a short battle, they were able to score the gorilla to death. Kira sighed. The monkey was really strong. Ralph replied that he was not so, and offered to discuss a fee with them. When the gorilla made a deafening cry, and they were doused with fetid breathing. Debo squeezed his nose from the stench and promised soon to send the monster to rest. But then his body began to be covered with a crust of ice, and a strange metamorphosis took place. The monster continued to growl, and the team, instead of finishing the boss, they waited for him to start the second phase. When the monster rose, it seemed even more and angrier than before. The forest was again announced by powerful explosions and the crack of breaking trees. Paul fled like a driven hare under the fluid fire of the shooter. There was something wrong here. He could not understand where the enemy shot. The archer with 3 rings could use a trembling voice as a teleportation, but this skill only returned the arrow to a certain point. You can install only one similar point that it does not allow to pursue the victim, Paul thought when the shooter again began to mock him. Hearing his voice, the magician threw a ball of fire in that direction. But he flew by. It looked like Paul spending his mana. In addition, cramps from mana deficit began to be enough. And the shooter was in perfect order. All this was very dangerous for Paul. The shooter thought that Paul wanted to distract him to get to the second gate. Paul was breathing heavily. The black zippers of the mana's shortage crawled across his face. He could not fight for exhaustion, not knowing where his enemy was. At this pace, everything will soon be over. A powerful charge hit him, and Paul knocked down. There was no time for thinking. As soon as he stopped, the rain flew out of the shots again. Paul decided to take a risk and drank a potion that raises Manu. This was enough to call the fiery sphere and repel the shooter's attack. "How stupid!" the shooter exclaimed and jumped on the tree, dodging a powerful explosion. But then he saw how 6 fiery arrows flying at once. Paul used the most powerful spell of the third circle, while experiencing a shortage of mana, as if he wanted to sacrifice himself, the arrow thought. Paul decided that they would get to the killer if he understood his secret correctly, and he would get him by force. Paul's fiery arrows were put into an uncontrolled flight, and the shooter thought that he was already hit where he had fallen because he was distraught. And Paul again released the fireball, already with all his strength. This shell made the arrow move because he flew close to him. The ball paved his way through the forest thicket, but the shooter simply jumped like a squirrel from a branch to a branch. "Not yet the end," Paul repeated himself, and strained all his strength. Many explosions tore the silence of the forest, in different places. A miracle that the whole forest did not fire. The shooter mocked Paul, who thought that he could get such an attack into him. His fate was already a foregone conclusion. Very soon the magician will fall from the exhaustion of mana and die from shock, feeling his body disintegrate. Another explosion tore the trees and chips. Paul did not spare strength. Let him breathe heavily, but kept thanks to one willpower in overcoming the protagonist. He called the fireball in front of him, and poured the rest of his strength into this magic. And then the shooter noticed that in the radius of his jump, there is not a single tree that would not be embraced by a flame. Now he realized that it was this Paul and sought. He set fire to the forest in which it was no longer possible to hide, and you could burn alive. To be saved, the shooter rushed to run to the open field away from the trees. But then he was dawned on him that he acts not of his own free will, as if he had specially taken to this field. He heard the movement of steps and felt like a drove. Another shooter appeared on another tree and shouted to him that they should return. The brothers acted together. This is how they managed to fool Paul's head all this time. But now one of them has opened, and Paul was able to hit him with a stone, which raised with the help of telekinesis. The second shooter shot him to cover his twin brother, but the cobblestone also flew into it. They could no longer hide from Paul, and he saw them well. And when the squirrel was on the ground, Paul attacked some kind of stick. The killer froze on the spot, not knowing what to do, run or fight. He pulled out his bow from behind to protect himself from a crazy opponent, and he made an inconceivable somersault, and the spear of Paul whistled past. Then the shooter tried to attack him from above while the magician was open. Paul dodged his leg. He himself was already exhausted and could not stand for a long time. To deprive the arrow of the support, he hit on the bow with a stick, and the acrobat lost his balance, began to fall on his back. And using this, Paul hit the back of the staff. The arrow broke the bow. He sent him on flight and swung for the next blow. The enemy was completely open in front of him. A mask fell from the killer's face, and he could tell the story of his scars. But then their conversation was prevented by the second shooter, who almost killed Paul. He shouted Niru to get up and hurried to them with all his feet. The shooter was sure that Paul would no longer have time to accumulate mana for the next blow, but his arrows were endless. But Paul's knife, which he directed by telekinesis, was already flying through his soul. The blade whistled by, almost wounding his neck, but did not fall, but described the curve. The telekinesis demanded a minimum amount of mana, and Paul could move the blade pursuing the killer, no worse than fire. But at that moment, his first brother Nir jumped on him. There was also a knife in his hand. Paul had to dodge sharp attacks, and nearly defending the staff was not easy. The second shooter hit his thread of kinese and interrupted it. He thought he had already won, but Paul threw several stones into him. He fought in close combat with the first, and held back the stones of the second. Nir clenched his teeth. The enemy was the same good, and in close combat, which is very rare for the magician, and repelled all his attacks. Moreover, Paul was able to counterattack in the stomach, and his face grimaced in pain. Paul again used kinese. It was impossible to give the enemy space for maneuver. His blade began to whistle past the second shooter, not letting him get close. At the same time, with a blow of a staff, he knocked out knives at the first shooter. And then he shied in his head with his stick in the style of the masters of kung fu. But at the same moment I received an ordinary arrow in the hand, which was very unpleasant. Nir praised his brother for a good job, and threw Paul his legs with a kick. Paul could no longer hold a staff, and the killer attacked him with a knife. He began to apply quick sweeping blows and mocked the magician, who had one hand left. But Kung Fu Paul was cooler than him, and he miraculously could disarm his opponent. The killer lost his knife and jerked his second hand to grab him. But when he grabbed the blade, Paul grabbed his hand and turned the arrow of the wrist, from which he screamed in pain. Nir shouted so that Paul would let him in, and began to threaten him. But Paul called on a fireball, and then the shooter began to beg to spare him, calling the magician crazy. There was an explosion. The second killer closed his eyes with his hands so that they would not burn. He did not see what was happening there. Nir flew to the tree. He was carried away by an explosion from the near distance. The shockwave made its way to its internal organs, and he could not stand up. After such a blow, he could not even breathe normally, not to move. And then he finally realized that he could really die here. The second shooter wanted to hurry to the aid of his brother, but an obstacle grew in his way. The ball of telekinesis held the smoke curtain, preventing it from unraveling. Nir did not see where Paul went, and was in a hurry to find him. He fled right through the tongues of flame, which still have not gone out, covering his face with a rag. Paul jumped on him from a tree like a wild cat. Because of smoke, the killer did not see him to the last. In the hands of the magician, there was an arrow that he pulled out of a through wound in his hand. Nir threw a rag at him to distract. His goal refused to die. He squeezed the knife stronger so that he would not slip, and hit Paul, sprinkled hot blood. The second shooter saw the power that the smoke was holding out. He realized that the magician was dead, and he hurried to his brother, who could be wounded, still not understanding what happened. He saw Nira nearby. He was breathing heavily and could not stand on his feet. A forest was burning around them, and he grabbed his brother. It was necessary to leave until the fire buried them. He told his brother that it was not the time now. They dragged out this business too much, and had to return the Pen of Phoenix. But when the shooter looked at the murdered magician, he saw on his hand a steel handcuffing his brother. Nir is dead. The shooter understood his mistake and felt the cold. Paul hit him with a knife. A kiss of death did not make himself wait long. After he threw the dagger to the ground, and he fell to his knees. In this battle he used everything he had, each of his tricks, all his strength and skills. Nothing else was left. The archer's annoyed, he thought. Meanwhile, the gorilla believed in her and arranged a comeback again, smearing Debo on a rock. The monster did not let him leave and delivered another powerful blow from above. Debo lay on the ground, breathed heavily, and could not do anything. The second phase of the monster was too tough for them. He was too strong. It would be half a meter, and it would definitely turn into a cake. The monster attacked again to complete the work he had begun. But then Ralph jumped on top of him, and the gorilla immediately noticed him. But for him it was too slowly, exclaimed by Ralph, and hit the gorilla with a fist. The monkey received an encouraging kick from the priest, and she liked it. But strong damage did not pass, because the gorilla was protected by the armor of ice. She slammed the priest, who hesitated, like an annoying mosquito on her face. If it were not for his strong body, and not the help of Kira, he would have had to be tight. The girl knight cut the monkey llama with his blade. She shouted to him that she had repaid for one healing, and held out her hand. Then grabbing Ralph with him away from the monster. A ferocious monster hit the ground right behind them, but fortunately it did not hit. As if there was little, the gorilla learned to fly, and made a powerful jump towards the fugitives. When the monster landed, he brought down all his mass to the ground, causing a shock wave, from which it was not to dodge. Ralph treated their team on the go. Without this, they would already become a snack for the monster. Debo was worried about whether there was a way to defeat the giant, because so far they are losing the battle in one gate. Ralph said that a vulnerable place is his back, and when Debo grumbled that she was big, he answered him to simply distract the monster. His task was to approach the weak place from which someone's blade was sticking out. Debo tried to delay the fist of the gorilla, and piled on him with his whole body. This could only work here. In the normal world, he would not have enough stop, and his fist would simply overturn the guy. When Debo gave a signal, Kira and Ralph rushed to the monster. The priest aimed at the sword, and the knight covered him. They had to do acrobatics to dodge the monster's blows. Debo was nervous. The monster still noticed that they were creeping up to him, despite he distracted him. The monkey was surprisingly dexterous in the battle with 3 insects that jumped like grasshoppers. Someone jumped when the gorilla put him on the ground, a strong slap. It was Debo, he got well, and the second slap flew from above. Kira shouted to Ralph to heal when they hit the guy again. Ralph stood aside and held on to his head. He was also tired of order. The priest warned Kira that he had 4 restorations left, and she should dodge. The monster growled. The seekers parted to wait until he was distracted. But Kira fell under the blow. Immediately after the words will evade, Ralph had to save her urgently. But due to the fact that the girl lost consciousness, he realized that he wasted the skill. Now Ralph remained with an ice monkey one-on-one and had to fire. Debo meditated after a general massage. From the monster, the service was free. From such procedures, he all relaxed and lost his will to battle. Debo plunged into a first-level flashback, where Paul told him how to raise the level of power. Debo had enough experience to get a second circle, but Paul advised to do this later. Enlightenment depended on thinking. For everyone, it was his own experience. Paul said that he was meaningless to share his personal. He would not help him. It was necessary to find the key stop word that would suit him, said the leader of Debo. This could be an understanding of mana, or the search for knowledge, or one unforgettable memory. Debo's heart sank, and the frequency of blows intensified. He attacked the monster again, but the monkey missed him and waved his paw to the meeting. But Debo dodged and struck a chopping blow that cut the ice armor on the monster's body. Even Ralph was surprised that Debo pierced the ice of the monster from one blow and did not understand how he did it. Now the second circle appeared on Debo's wrist, and he could again attack with increased rage and force. The vertical incision tickled the monkey face, and she crouched in pain, finally began to use his axe for their intended purpose. Next, he climbed onto his back and swung an axe, aiming at the sword that stuck out of it. Debo struck flat, and as if with a hammer he drove the wedge deeper into the monster. The core of the ice monkey cracked, and she tried to fall on her back to hand out the Debo like a bug. Ralph jumped onto the monkey to beat her and praised Debo for a good job. Ralph also raised Debo from the dead and shouted to him to continue his business, and the guy listened to him. The monster growled tiredly. He felt his close death. In the end, he was created for this, to pass the glasses of experience to the heroes. Debo again absorbed damage, but timely treatment with a healing enema from Ralph saved him. However, the doctor himself fell into the clutches of the monster, and he painfully squeezed him. Ralph grinned because he completed his task and distracted the monster. Debo was again in a position to strike Klin in the back of the monster. He put all his strength into this blow, and his axe exploded with fire. This time the monster's core was penetrated, and for a monkey it is a mortal wound. Debo again swung an axe to save the monster from torment, but even the wounded gorilla was able to throw him to the ground. Debo got out of the snow and again rushed into battle because Ralph needed help. He grabbed a half, dead Ralph, and asked him what was happening. But suddenly the monkey began to run away from the seekers as if frightened. The monster lost its limbs right on the go. The ice armor that protected it before began to destroy the monster. He crawled forward in a vain attempt to escape, but his body had already completely decomposed. The monster published the last roar and rested in peace. Debo tiredly watched his death. Kira came to her senses in the cave where Debo dragged them. He broke the fire so that they would not freeze, and Ralph is still an old one. First of all, she asked what was with the monster, and Debo noticed that they were wrapped in his skin. The bad news was that the gate could not be found. The weather was not the best, so Debo decided to relax. Ralph was also not in the best shape. After the snowstorm subsides, they could look for a way out. He went out for reconnaissance when he cleared up a little. The frost still burned his skin. We have already passed since they were divided, and Debo worried about Paul. If he suffered, killers could follow them. He heard some movement behind and turned around. Winter, hardy versions of monsters from the forest with one eye, crawled there. Debo grinned, and when he was surprised, he simply brought a bunch of monsters. Kira heard that someone was walking by the cave and thought that Debo had returned from intelligence. The guy was battered and dirty. He said that he was faced with a couple of bald bees. Kira was surprised that there were still monsters. It was dangerous because she offered to go with him. But Debo replied that someone had to look after the unfinished priest, They are partners in the end. Kira still insisted to join him, but Debo said that they would only get confused because he remembered the places where he was already. He added so that she would not look for ways to spend strength and rest, and he fell to sleep. Kira looked at the fool who built himself cool, although he was barely moving and was exhausted. Then Debo continued his raids. After a short rest, he got used to fight against snow-eyed frogs, but this time there were quite a few of them, and they pressed him to the edge of the cliff. Debo froze. He had no warm equipment, and he had not been around the fire for a long time. Hungry monsters were eager for him, despite the danger that his axe was represented for them. Without having time to react with an axe, Debo hit the frog right into the only eye. But by the power of inertia, he was faced with the edge, and he collapsed with the monster, almost perishing. And when he looked around, he saw that a man was sitting on his knees in the snow, and a note in his hands. The man died not so long ago, and his last will could be on the sheet, Debo thought, and took a letter. It was a letter with a seal, and quite verbose. There was a message outside, about the trust of the one who would find it. The man asked to take his gloves as a reward. They are suitable for soldiers. Their group fell into a trap, and the monkey killed his partner. Also in the letter, a hint was announced where to look for a way out of the gates of the second level. But to open these gates, you need to defeat the boss. On the back of the letter, the dead man left the map where to look for this place. He also asked to deliver a letter to his house and inform him to loved ones. Debo spent time and effort to rest the body and soul of a warrior. Later, he and Kira dealt with all the small monsters that prevented them from getting to the exit. The girl pressed the column and activated the return portal. Now their trinity could get out of this icy wasteland. They returned to the forest, through those gates that they went, not knowing what was waiting for them, and whether Paul won the shooter. Debo asked Kira what to do now, but the girl did not know. They were both not in the best condition. Someone in the mask said that he assumed such an opportunity, and the Seekers started. So the ghost fell, the killer said. He realized that the shooter was dead. With him there were other minions with daggers in their hands. Debo was nervous. He could not fight with experienced killers, the name of the wounded Ralph in the rear. The personality in the mask told them not to worry. He waved his hand and promised that they would finish everything quickly. Kira reflected the first attack with her sword, covering Debo, and told him to go back. But another enemy threw daggers into her and wounded the girl of the night. The third minister of a dark magician attacked Debo. But then a bright stroke flashed, and the killer's body penetrated the fire arrow. The second stroke destroyed the enemy of Kira. Death was instant. The arrow changed the direction several times, and left no chance to the minions of evil. The latter was killed by an accurate hit in the heart. The ambush was a success. Debo stunnedly looked at the mountain of corpses, and looked around to see the one who arranged it. It was Paul, who grinned affably by him and asked if they were missing. Debo suggested leaving warm greetings for later. And since he was late, Debo said that Paul would be a couple of cups of tea when they return. A huge wolf rocked his long fangs and stared red eyes. Next to him was his master, who held this wolf on the chain. The villainous villain thought about how someone could appear so experienced from nowhere, and was not connected with anyone. Noise and rumors will walk for some time, he thought. A servant appeared at his feet, fell to her knees, and told him that Paul was returning, and wanted to know what to do with his contract. The villainous villain made a terrible face, which only to scare the babies, and ordered her to kill Paul. The servant who hired the magician was confused and wanted to object. The villain said that they were not in a position to worry about public opinion. Paul was too unpredictable, and someone was behind him. The ministry said that he really was not alone. With Paul, his group was. Ralph grumbled, tasting the dish, said that it was disgusting. Debo immediately exploded, and demanded not to insult his sister, while the girls chatted sweetly. Debo gritted his teeth because he did not want to bring Ham to his home. Kira recalled that the guild is hunting for them, and they would be dangerously separated. This house was the best place, including for his sister. Wherever they hide, they could find them, she added when Paul returned, and said that he went on business. Ralph said that just in time because it came to talk about the award. He suggested starting with the leader of the group and give everyone 7 million masses. Debo was indignant that in such a situation they would ask for money from their killers. In addition, according to Ralph, it was Debo who defeated the snow monkey, although he did not remember this. Kira added that Paul fought with the murderers of the twins and saved them. The arrogant Ralph asked them who saw it, as if in this matter it was possible to lie. Kira ignored him and asked Paul what to do. He replied that the Kanaya Guild would do something against them. At that moment, someone knocked on them in the door and asked how long he would wait here. Debo turned around and opened his mouth in surprise. Kira was also stunned when he saw the guest. Ibis asked his sister Debo to say a wretch who had just come that he should rush. Larkin ordered Ibis to fix this, and his voice then did not suffer objection. Ibis did not think that the new guild would contact Paul, and they would begin a raid before he had time to do something. He puzzled over what to do because if nothing is done, he will become a corpse. At that moment, they knocked in his door, tearing off the gloomy thoughts. It was Paul, who himself came and laid out his circumstances. He said that he has a contract for 50 million masses. Ibis pretended not to understand why Paul came, and he replied that if there was nothing more, he would just leave. Ibis grimaced and pulled out an envelope with a contract for 60 million from his pocket. It was even more than Paul asked initially. Of course, Ibis did not know that another guild tried to kill the magician. After they became partners and signed a contract, Paul posted everything as it is, that Kenya sent the killers and staged a trap. More than 100 people died in the gates, and Ibis was horrified by such methods, how the guild tried to remove witnesses. But this gave him a good trump card in his hands in order to eliminate his competitors. Paul understood in the expression that Ibis was glad to such news. He reminded Ibis that this testimony can be easily rejected. Ibis had no doubt about this, but believed that he could easily manipulate public opinion. Other guilds also need to find the guilty. But Paul said that there is still a way to destroy their common enemy. Instead of depriving them of their positions, you can simply erase them from the face of the planet. Paul said that while you can keep everything secret, the followers of the Dark Magician themselves will make the first move. Then they met with the representative of the Kanya Guild, and Ibis told her that he had come to apologize. He said that a little misunderstanding passed between him and Paul because of his youthful impulsivity. Paul is the official partner of Guild Gapor, said Ibis, and said that he was taking him to his place. The villain's minister said that in this case, she would not be able to pay him the promised reward. Ibis added that thanks to this incident, he was able to rethink the value of human life, and now he will relate to people differently. He said that now he will have experienced soldiers so that this would no longer happen. Of course, each member of the Paul detachment will have experienced protection, because the work was also magnificent. So henceforth, if someone wants to harm Paul, we'll deal with the whole guild of Gapor. Ibis smiled prettily, looking at the bewildered face of the pinch magician. When Debo heard the amount for which Paul signed a contract, his jaw dropped. He asked him what magic he created this. Kira noticed that they are now guarded by bodyguards. Ralph, who appreciated the money more than anything else in the world, and stated that Paul was very good in doing business. Ralph added that now you just need to get rid of Useless, and he is the best priest in this city. He could not only treat but to lead everyone into battle, said smug Ralph. Then he looked at Debo, who grumbled all this time and poked his finger at him. Ralph called him a monster and asked what he was. When he thought that Debo was disconnected, he woke up, and he defeated the boss himself. This could not be conveyed in words. Kira also noticed this, that when Debo fought with small monsters, he seemed to be wild and lost consciousness. The guy answered them that he did not know how to explain it. He just as if sleeping. In this dream, he saw an unfamiliar woman he was fighting, and there was a feeling that they were close. As soon as he woke up, he forgot her face, and only remembered that they used the axe like him. Hearing this, Paul was taken aback. Perhaps these two were somehow connected, and while Debo sleeps to him, part of his past forces, to regression. Paul thought, he did not understand how this was happening. Perhaps something went wrong after he changed his fate. This also applies to him. Ralph turned to a thoughtful Paul. Looking at how quickly the magician became stronger, he understood why Guild Gapor was so interested in him. Then he looked at the girl of the night, and so started, from the fact that she would also be evaluated. She had good foundations, and she was quite skilled for the second circle, according to Ralph. But she did not stand out against the background of the rest, he said with pressure in his voice. Ralph said that they are now a bait for the killers, but they were paid for this. But he did not want to share a reward with those who are a burden. He stated that he would be grateful if Kira returned to his knights in the order, and the girl got angry. She plunged into a first-level flashback that was needed to reveal this character. When she walked along the corridor of the Order, someone met her and said that the girl had a lot of work. With a grin, the knight said that he thought that she had died in those gates. Kasim asked if she was going to the master, and Kira looked at him with distrust. He heard that she joined the team of seekers, and clearly underestimates her price. But for her, this is an ideal place, the vile type said. Leave this place, the best that she could do for the master in order, he added, and went away. Kira informed the master of the order about her desire to leave. He asked her what was the matter. Was she really not the one who he thought? But the girl replied that she could not explain it now. But once he could. Hearing this, the master asked her, and broke away from the papers. He told her that he would report that her participation in the team of seekers, part of the secret mission, but she should come with a report, once every 3 weeks. The master told her not to forget that she is still his student, and forever the knight of their order. Kira told them that although he was asking for a lot, he could not return until he finds a traitor in his order. The girl said that she did not need money. She asked only to give her a little time. Ralph smugly grinned. She was so immature they want to get rid of her, he decided for everyone. But Paul intervened in the conversation and asked Ralph whether he was sure of his words. The displeased priest turned to him. Paul said that given the character of Kiri, it will only be worse for them if she would look for the followers of the dark magician alone. Let Ralph believe that Kiri did not have strong enough skills. He had something to add. Paul sent him to the second floor of the vault because he was sure of Ralph's skills, but they would have died without Debo, and this was disappointing. Ralph trembled and stated that it was not an ordinary opponent, and Paul had no right to say that. The snow monkey was not an ordinary enemy, snorted Paul, and said that he had already killed this and independently. Of course, this was before his regression, but he could not tell them about this, and he would not have to fight with the monkey if everything went according to plan. He thought to do this time, but Kenya sent more experienced killers than Paul expected. Ralph was indignant and called his words nonsense because until recently Paul was a slave. Then Paul looked angrily at Zadir and suggested showing evidence of his strength. Ralph is fast asleep and said that the evidence is not needed, and he asked him too. He didn't need a magician either. Paul smiled pretty. He achieved his and put the priest in place. Everything was quite simple. They should become stronger than it is now. A month remained before the next raid. And in such a situation, the decision is cruelty, the magician said. The servant reported to the villain that everything went not according to the plan. Guild Gapor intervened, and if you fight with her, this would attract general attention. The villain thought about how they knew. The negotiations from the very beginning were fars, he understood. The servant was not sure of this. Only the killers could own this information. Even the spy told him a little. The villain said that the Gapor should not become a problem, to destroy them easier when that day comes. Their enemy is a maple association like 8 centuries. Everything was just the same. Knights with the Empress at the head, Seekers, formed an alliance against the magician. But the villain did not leave the bad foreboding that Paul did all this only with the support of the Guild of Gapor. He ordered her to get more information about this trading guild. Like all the villains, he sat and handed out instructions instead of doing business and killing his enemies. Ralph received a cuff and fell on his back. They fought somewhere in the forest. Nearby stood Kiri, who also breathed heavily, while Ralph was indignant, asking which magician uses such methods. Paul carelessly approached them, as if nothing had happened. For him, this battle was a light walk. As if mocking them, he invited Ralph to try to deliver at least one blow. Paul promised that today's training would end if they could do this, and rushed to them, and Ralph shouted to lag behind him. Debo at this time meditated on the sound of a falling forest foliage, but the sounds of the battle constantly distracted him, because he could not concentrate. The guy would also like to train in battle, and did not understand why he had meditation. Paul told him to learn to force the force that Debo catching in flashbacks from his alternative future. Paul himself was not sure that this was possible, but it would be funny if Debo could. Debo sighed heavily. He still doubted that it could make him stronger. In the evening he was amused by Ralph's face and burns, swollen from beatings and burns. Paul said that he calculated the difficulty to match the priest himself, and Debo laughed even more from this joke. They worried whether it was possible to leave the sister Debo alone, but since there was guard, the team could go to training. Then the guy remembered something, and told the magician that he would like to discuss with him. He showed a letter, and the relic, thanks to which he was able to escape the last time. They had to be returned, but he did not know to whom. Paul drew attention to the cross ring tied to print. Debo saw how the magician thought and asked what was the matter. Paul took the letter to himself and said that he would figure it out, but for now Debo should go to bed early. From tomorrow he will also have to participate in training. Debo shuddered, and the battered Ralph grinned. Despite the evening, Kiri continued to train and cut trees. She was very exhausted after daytime exercises with Paul, who did not even sweat. But most of all, she was angry with the mug Cassia, who dared to mock the proud girl. Since then, she tried to prove to herself that she had a talent. Paul walked along the dark streets of the city, completely without hiding. He went to the door and knocked, and then walked away to wait until he was opened. He was met unfriendly, and Paul showed a letter by calling himself a postman. In the past, there was a case of the destruction of the gate. The guild of which they belonged sent a group for investigation, but never found the culprit. To the general surprise of the gate appeared near the place where they disappeared, and never destroyed again. Later Paul realized who stood behind this mysterious case, and also what were their true reasons. Meanwhile he was brought inside. Paul was in a small dark room and looked around. Someone asked him how he found out about this place from the darkness. 5 people looked at him angrily, and they gave a minute to thought. The Hunters of the Cross, the secret group who knew that the gates were a trap for the Seekers. It was they who destroyed them, the great sacrifice that no one knew about. The hunters took out their weapons and instructed him to Paul, showing that they were not joking. Paul handed the letter to their leader using telekinesis. He said that he had come to return the lost by them, but he realized that he would not reward him for this act. He promised to give them a short route. saying that if they spend time in search, it would be unprofitable for him, but the girl continued to count. Paul honestly admitted that he could not tell them how he found this place. But he warned that if they kill him, then the whereabouts of their leader would be disclosed, and the countdown of the hunters stopped. A girl with red eyes came forward and asked him who he was. Paul smiled and said that he was glad to get acquainted, and called her name. Her name was Sherry, although it was more correct to say for a long time, because in the past history they were friends. Cherry joined them when there were no hunters, and they shrugged to shoulder hundreds of times, until that very day. Then she smiled sweetly at him and said to go forward, promising to catch up, and sacrificed herself. At first Paul wanted to repay this duty, so he told them directly. So that they withdraw their cell in another city, because it is already open. And he recently found something, said Paul, and handed her some box. There was a severed hand. He took it from the Kanya guild, who tried to kill him. Cherry did not understand what this means. She thought that he wanted to provoke her, and said that he would regret it. But Paul suggested first to look, and took out his hand to Kani's, on the wrist of which there was some kind of symbol. It was a mark of a follower of a dark magician, a red spider with an eye. Other hunters also recognized this sign, and were surprised that the followers who were hiding well were from Kanya. It was difficult to find this mark, because it manifested it only if you have a mana's skin. Sherry was shocked, because few knew what it was. He asked him what he needed, and led not to tell nonsense that he was just a good person past a crocodile. Paul replied that he needed information, and after that he came here. After they decided to let go of the magician, began to discuss whether it was possible to believe him or not. Everything that was told to them was a trap. Sherry still decided to be more cunning and pretend that she got into her. Paul received what he did not expect to get with the information. He did not expect that his enemies would be so fast, and thought that their actions were also changing after him. But everything was already decided, the magician thought, remembering the skull. The next point of the route is the Nautilus boat. The steel vessel sailed into the sea. They were in the port, and Debo watched as passengers load on board the merchant ship. A month has passed since their last task, and everyone already had goosebumps through the body from anticipation of the case. Paul came to Ibis in the office to discuss his next raid. He offered him 2 major gates in which the Kanya guild was interested, and offered to do work because he passed a whole month. While Paul thought, Ibis managed to get angry, considering that the guy was frightened after they went so far. But the magician confidently stated that he had already chosen where he would go, and it was not one of the places listed by Ibis. He was taken aback by such impudence, and asked if Paul understood what kind of place it was. Kiri, the captain of Nautilus, commands a countless pirates there, and she had a student, nicknamed the Eagle Eye of Ray. The Gates of the Eagle Eye was named so in her honor after she died there. These gates were recognized as impossible with a huge reward, as many seekers died there. Hearing that they were discussing something interesting, the Lacron knocked on them. He came here to personally give something to Paul in honor of the beginning of a new raid. He showed him 2 pennies of phoenix, an object that the guild prepared specifically for Paul. The Lord smiled. He was waiting for good results from the magician. Paul understood that now he would have to work out the award received. He already had 4 phoenix pen. Debo asked him why he was not in. Paul replied that they were waiting for someone, and Debo was surprised. It was a seeker with a bandage that called out to call him a drink. In his hands he carried some kind of bundle. It was an order that Paul asked. The seeker gave them a bundle and ordered them to try on. It was a new uniform, light armor with a fur trim. Ralph was pleased that it was free. Kira was pretty because the form was easy and did not constrain movements. She walked her. They asked what this armor was made of, and the master replied that it was the skin of the snow monkey that Paul gave him. Debo remembered, then Paul took what he wanted and said nothing to him. The master was aware of their exploits. It is obvious that such a good skin could be obtained only in high-level gates. He still had another set, and Paul offered to leave it to the master, and when he did not understand, he informed him that the seeker should go with them, and therefore ordered to change. The large ship stood on the raid near the tropical island for a long time, so the team managed to get board. They met their seekers that they returned from the campaign, headed the team Lady Mayor. She returned, cleaning the gates 200 people, and rumors about her quickly parted the ship. Immediately after the mission, Mayor came to the captain and asked for permission to go to the gates of the Eagle, but received a refusal. He stated that she became much stronger and the captain has no reason to stop her. The captain looked up from her affairs and angrily asked if Mayor was going to argue with her. The girl also shook with indignation, as she should take revenge on the sister of Ryu, she asked. But the captain was adamant and repeated her order. Mayor lay on the table. Even strong tea from coconuts could not console her. The girl was indignant that the captain would never allow her to do this, and she thought to go to the raid without demand. Her first assistant said that Syrian cares about her, but Mayor believed that the captain was bending the stick. While the assistant comforted her, One of the sailors ran in and shouted that they had a problem. Some strangers a couple of minutes ago took the task of stripping the gates of the Eagle Eye, he said, and Mayer jumped up from such a surprise. Some land rats took the award, met them with an unkind word, pirates. Paul's team confidently walked along the deck of the ship, not paying attention to the cries around. Debo grimaced in smoking that they were looking at them with an unkind look. Kira told him to be silent. They violated the established order in someone else's territory. It would not be surprising to catch a bullet after that. Usually someone took the sheet with the task. He is obliged to enter the gate. But if someone put his eyes on them, then the pirates do not do this out of respect. And the task that they took belonged to Meyer, who screamed at them, asking who they were. Paul answered her coldly that if she considers these gates to be her own, she had to take the first task. The girl said that she was waiting for permission, but Paul replied that he was not worried. It was important to her because her mentor, Captain Kirian, Mayer, said that nothing would come of them, because rewards only for pirates. Those who are not able to take them if these gates are owned by Nautilus. Debo snorted and laughed. Now he understood everything. The red-haired girl told him to stop laughing and returning the award. Debo boldly grinned in response and said that he did not want to. He presented their team as Piratov Ibir. It was the name of the master in the red bandage. Ibir himself, who 5 minutes ago did not suspect such a status, embarrassed. Mayer said that you can't just take and be called pirates. There are a number of procedures. The captain should have a wooden leg, parrot, hook. Debo only smiled and said that they were real diligent pirates. How can they not know about the brave pirates, Ibir asked, and the master in the red bandage again published a nervous laugh. Ibir is a real pirate. This could be understood because they got here, and they are his team. But then another monster entered their conversation and said that there is only one pirate in their team. This is not considered. It was Mr. Murat, another muddy type with an important look. Paul never heard about him, and said that they did not violate any rules. Murat said that since Kirin brought them to this place, and to judge her, he asked them where the rest of the raid. Paul replied that all 5 were here. Murat was very surprised and considered them crazy. It was the gates of the 70 people designed. Then he asked the name Paul, and he introduced himself, and rumors went across the hall. Everyone heard about 100 people who survived in red gates. Debo boastfully extended his nose and said that everything was so. But stupid is unknown who and from where she got into the conversation, and said that this does not mean anything because the raid was failed. While her leader was cleaned up 200 people, and this meant that she was better, Mayer mockingly was embarrassed. Then Moore suggested going to a compromise, since they took the order first. Then why not to give in the rest of the place, Mayer? Debo snorted, saying that he would think about it, but Paul agreed. He demanded 100,000 per person, a maximum of 10 people. The redhead prepared the money, although her assistant recommended to wait a bit. All the same, Paul would just die. He asked what about Syrian, but Mayer replied that there was no time for this. She decided to ask for forgiveness later. The girl said that she could never allow them to pick up these gates. Dissatisfied, Ralph sewed on the magician and asked him why he said this. He was unhappy that they sold only 10 out of 65 seats and suggested change his mind. Kira recalled that there would be too many enemies. Besides, there could be the minions of the Dark Mage among them. Ralph proposed to smash everything, but Paul could not change his mind. Now his goal was to prevent the death of the second student of Kirian, in the gates where the first student died. After such a loss, Kirian fell into shock and wassilated from everyone, and then the minions of the Dark Magician defeated the pirates. Paul received information that Kanya was invested in the Nautilus, which means they act according to their plan. He had to reduce the number of variables, and reduce the use of mana so as not to make a last mistake. Ibira listened to Debo and Ralph on disputes, and did not understand what he was doing here with this bunch of madmen. In the evening, he knocked on his cabin on the ship, and he opened the doors. Seeing an unusual guest, Paul hastily suggested entering. It was Captain Kirin, the head of Nautilus, and the assistant Murat. He came to check something. And she asked Paul not to deceive whether he was a follower of a dark magician. She dumbfounded him. Paul did not understand how she could know about the dark magician. The future changed again. Murat noticed his surprise and suspected that Paul was connected with them. But the magician quickly replied that he simply did not expect to hear about the sorcerer from them. It meant that Syrian did not doubt their existence. The captain cut off that this did not make sense, and asked how he would prove that he was not the only of them. Paul replied that he could not do this, but the captain came to him already knowing about him. Otherwise, she would have killed him for a long time. So she was reported by the Hunters of the Cross. It was the only connection Kirian realized that Paul is the enemy of the Guild of Kazan. But this did not mean that he was her ally, and Paul said that he could become because they needed something from him. Kirian knew that behind the death of her first student stood followers of the Dark Magician, and that they had already deeply penetrated into the environment of pirates. She could not believe anyone except Marat and a couple of people, and Paul realized that everything was seriously. Kiri knew that the minions were gathering again, and that their goal was Mayer's. She was the icon of the ship. If the girl perishes, the Nautilus absorbs chaos, and even Syrian will not be able to withstand it. She offered Paulia a deal, protect Mayers and gates, and offered an artifact from the treasury as a reward. Paul's detachment entered the gate first. As expected, Debo shouted to the red girl that they could not rush. The girl did not answer, only thoughtfully watching the Seekers go into the gates about which she had dreamed for so long. They found themselves in a huge cave. It looked cool, but also dangerous, Debo told them. Kira recalled that they were not on vacation. And you need to concentrate. Ralph was all worried that they sold few places. The first monster appeared in front of them. It was a sweet dinosaur. Debo laughed. The beast looked stupid and not at all dangerous. He told them to move away to get rid of him, but it turned out that the dinosaur has a mother. Debo began to make excuses that they simply did not understand each other so much, and a terrible roar announced the cave. This time, the walk did not immediately set, and the air was filled with random shooting. The shots attracted even more monsters, but the pirates were sure that they would cope with this. This team of Seekers was very confident, because they cleaned the gates for 200 people. And one of them was so brave that I completely forgot about the rear. He almost became a snack for a lizard of a degree, but a couple of well-aimed shots tore her into shreds. The red-haired captain of the detachment ordered the red-haired position of the detachment, and caustic smoke was ordered by the red-haired captain of the detachment. Meanwhile, the friendly Trinity ran away from another lizard. Debo managed to run and swear on the go. As luck would have it, their leader Elam threw them, and left as he said about his business. As if it were not enough, a deaf wall was drawn right in front of them, and the warrior swore dirty again. He had to confidently dodge the sharp teeth of the monster, which hit the rock with all the carcass. When the lizard lost her balance, Debo jumped on her, and from all over the mock thrust his axe into a vulnerable neck, almost chopping off her. Before the battle, Elam instructed them. Usually they fought randomly, and this was of little use. Therefore, from that moment on, he ordered them to fight a team, and consider each other family members. In their detachment, Debo makes the first move. He makes his way to the front line and violates the enemy orders, confusing him. It's okay if he does not kill anyone in the process. His task is to hurt as much as possible and stronger. Go forward so that it does not happen and dragging the monsters behind him. He must ignore all the attacks from the rear, because to cover their task, Ralph, like a patron father, the priest the healer looked after him in battle, allowing Debo to frolic as a crazy one. Ralph needed to forget about his egoism and cover Debo with all his might. He had to fight for him. Elam left an accurate and unambiguous order. 2 lizards at once the size of a tyrannosaurus rushed at them on both sides. But both skillful fighters fought off this attack, quickly scattering the monsters with a series of powerful blows. The heavy axe Debo exploded with fire, crushed skulls and bones. One of the lizards swung his tail, threatening to crush the guy into a cake. Then Ralph took this blow instead of him, from which he almost lost all the insides. The power of paternal love, the priest shouted to the partner using the skills of healing. Kiri got the most important role, then Elam told them and grinned. After her fiery blows, no wounded enemy could recover. So the swordswoman had to follow everyone and finish off defenseless enemies. A sharp sword danced, leaving behind a fiery line, and the wounds who could not heal. Over the past month, Kiri has improved her skills faster than the entire previous life. 3 circles of mana flaunted under her steel impairment, so now the murder of monsters was much easier, and the whole team was ready to continue the battle in this mode. Somewhere on the island, 2 pirates guarded the entrance to the Orange Gate. When another team approached them, the guards immediately recognized the footage of their leader. They refused to report what was the matter, and loudly stated that they had a dealing with the miner. The red-haired captain at that time celebrated her primary success by taking praise from teammates, and was already ready to move on. Her people found large stones of mana and boasted a rich catch. But at that moment, when he rejoiced at wealth, the fiery arrow pierced her stomach to fly. The girl's face was distorted in a grimace of horror and pain from this unexpected attack. Suddenly, a fire shell changed direction and sharply flew towards another guy. But the assistant captain managed to save the poor fellow at the last moment, knocking him down. The miner shot right in a flying charge to at least somehow knock it. But then, with her back, she felt a rapidly approaching death from which goosebumps walked. The redhead gave a volley of 3 shots and made a veil of debris. Only then did she see the face of the attacker and demanded an explanation from him. "I just put things in order," I answered her with an indifferent tone of Elam. The staff in his hand burned in his hand, and there was an unusual bandage in the eye. Without unnecessary delay, he attacked the pirates with a bundle of many fire arrows, each of which controlled using telekinesis. But there was another hero about whom everyone completely forgot. Debo asked to trust him, but he himself disappeared, and now this poor fellow was left alone. He was lucky to find a hole in which he failed, and so he survived. But it was impossible to hang out forever here, because if everything leaves, he remains completely alone in the whole dungeon. Sitting in this hole, he thought for some time what to do. But then nevertheless he dared to leave the shelter, fearing to be eaten on the spot, because he was just a seeker of the second circle. And not in vain, after all, behind every turn of the cave, an evil and hungry lizard awaited him. Somehow, the guy whose name was not deposited in his memory crept up to the gates of the second level inside the gates of the first level. He already wanted to wait here, when suddenly something touched his leg, from which the seeker barely died on the spot. But instead of a terrible beast, it turned out to be an pet Elema. The mucus smiled and looked at him inquiringly. And how long he was here, a cowardly seeker was surprised, but did not notice how he touched the gate with his hand, which was why they were immediately drawn by them. The miner screamed again to Elam so that he immediately explained and instructed him with the trunk. Instead of an answer, they were welcomed by a fireball, a shockwave from which echoed a cave echoed. Cedral managed to run to this place and shoot at Elama from the gun. But the magician survived and sent him a chase behind him. Then Kedril told the miner that their enemy went in the same way, and gates per 100 people. The leader of their guild, Karen, found out about this and sent the second team to help the miner. Even retreating, Elam unhinderedly attacked. Like an equestrian archer, his arrows flew back. Each hit the target, and immediately destroyed a couple of pirates, who did not manage to pick up. But there were still a lot of pirates, and the pain for fallen friends only angered them more strongly. One of them applied the skill of a quick shot, hoping to hit a solitary target. The gun rumbled like a gun. That's just in response a fiery message in the form of a ball the size of a passage in the form of a passage flew. The magician already thought that he would leave, but noticed that he had 3 more pursuers on his tail. The next moment, he almost caught the shot in the head and managed to evade the hair. The miner was very angry and was not going to let him go, again loading the trunks of mana. They gave a salvo, unlike the arrows of the bullet. They did not change the trajectories and beat the rocky protrusions in a straight line. Elam was in a hurry to another orange gate when the shots decided to throw a grenade in him. The magician reacted instantly, and using telekinesis brought down a stone rock in the path of a miner. The grenade of the frame exploded right in front of this stone shield. It was a blow, from which the whole cave shuddered, threatening to bring down the arch and crush with its mass of miserable people. Many fragments buried a miner and Elam. Pirates hastily gathered at this pile. Due to the dust, the red-haired man could not even breathe normally and coughed. The darkness of the blockage was illuminated by Elama's fire, and the miner immediately brought the pistol on him, but she herself was at the site. Only thanks to his telekinesis, a pile of stones did not fall on his head, while the magician also supported the spell of fire arrows. It was worth paying tribute to the red-haired leader of the pirates. She did not flinch, still wanted to know what Elam had planned. Meanwhile, one of the assistants, shook the shots for the commotion that they arranged, because his efforts were their leader under the rubble. True, at the same moment an explosion rang out from the inside, and the shockwave threw heavy blocks. So the miner is alive, she realized. Her deputy is a lot surprised. Before they saw something through the veil of dust, it was cut by a fiery arrow. Fiery death cut the air between the pirates, almost killing one of them. But what followed her surprised the shots even more. A fugitive salvo from the pistols demolished his shrapnel shot, smelled of gunpowder and burnt meat. The miner came out of the vault, at the moment turning into their enemy, as if she had been kept under hypnosis. What a waste of mana, due to stubbornness, snorted Elam behind the red girl's back. This appearance dumbfounded all the audience, so they did nothing. The miner ordered Chio to his deputy to pick up the guys and leave immediately. Moreover, she insisted that this is the real order of Karen. A gilded medallion the size of a saucer flashed on her chest. The poor fellow seeker that he fought off the team was breathing heavily. He still did not know what to do on this side of the gate. It was best to wait. Behind the second gates, a similar cave was waiting for him. Looking around here, he noticed that someone similar to a person was moving in a thick haze. Then the brave and weak-minded guy asked the stranger to wait, saying that he was behind his group. Suddenly, for a leisurely snail, the pet Elam instantly accelerated and hit the lost guy in the leg, from which he fell to the ground cursing loudly. You might think that Elam specially trained a pet to joke over people. It just turned out that the snail has more brains than the lost seeker, because there was a mushroom-shaped freak from local monsters right in front of him. And he immediately got an ominous company of lovers of lost tourists. Whether she knows something about the death of the eagle's eye of Leah, asked Elam. Outside, among those whom she considers the comrades, followers of the dark mage were flooded, and it was they who killed her friend. Karen knew about everything, and that is why Elam sent here. Now the dark magicians have another goal, the second student of the famous captain of the guild. The miner froze in place from these ominous words. At first she thought that he just wanted to deceive her and confuse her. It was too difficult to believe that the murderers of her sister are their combat comrades. But then the same gilded medallion appeared in Elam's hands that Karen gave him. The captain would not have given such a thing just like that. On the decoration there was her personal sign, which means that the words of Elam gained meaning. Realizing everything, the girl lowered the weapon and asked the magician how to determine the followers of the sorcerer. Elam knew a lot, and no one wanted to believe him about them and about the presence of artifacts. But still they handed him the clairvoyant's eye, an object that allowed the sorcerer's followers to identify. But he spent a crazy mana. After the death of Chorus, there was no one among them who could use this item, because only a person compatible with an artifact could activate it. It is conveniently true. The pursuers of the dark magicians themselves did not understand how Elam managed to control these glasses, because he was a magician. But let them not trust him completely. It was clear that they had one goal. The leader raped all the objections of her deputy. In any case, if the magician does not have enough mana on the use of an artifact, he will simply die. Everyone who was the first Trinity enemies told Elam to his newly made partner. One of the pirates immediately began to be indignant at how unprovenly to believe in some speculations. Even before reincarnation, the followers of the Dark Sorcerer were a continuous headache because their tattoos are not visible if you did not pour mana into them. But let her not be visible, she certainly was at every cultist. With the help of telekinesis, Elam raised a fighter wounded before. He grabbed his head and tore off the bandage on it. Such an open wearing is quite indecent, told Elam to the rest. The sign of the spider that he felt with the help of the clairvoyant's eyes burned red on the forehead of the shots. Everyone knew what kind of sign it was. The minor team was very surprised, and the pirate cultist who gave the first voice of objection suddenly realized that they were revealed. There was no more sense in hiding faces, so they immediately began to fade in those who were not a representative of the cult. Chio quickly lay on the ground so that they did not get into it. The purple charges whistled right above him, showering him with fragments. He did not understand anything, but he simply answered with a shot from a laser gun on his former associates. The miner also did not lag behind, and using the general confusion opened aimed fire. Her bullets left huge holes in the pirates like volleys from an arquebus. Elam turned to the red-owned partner and shouted that he had already spent too much mana on the search for enemies. Now they are not in a favorable position. The second gates were very close, and you could go quickly to hide. But the miner stood on her own. She wanted to take revenge on every traitor when one of them was shouted at a distance to everyone to get out of the road. In his hands was a bomb that was about to explode from the raging magic in it. The veil of darkness that appeared from it quickly covered the space and captured everyone who tried to escape. This illusion covered the review. It could not be dispelled or left the field. But the followers of the worship of the sorcerer saw them perfectly, and already mocked the helplessness of their opponents. The pirates of the miner immediately panicked, not knowing what to do in this situation and anticipating an imminent death. The cultist instructed the trunk to the miner and uttered one of the phrases that they are taught at the Academy of Template Villains. Something about the fact that she will give her peace, to which she strive. The practical bullet demolished the miner's head. But she was saved in time by Elam, who knocked her down. Unlike helpless pirates, whose eyes closed the illusion, the magician saw through it with the help of the clairvoyant's eyes. The cultists were immediately nervous, realizing that at the moment this enemy is the most dangerous. They gave a salvo without bothering to get closer and shoot at point blank. Elam brought down a rock, and she became a natural shield from purple shots. Next, he burned the pirates that stood in a row so mistakenly and did not move in case of return fire. The pirates answered this with a large caliber of guns, resembling a grenade launcher in size and relics. Elam simply blew up a shell, which was launched into it, and he scattered with fragments without any harm. After that, the arrow easily broke through the skull of an unlucky cultist. In order to somehow confront such power, the followers of the sorcerer fired in a gulp of purple shells, just to prevent the enemy from aim. The thing is that in the Elam bag there were already 5 feathers of the fever of a bird, each of which increased the power of his flame. In response to their random shooting, Elam threw the twisted, dense magic. Many first saw such the use of fire spells and were horrified. The explosion seized the cultists of the face. The pirate that kept the artifact of the illusion panicked, not knowing what to do. But Elam did not leave him time for thought, and interrupted the action of the artifact. And the rest of the cultists that he was nearby, he incinerated in a shot point blank. The magic of darkness dispelled, and the miner was again able to see their battlefield. But then one of the followers of the sorcerer, of which Elam did not finish off, shouted the name of his master. In his hand, he held another grenade from which he had already pulled out a check, and a crazy grin began to play on his face. Moreover, it was not one grenade, but a lot of shells that were already ready to cure and bury everyone. The explosion threw Mayer far back, and the shockwave almost smeared it down the wall. But they were sleeping again, Elam, who decided to ride on a huge cobblestone with the help of telekinesis. True, this put him on the line of complete exhaustion so that Elam headed for the gates. But it was not so simple to do, because they were immediately attacked by a fighter of near battle. In one fell swoop, he demolished the miner from the stone as the most vulnerable goal. The magician tried to catch her telekinesis, but the sectarian had already thrown a grenade. Nothing invigorates in the morning as the smell of fresh grenade in the face. The explosion destroyed the arch of the portal, which immediately stopped working. Mayer coughed and tried to get up. From the blow, she still could not sigh normally. Only a large funnel remained in the place of the gate. That's what she saw when she looked around. The surviving pirates, they panicked when they saw that the gates had stopped working. But their leader told them not to be nervous, because these gizmos are able to recover. Moreover, their real goal is to eliminate Mayer, the second student of the famous captain. The girl Yurko evaded the widespread blows of thugs with the brass knuckles, and even managed to shoot in his hand. But the enemy applied acceleration skills that he hid before. Thanks to this, the enemy was able to get closer to the red-haired one without fear of her shots. However, it was not possible to get the girl. She again dodged the skill of the acrobat, and she even managed to jump on the pirate on her back, putting 2 trunks to the back of the head. But at the last moment, the enemy twitched, and the bullet only hooked his leg. His friends were immediately opened fingers right on them, not afraid to hurt the ally with everything. The miner jumped forward and pushed the pirate with her legs, so his defense now worked for her. Bullets dug into his back like a swarm of angry bees, and the cultist grimaced painfully. Then the miner used his body as a shelter and shot a couple of villains with a well-aimed shot. Each time she shot, someone fell. The girl kept a striking composure of the whole battle. She also did not forget about the bastard next to her, taking advantage of the fact that he immobilized, tried his armor from the skill for strength. It turned out to be any armor inside the oral cavity. Seeing how strong the other fans of the dark sorcerer have already diminished the desire to contact her, and the miner only provoked them more with her ostentatious indifference. Let them attack all at once. Meanwhile, the trinity of friends got to the gate, but it turned out that there are quite a few of them, and each corresponds to the gates of 200. These were a special gate. Ralph heard about such. They can be associated with many places outside the gate zone. When a certain number of people use them, they close, and the remaining has to rely on others. There was no way to find out if they would meet Elam on the other side, but the trinity decided to rely on luck. They were lucky that they entered these together. Debo noticed how someone quickly approached them, and even thought that it could be their boss. But this was their unsuccessful friend to Ibir, who was very inferior to his abilities, but managed to somehow survive. The guy was incredibly happy to see his friends. True, they suddenly shied away from him as if from a leper, and ordered not to approach them. The mushroom of the gang that chased after them opened his mouth and growled terribly. At the same time, a group of pirates miner fought on the other side of the gate with an unusual enemy. These creatures were not just monsters. They were dressed like pirates, and looked as if they were once people. However, there was no time to reason with them, because the monsters did not die even if they shot their heads and continued to crawl in their direction. Elam himself gritted his teeth, because they had never before had a similar life before his long life. These monsters did not have a nucleus. They did not have a vulnerable place as a zombie. Everything that Elam saw in this place was very different from a past life. With the help of clairvoyance, the magician found the path where the mana traces of these zombies led, so he realized that something was hiding behind the wall. On the other hand, it was not difficult to identify Debo by his huge axe, which means the whole trinity was already entering the gate of 200, understood the magician. True, mana immediately ended, and the light faded in his eyes, and he closed his eyes with pain. The pirate nearby saw that Elam was bad and asked him that with him, and zombies of mushrooms rushed to them with all his feet. Suddenly, a shot thundered and a large block crushed the monster, thereby saved them. From a great height, sliding along the slope of the cliff, the miner quickly approached them. Along the way, she shot several times on the rocks, bringing the wreckage on the monsters. Her deputy was glad to see that the girl was not injured and in order after a difficult fight. But the miner shouted to Marat to go aside if she did not want to die, again charging his pistol. There were still many monsters on Earth which the brave girl wanted to destroy. After that charge that released a deep hole in the rock, Marat himself almost died from this blow. But unfortunately for them, there were still too many monsters around. The ammunition was running out, and the miner could shoot only once, investing all her mana. She turned to Elam for advice, who only came to his senses, and was still breathing heavily. The magician ordered her to wait. This skill is still useful to them. Debo was within a kilometer. There was no time to reflect, so Elam quickly took out several balls similar to candies and crumbled them. Over the next 3 minutes, he was going to close these gates, while his team broke to the meeting place. Debo waved an axe desperately and quickly without thinking about protection. This tactic worked well. There were many enemies, and one of them grabbed the seeker by the throat and squeezed it greatly. But he was lucky that Ralph was still covering his back and threw the zombie mushroom. He ordered the guy not to swear, but to focus on the destruction of enemies, even if they can't just be killed. Kiri, too, was desperately chopping with a sword. Iber randomly shot in all directions. It was obvious that they would soon be doubted. One of the random shots hit Stalactitus, one of the many that hung from the ceiling. The stone came off, and as if a spear pierced one of the zombies, immobilizing it. Debo immediately praised Netotep, and he pretended to be so conceived. However, at the same moment, the earth under their feet trembled and split into two parts. When he saw what got out of there, he immediately began to scold Ibir and everyone in the world. It was a huge, ugly creature, from under which incomprehensible processes hung like bunches of grapes. All of it was covered with vile mucus and horror inspired in size. "And why did he only woke her?" shouted Debo, and a difficult expression appeared on Ibir's face, as if he had a monthly constipation. The ugly zombies of the mushrooms continued to set the group of Elam, the miner, and the pirate. They shot back as they could over the enemies. While the magician was preparing something, after the candies, forces returned to him, even if he didn't want to take such a risk. But there was no choice left. From the drug of his heart, it was like a horse with hooves. It was still too early to increase the level. He could suffer if he had done this without preparing. In the past, there was something similar. The monsters became stronger, and mana and attacking power, after reaching the 6th level, Elam had to look for other methods. The risk was huge. Magic stones that were used only to increase the level turned out to be the clots of the life force of monsters. If you absorb this core, it is possible to turn it into mana. In theory, this was supposed to restore Manu. Now it was only necessary to cope with the raging stream inside. Direct it directly to the heart, through the blood vessels, in the hope of the fact that the body will withstand this overload. In a random shootout, one of the zombies of monsters got too close to the miner. But then this monster boldly fiery arrow of Elam. The flash was so strong that the mushrooms covered the hole and they burned to the ground. The miner was very surprised to see that the magician came to his senses, although he was completely exhausted. Looking at the force raging around him, she could not understand what was happening to him, and the magician ordered her to prepare what he asked for. At the other end of the battlefield, there was also a fierce battle. Kiri mercilessly chopped mushrooms. One of the monsters used a long tongue and hit Ralph as if a whip, from which it was thrown back. What is even more disgusting, at the place of injury, spores of mushrooms began to germinate. Now the priest understood the secret of these zombies of the mushrooms. Without a drop of pity, he compartmented the infected flesh and threw it to the side. A huge boss that beat them with tentacles could infect any seeker with his disputes and turn him into zombies. Realizing who was to blame, Debo experienced an attack of anger to this monster. He noticed that everyone was already exhausted and began to move more slowly. If they continued to die so, the warrior decided, and rushed directly to the mushroom boss to win all a little time. He was sure that if he could not cope, then everyone would die in vain, and this gave the seeker for strength. With dexterous and quick movements, he began to chop dangerous and contagious tentacles. But there were too many of them, so the poisonous lashes pursued him even in the air. And one still hit the seeker, throwing him like a baseball ball. In flight, Debo remained completely open and received another blow. But instead of him, Kiri, who closed the guy with her body. The air in a wide cave changed, blew the wind with a whistle passing between the wide columns of supporting the vault. Elam ordered the miner to focus on the use of the skill, and he would be responsible for accuracy. The goal was the wall in front of them. They had only one chance, while the pirates restrained the horde of the mushroom zombie that pushed the front. When they were ready, the magician gave the command to start, and the miner pressed the descent, releasing all its power. It was a bullet of unimaginable caliber, which could only shoot star destroyers. With the help of telekinesis, Elam turned her into a ram, which circled the thick breed of the cave. He accelerated and twisted it in the manner of a drilling rig for laying the metro. And then the revolver intensified the skill, giving his shell even more energy. As if this was not enough, the magician gave an acceleration of this design with the help of fire arrows. Now this fiery spear of light has turned into something completely unimaginable. At this moment, endless cartridges of single-shot pistol pirates ended. From the rear to the miner and Elam, hordes of the mushroom zombie were already picked up, and the pirates shouted to them to dodge. At the other end of the battlefield, everything also seemed to freeze for a moment. Debo lay on the ground without strength, and the boss of the mushroom zombie quickly approached him. All these monsters with whom they fought for so long had no cores, and the threads from their bodies led into the shelter of the boss. It was this mutant that was a real essence. All the indestructible zombies. This owner already had a core. The drilling plant from the combined attack by Elam got to the label of the boss with a welcoming visit. "Here it was!" shouted Elam and squeezed his fist. With the help of the clairvoyant's eye, he directed the attack, because he could see through the walls. This blow pierced the core of the boss, and a few more tectonic plates, and perhaps even reached the Earth's core. At that moment, the puppets that lost control stopped, and the battle subsided. Elam did not even move towards the zombies that were trimmed with the rear, as if calculating the time of his attack. At that moment, all the zombies of the mushrooms exploded precisely the fried grain of popcorn. Their fetid scraps sprayed the surviving pirates. A lot of them scared them. Ibir was also beside himself with the happiness that he managed to survive. "This level has been passed, which means that the portal will appear soon," said Elam and grinned. She grew alone because her parents threw her still small, ordinary bad adults. Leah defended them, the usual orphans like her, that they went astray in a flock, because it was so easier to survive. She was a dazzling heroine for a man, capable of everything. Time flew quickly, so imperceptibly 10 years since the teacher accepted them. The girls were sitting nearby on the hot hull of the ship and admired the sunset. Then the miner was very worried because Leah was recognized by Serene herself and exceeded her in everything. She was worried that her sister and an example to follow everyone would be completely inaccessible to her. And then she received a slogan from Leah. She only laughed because usually a red-haired beast showed resistance and perseverance. She promised to always be near her. Everything was of her time, Leah said. After a stress and fleeting battle, the Seekers examined each other. Kiri was surprisingly in perfect order after the blow, and a new equipment perhaps saved. But Ralph grumbled that all this is the merit of his skills. Otherwise, the swordswoman simply died. The pirates are minor. They noticed something in the newly laid metro station. They quickly deepened to look at a strange object, and they saw a wounded girl that was attached to the stone. In her, they easily recognized Leah. Ralph suggested that the Seeker tied herself up to not turn into a zombie mushroom. There was a note on her chest, written by her hand. She asked to tell the teacher that the followers of the Dark Sorcerer returned and penetrated deep into the Nautilus. Leah wanted to return and help, but it was difficult to do in her position. The enemies prepared well, Frina and Kedrick, with whom they were together for so long. It was difficult to imagine how many more followers of the cult hid among them. Therefore, they should not trust anyone, so as not to make a mistake like her. The last words, Leah asked forgiveness for not being able to keep the promise. Reading their miner burst into tears. Several followers of the cult stood at the entrance to the gate. They had just destroyed the guard. Kedril took the fragment of the night, so even if he had to clash with the miner, they will definitely win, the thugs were sure. However, at the same moment of one of them, a bullet pierced. They did not even hear a shot. After that, a whole salvo of dense fire rumbled, and at once many worship soldiers fell. Karen herself came to deal with the traitors, suddenly hitting them in the back with their favorite method. In a matter of moments, they eliminated 46 mercenaries. But Karen still worried, although they sent Elam to the miner. But then the student herself appeared from the portal that she carried the body of Leah in her arms. Karen was speechless when she saw the miner and saw her burden. Only now they could really tell each other that they met again. At the sunset of the day, all the pirates returned to their shelter with a high iron side. Debo himself was amazed at how many teams gathered in this place. Today he sewed all the important persons of the Nautilus, all in order to honor the memory of a fallen warrior, whose body they could finally extract from the gate. The miner thoughtfully watched the tongues of flame seek to cleanse the memory of the brutal death of her sister. Elam remained on the ship. He looked into the sea of lights, each which meant a boat below. He sat leaning on the box, and an empty bottle from under some potion lay nearby. Elam stubbornly devastated another one, recalling the conversation that occurred in the not-far past. The conditions were too tough for him, Karen, but the magician insisted that it was necessary. Too many Mana's potions had to be prepared, especially after the recipe was lost. The price of each bottle was exorbitant. That is why Elam asked her about this, believing that with the resources of the Nautilus, such a fee should not become a problem. Let their deal successfully ended, Captain Paratov still did not trust the magician completely, especially since Elama's demands increased, although they said that it was at a time. But in return, he promised to find all the followers of the cult that were on board the iron ship. Even his second life was full of trials and work. The magician was indignant, activating the visitor's eye. The assistant miner tore her from thought when he entered the cabin and called out. But the girl was in no hurry to be frank. Just today was such a day. The faithful assistant still guessed about her thoughts, because he had long known his leader. He attracted her attention, and in advance asked for forgiveness for what he would say. One way or another, he managed to accidentally eavesdrop on as the magician made a proposal to join his group. The miner denied everything, saying that it was by his will. But the assistant understood that the last time they survived precisely thanks to the actions of Elam. Moreover, the followers of the sorcerer who killed Leia were still free, and he, like the girl herself, wanted to take revenge. If she joins this guy, he will be at the advanced struggle with the followers of the cult. Despite the desperate appearance of Elam, he impressed a reliable person. And in return, the deputy promised to defend the Nautilus instead of her. The scheme looked working. While the girl had to risk herself, he would continue to live as before and in her position. But by virtue of his youth, the miner took his support as a sign of attention and friendship. The next day, Karen, as it should be for the captain, took a place on the nose of the boat, and Elam was for a rower and a helmsman. Following her instructions, he led a boat to a special place, and quite skillfully coped with the oars, until they were in front of a huge wall that covered the bay and had a huge gate. Experienced soldiers on the wall immediately took from under the sight of their manual guns. But then Karen waved a torch in her hand, as if giving a sign to people upstairs. He cracked the mechanism, and the huge gates quickly opened, opening their access to the gateway. When Elam looked deep into it, his eyes widened with surprise. The boat swam into a deep man-made grotto, one of the pier of which was littered with piles of gold. For some reason, gold was stored in heaps, which made it difficult to count, and perhaps local guards often succumbed to the temptation to pitch a bit. Elam asked Lee Karen knows something about these artifacts, but she replied that he had to solve it himself. He can take only 2 subjects, as they agreed, the captain told him. She spoke abruptly, perhaps because of the proposal of the miner. However, there were not a few treasures here. Elam was immediately outlined by the familiar staff, a pendant, and other objects that were so simply lying around. It was necessary to choose as it should because Elam could only take 2, so that he carefully examined everything around, when suddenly his eyes widened. This reaction did not hide from the captain, who was interested in what this guy chose for himself. Magic Cancer reached for the bracelet, which immediately responded to his call. After the judgment, when the followers of the Dark Magician went to the front line, including those who arranged a massacre among the Allied troops. Rick, a traitor of mankind, and he used this subject. Having penetrated the highest ranks of the Union forces, at the decisive moment, he betrayed all a mortal blow. Because of him, Elam lost many comrades. Now he realized that this artifact was found here after the fall of the Nautilus. But now he took possession of this bracelet earlier, and immediately snapped it on his wrist. Karen carefully watched him. The guy definitely had a taste, but she still did not understand his choice. Then the magician saw another subject. God knows how in this heap everything useful lay on top. He saw this item for the first time. No energy came from him, and it looked like an ordinary ring. However, as soon as he extended his hand as the ring itself set in motion, which surprised both of them. In an instant, the ring was on his finger, although Elam did not even touch him. True, Karen immediately said that she could not give this ring, because he was left for her storage, and asked to choose something else. Elam immediately agreed. Only one problem arose. The strange ring refused to get off his finger, he told the captain. Meanwhile, the servants of the Dark Sorcerer made their terrible plans. The operation with Goldrich was successful, the lower minister said. However, things with Elam were not going so well, from which the servant squeezed with fear and trembled, realizing what would follow after her recognition of failure. Her owner simply exploded with rage. Even with a fragment of night her group lost, it was impossible to call a simple failure. It was not that all that her trading house is capable of, the master shouted. He gave her the last chance, saying that if he failed this time, he would pay for it with life. At such moments you always wonder what holds these miserable servants next to even more miserable leaders. Why they simply will not run away. At the same time, the red-haired girl decided on the elections, and collecting things left the cabin. Elama's team said goodbye to the pier. With the deputy miner, Debo promised to look again, because he liked the hoppy drinks. But in fact, the pirate was glad that these adventurers were leaving, because yesterday he was not so weakly lost to Ralph and Darts. Debo asked Elama whether it was already time for them to sail, and the magician nodded in agreement. But before they gave the mooring cable, the one whom they actually were waiting appeared on the deck. Debo was surprised and quickly glanced at his boss. According to his contented grin, he realized that the red-haired beast did not escape them. "There is no place?" asked the miner who had a breath from the run. Somewhere in unknown gates, a group of seekers ran into a strong enemy, and now they were scared without looking back. But not everyone managed to leave. Their captain ordered to run without looking back, not thinking about those who were already behind. Finally, they ran into one of the corridors, the entrance to which was closed with a thick grate if pulled by the lever. One of the seekers already thought that they slipped, and certainly deceived Death. But Death on this day had other plans. Sharp as a razor blade flew by and wounded his legs. A sword like a heavy shell plunged into the stone floor, almost killing the second seeker. He turned to his comrade, but he disappeared behind the stone wall that fell from above. His scream came from behind the wall. The adventurer shouted to a friend to leave faster. At least one of them should survive, he whispered in a weak voice when he saw a rider on a dead horse. A few days later, Elam returned to the guild, where he was waiting for a picky boss, who reported him because the guy returned without any prey, referring to the fact that the weather was bad, the monsters are evil. On the other hand, the miner now joined them, nicknamed the Golden Eye, though this meant that the followers of the dark cult again show themselves. Elam decided not to disclose all the information at once. He was already too much worried. If an open war begins for the overthrow of Khania, it will be difficult to achieve more than cutting off the tail, and then they will not get to the top of the followers. It was necessary to accelerate, because the patience of Gapon is not forever. Ralph was indignant at the loudest when they met again. He did not like the fact that new members to the team were taken without discussion. Debo immediately began to argue with him, because the appearance of a strong fighter is a plus. Besides, their leader did not need the permission of the priest. Ralph, of course, did not agree that their competition for the place of the leader was over. "It is temporary or not, it is better to show any claims to leadership," said Elam, and measured the priest with a piercing look, from which he cringed but immediately fell silent, because he remembered what happened in a previous attempt. When all the disputes were settled, Elam got up. He still had business. All this time they watched them from the street and waited for the moment when the detachment was divided. It was a group that guarded a llama. They were terribly indignant at the fact that the ward was constantly saying somewhere without saying anything. They were divided to cover every fighter of the detachment. Some went for Relash. Then, in the treasury, a ring jumped to the magician on the finger, as if it were chosen by the owner. Then Karen ordered the guy to go and himself demand permission from the owner of this ring. This thread led him to the same mysterious group that, like him, hunted sectarians. Elam showed their leader a ring and said that he came to get permission to him, because this subject refused to leave his hand. The girl immediately recognized this ring and shuddered in surprise, but then she replied that there was nothing to help with the real owner now, in which case the magician wanted to talk to him, because he needed to know how to use an artifact. As it turned out successfully, the girl was suddenly said, which surprised the guy, and she added in a serious tone that she has a task for him regarding the owner. He was supposed to save the trace of the heroes of the feast, the one that was stuck in the catacombs with the dead. Once upon a time in his past life, the last hope of mankind came out on the battlefield. Evan heir to Frida, most likely some kind of sweet, skinny magician. The harsh luminous with the title, the opponent of fate, who looked like a snowman, is probably a cold magician. A couple of characters are a ghostly thief phantom and Queen of the Elf Mercedes, with an emphasis on the last syllable. The heroine with a huge axe Aaron, the future or past teacher Debo, and some mysterious hero Shade. This whole group Pop Idolov made a concert the return of 6 heroes. They destroyed the monsters left and right, whole legions, as often described in the epic. The world was a witness to their incredible and epic power. There are no enemies in enemies. These guys managed to show off between battles for artists of portraitors. But they gave the world the hope that the world would be saved, and people cried with happiness. But then no one knew that the power of the heroes that had awakened from the press was not complete. 8 centuries ago in the battle with the Dark Mag, for some reason, the objects of the heroes failed into temporary faults. And now they are found in different gates. The collapsed army of the Allies could not give the heroes the time to restore. But this time, everything should be different. You need to give them a strong shield, to become a bait to lure the enemy and destroy him, and then combine all the forces of Mayap and create a powerful union. This is what Elam planned to do. Then we can talk about changing the course of the whole story. The path is not close because the role of personality in history is usually insignificant. The next day, Debo dreamily admired the surrounding views. High rocks like columns supporting the sky, the foundation of which was hidden by a blue haze of fog, which is why the area looked like an ancient temple. Before the battle, Elam gave them strange pieces of paper with letters and ordered them to attach them to him. As soon as Debo glued it, a strange blue light began to come from a piece of paper. The blue aura surrounded the fighter, and he was very alarmed. And then the orange gates appeared right in front of them, although there were no there a moment ago. The trace of which they went to save, in the future will find a way to track the objects of the heroes, as well as their artifacts, one of which Elam wore on his finger. Without a shadow of doubt, he headed for the gates to save this talented guy. His friends followed him. 3 hours later, they left the gate, breaking their last cleaning record, which the peppy Debo was incredibly glad. He boasted that he easily got off with fiery boars, and Kiri advised him to first erase the ashes from his face. The miner was still surprised, because the young warrior himself told her that, until recently, he was in the first circle of power. Debo immediately began to boast that he was just a genius, and would soon reach the 4th circle at this pace. Ralph grumbled displeasedly that all this was an empty chatter and awe, but the guy was only harder. Elam quickly reassured him, saying that it was not worth rushing, because a quick raising of the level is fraught with consequences, even though people think differently. An increase means that all characteristics change sharply, and if this happens in a short period of time, it will be very limited by the condition of the body. It is important to maintain a balance between the growth of forces and the abilities of the body. Too rapid growth can slowly slow down the speed of development. Debo immediately objected that Elam himself recently rose at once by 2 circles, but this happened from hopelessness. He himself would like more time to take more time. The miner thought about it. This magician spoke as if he himself determined when he was increasing the level. In a past life, Elam never reached the 7th circle. All dangerous situations forced him to rise higher, but in irony of fate, it was precisely this acceleration and stopped his growth. Knowing the future, he could not stop at the 6th circle of strength, so he wanted to do everything perfectly to go beyond this limit, and even reach an 8th circle. Along the way, Kiri asked if they got here too quickly, because their goal was to save a person, and not to protect the gate, because they could miss the trace in the first gates. But the magician reassured her. He checked everything with the help of the clairvoyant's eyes, and it seems that their goal was still alive. But then they had a company. Hundreds, and maybe Elam whispered thousands when a distant noise came to them. Quite unexpectedly, an entire horde of armed skeletons fell on them. So, without long thoughts, a group of seekers began to hurry in a hurry. The miner warned against ordinary skeletons of the bullet. The miner warned them. Kiri was indignant that first they fought with a zombie, and now their enemy skeletons constantly had to face problematic opponents. They were almost overtaken, so Ralph was already preparing to turn around and give a battle. But then they heard a scream. Bend demanded a stranger and pulled the lever. The walls came into motion and the passage began to close, scattering the bones. And then the divorce bridge cut off the bulk of the enemies from the seekers. When everything subsided, he left the shelter and greeted the group. The guy was glad that they were not injured. He had not seen people for a long time. His own food reserves have long ended, so the first thing he asked to eat. And he even collapsed from exhaustion by giving up the last forces to this operation. Later, when the tracker came to his senses, he told them about this place. He studied the behavior of skeletons and all hidden devices. Elam placed a magic piece of paper on the wall, and inside that, the passage through which the group went through. The main problem for the tracker was his empty reserves. Even rats did not live in these rooms with traps. The feast almost died with starvation while waiting for salvation. Elam suddenly turned to him and said that he had a request. However, seeing how eagerly eats the ranger, he changed his mind to ask for something before he finishes. The miner breathed a sigh of relief. The feast already found a way out, which means they can simply leave without killing the dungeon boss. But then the trace said that he also has a request, and hastily swallowed everything that was in his mouth. He asked them to stay with bodyguards for another 3 days and even bowed. The thing is that the guy was looking for one object, and if he just leaves, then the death of his friends will be meaningless. He wanted to explore the gate, but in battles he was very bad. Therefore, he really needed the help of an experimental team. Elam reacted to this with doubt, as the tracker was going to find in 3 days what he could not find here for a month. The magician did not have much time to spend him on this place. The feast explained that the fact is that he had not yet checked dangerous regions, and there was one potential place where this subject is definitely. The follower of the dark mage thought. He himself nervously looked out the window. This time, Elam does not escape, he decided, looking at the streets of the city. When he heard a voice from which he was trembling, whether he was sure, asked the essence. The leader of the local branch of the Sulphur sect sharply turned around and asked who was here. And he saw in front of him a terrible monster with blood poured in which he reflected himself. It was a huge spider, and he said that it was very disappointed with the actions of Evok, who could not deal with even one novice adventurer. Ikova immediately fell to his knees and turned to the monster Sir Will, promising to accept any punishment, but said that his plan of murder was already in action. All if only they gave him a chance to restore his honor. Hearing this, spider agreed to listen to him. The dead creaked with bones swaying back and forth in the cold corridors of the dungeon. Suddenly, a stone thrown at great speed crushed one of them, an empty skull. Then, a few more shells flew out right from the corner, but the dead managed to cover themselves with shields. After that, immediately a crowd of skeletons ran there from where the stones flew from to understand the offender. But then, by clicking on the lever with the help of telekinesis, it was possible to cut off these guards, not without a direct battle with them. And thanks to the sheets of the spell, the Seekers managed to go unnoticed when the enemies ran past them. Now they should have been easier to move forward when all the enemies were distracted and locked. But the trace warned them that these mechanisms are not perfect. One door closes, the other opens, and soon the skeletons will notice this. They needed to find an item faster than they were found, said Elam when they went to a huge statue. Their goal was the subject of the great hero, and now they were in the great hall, at the very foot of the statue. It was curious who built this place, but they hoped that a huge statue would not suddenly begin to move. But then Kiri noticed something interesting, and called the rest. In front of her was a huge sign with unknown letters, but perhaps there was important information there. The tracker immediately recognized the ancient language, and thought that here the hint was written where to find an artifact. When you hear the call of the musicians, behind dark, deep curtains, there will be a shining actor all the time looking down. Follow this light. Read a feast. And the miner pointed to a strange door on which there were unusual drawings. Each of the door had its own symbol, which meant something. Some were quite obvious, but others are more complicated. From all this, the feast of the feast was the head. Once it was said to follow the light, the ranger ordered to fill the door with a symbol of the sun with a man-eye. Debo did so, not suspecting what awaits him behind the door that had just opened. He disappeared when he was completely covered with a wave of flame hiding from sight. Kiri immediately rushed to his aid, screaming. In general, the guy was alive and even acquired afro, completely free. Ralph almost died with laughter from this spectacle, and the feast realized that the message was clearly said not. But then another guess came to him, and he decided to check the door with the symbol of the moon. The ranger had to make it sense to them. But something again went wrong, and a stone ball rolled out on Ralph, which went to check the door, which almost crushed it. The tracker had just made himself two formidable enemies, and promised for the third time to choose exactly correctly. The group gathered in the center of the hall for a small discussion. Now it has become clear that if they are mistaken in a symbol, then they fall into a trap. The guys in their own skin were convinced of this, but it was still not clear how to solve this riddle. They began to sort through all possible options for the meaning of the symbols and their connection with the message on the wall. Then Elam suggested that they incorrectly interpret the symbols and offered to solve the riddle, and then see what would suit the answer. It does not seem that the understanding of the puzzle with feast was incorrect. The dark curtains really relate to the night. The musician is a cricket, looking down. This is the moon and stars. But since they must follow the light, then the response of the star finished the ranger for him. They always look down. The moon does not fit, because it walks in a circle all the time. The stars also move, but never disappear. Now they realized that a suitable symbol was a star that was previously taken as a cross. This time the feast himself pressed the door, because there were no more advanced people. The door opened with a flash and no one died. It seems that this time they really guessed. Ralph and Debo were upset a little. Nevertheless, they wanted the ranger to come across. An inspired feast called them behind him, and he went ahead. But before he said, even if the word suddenly jumped out of the corner, the follower of the dark cult jumped out and attacked the ranger. He would have died correctly at the same second, but he saved Elam, covering him from the blow with a staff. He immediately transferred the attack, and the cultist was thrown back. A small rat blushed with anger and threw a fiery arrow into it. The arrow from such a distance could no longer miss, and the opponent was divided in two. But it was her residual image, because the sectarian itself appeared a few meters away, in a violet flash. The skill of teleportation. This thing is very problematic, Elam thought. Baiju treacherously curved in the hands of daggers. This battle promised to be difficult. Moreover, she came not alone, but with the company of sectarians who immediately rushed into the Seekers. In an instant, they all turned out to be surrounded by a dense ring of enemies, but so far no signs of anxiety were given. Some of the sectarians began to hatefully wring her hands to catch up with horror, but it looked ridiculous and not scary. The feast did not understand how the enemies found the gates that were hidden by the illusion. Elam was not sure, because he checked everything before. So the truth was not expected. They looked so surprised, Baigi said. They should ask that person about this, she added, looking behind them. At the same time, Elam received a heavy blow and flew off to the wall. Debo turned sharply and angrily asked what this devil is going on now. The money will not earn themselves, the priest answered him, whose fist turned red from the blood. This happened on the night before going on the task when they were divided. Ralph's eyes sparkled with greed, and the light of the below warmed his soul. For the sake of such moments, he lived, told himself the priest, looking at a huge box with gold and banknotes. Then they knocked on his room, and Ralph quickly closed his safe. On the threshold stood people in masks from the guild who were responsible for his guard. They immediately ordered Ralph to behave quieter and said that there is someone who should meet with whom. But the priest only snorted in response, since they had nothing to say they could leave. And then she appeared on the threshold of the house, Baiga with her own person. The head of the guild, Kania, grinned, quite rejoicing at the effect of the effect, and said that she would teach him the right manners. And now he stood and brazenly laughed at his comrades right in the face. Debo was furious. The damn traitor sold them for some pennies. Nobody would work for pennies, the priest objected, and added that even the guild guard's gay PD will receive a triple salary. Still laughing, the priest asked the magician how much he appreciated his life. As many as 100 million local money, Ralph answered, and grinned greedily. He immediately fell under the hurricane fire miner and quickly dodged. After that, the group went on the attack, stepping in all directions. A strange swordswoman appeared on Kiri on the way that she tried to seem cool. Kiri responded with fiery blows, but it turned out that her rival was not inferior to her in speed. Moreover, she immediately unraveled the style of her battle in the place of training. Therefore, without any difficulty, she evaded all the sharp flaps of the fiery swordsman. Debo, although he was strong in one battle, was lost during the battle with several enemies. The sectarians studied them well before the battle, and knew all the weaknesses of the Seekers. Only the issue of the time when they were killed, said the swordswoman. The miner shot in all directions, wanting to drive away the enemies, and even hooked a couple. Beige appeared behind her, but the red-haired man managed to react, but only fell into a residual image. The sectarian appeared behind her miner and threw a chain on her neck, painfully squeezing her throat. If Ilama's fiery arrow at the wrong time, the girl would definitely suffocate. Baigi shouted to Ralph so that he was talking faster, but the priest only grumbled that it was not so to cope with the magician. At that moment, a sword pierced the back of the ranger, and bewilderment froze on his face. But then it turned out that the sectarian sword pierced the illusion that the piece of paper supported, and the ranger itself was already standing at the door, a whole and unharmed. He fluttered a mana button on the doors, and asked the sectarians would they want to find out what's outside the door. The noise of the mechanisms was heard, the walls trembled, and the sectarians started. Even a crazy swordsman with a scar on his face appeared a bad foreboding. Suddenly, for everyone, the floor under the feet simply disappeared, and a gaping emptiness was under them. Not wanting it, the opponents fell on several floors. Since no one had no one's skills, they fell without any order. Kiri was the first to notice from this position and shouted Debo. There were a niche along the walls, for which it was necessary to grab. Kiri grabbed the miner by the hand that she flew next to her. With the other hand, she clung to the guy with an axe. He told them to stay stronger and swung his halberd, putting all his strength. So he was able to stick an axe into the stone, as if it were clay. Having received the lever, they swayed and jumped together. Debo pulled out an axe, and the miner delivered them straight to a stone niche. Having landed, they took a breath. The walk came out not easy. True, at the same moment in the middle of the corridor, a partition fell, cutting off their path. The mechanisms of this dungeon again set in motion, and the giant mousetrap began to slam. The whole dungeon was like a maze, which means this place should have somehow been connected with others. Kiri reminded them that there were several recesses in the steep walls. If they were lucky, they could stumble upon a llama in one of them, but if they were not lucky to come across the cultists. And then the miner seemed to grumble. Debo stepped on the button and a steel grill dropped behind it, cutting off the swordswoman from them. In the air, oppressive silence hung in the air. Everyone realized that their position immediately worsened. Kiri immediately scolded Debo for such negligence, and the guy began to make excuses that nothing to do with it. As if this was not enough, the mechanisms began to creak again, and the walls were set in motion. Kiri applied her burning sunny blow on the grate, hoping to cut it. But the obstacle was protected by some kind of magic, and the grill remained untouched. Debo tried to do the same for his part, but the magic barrier did not succumb to him. Then the miner tried her skills on the grill, and shot from the pistol. An explosive bullet, if she sewed up the bars, could harm Kiri. The flame quickly filled a narrow corridor with a strong explosion. The miner coughed from smoke, and when he dispelled, she saw that she could not burn steel. The red-haired girl pressed her back against the wall in an attempt to restrain her. The place in the trap quickly ended. Debo rested his hands on the walls, thus becoming a spacer. They could not do so, he said. The miner sank to the ground and did the same, hoping to delay the inevitable, and called on Kiri to urgently undertake. Then the voice gave Debo. He did not forget that the swordswoman once almost gave his life for him. The guy did not like to be in debt and certainly wanted to answer her the same. The girl was touched by such a confession, considering her merits to the usual business. But now Debo asked her to save them again. He was already breathing heavily and barely held on. Even at such a moment, he joked. Kiri grinned and told them to wait a little more. The action of hidden cars was given with the help of mana, and the grate was protected by aura. There should be a core that is nourished by Manu. And she told them not to die until she finds him, but having recorded another debt to Debo. So she headed back to a steep well with many different niches in this maze. Somewhere else, Elam, holding on the back of the ranger, carried his legs with the help of telekinesis. However, they flew straight into a dead end, a death-thick wall. Elam sharply turned back, swearing at this damned maze. Meanwhile, the enemies quickly overtook them, already preparing to pinch the soft. Having waved the staff and struck the pursuers with fiery arrows. True, all this quickly exhausted his strength to double the use of skills. Moreover, Baigi with Ralph appeared on the horizon, who did not want to let go of their victims. Suddenly, for the sectarian, the fire arrow rushed the column and aimed at her head. A powerful explosion thundered, which forced several sectarians to stop. If it weren't for the Bedaji teleport, she would definitely die. Ralph grumbled in displeasure that her crazy antics were almost worth his life. At the same moment, one of the sectarians threw kunai. The blade hit the spell of protection and they reflected it, but it was too early to relax. After all, the sectarian immediately used the skill of the explosion of the blade and found the ranger by surprise. The feast again saved Elam, who grabbed him by the collar to the side. Along the way, the trackers almost suffocated from his own collar. Elam threw him to the ground and prepared for battle, because the enemies did not lag behind them. Two sectarians at once, as if the ninja jumped to them with knives in their hands. The first magician struck a fiery arrow faster than he said to die, but a few more enemies threw daggers into it and forced the magician to evade. Elam threw a ball of fire in them to protect himself from throws. Even being in complete environment, the magician fought like a tiger and simply tore his opponents. But this hitch cost him a complete environment. Even if the enemies did not dare to blindly attack again, it was not so easy to leave. Only their fear kept the sectarians from rushing to the monster, as the magician seemed to them. By some miracle, Kiri found a room with the nucleus of mana, which nourished the mechanisms of this maze. She was breathing heavily, putting all her strength to run, but still rejoiced at her success. The swordswoman went forward thinking about making with the nucleus. Given that it was simply difficult to break it, it is difficult to put it. But when she came closer, she just gasped, because a huge amount of mana was concentrated inside. Kiri was already thinking of destroying this thing, but was immediately attacked by a strange sectarian. Kiri fell and coughed with blood. An unexpected attack caused her a severe damage. The sectarian laughed. She knew that if Kiri prevents, then 2 more seekers would die. In addition, her opponent was the weakest of them, which was even more redressed by the killer. Kiri rose to her feet, overcoming pain, and the sectarian only laughed at these attempts. The swordsman cursed, and told the sectarian that she did not have stupidity at the time, and ordered her to get out of the road. It turned out that the strange cultist was not averse to chatting at all. She perfectly understood that she did not need to rush anywhere. Kiri used her rising sun, and she was surrounded by a fiery halo. The blade was also filled with fire. What a strange sectarian sighed and touched her quiver with blades. Having pulled out these blades, she threw them with a fan towards Kiri in one motion. The swordsman had to reflect a whole storm of blades that fell upon her like rain. What worse than the blades were the illusion that complicated recognition. Kiri barely evaded. She could not determine which real ones were not. It was as if there was little. Blades flew in the air, controlled by a thin red thread, and changed the trajectory. It was very similar to Elam's telekinesis. The trajectories of the blades were constantly changing, even more confusing perception. The further Kiri fought, the more she annoyed her, when another aptly abandoned blade hit her stomach. But fortunately, the swordswoman managed to just intercept his hand. Now she saw a fishing line with which the opponent controlled the blades. But this also meant that Kiri could redirect the blow and pulled the fishing line to her. But it turned out that the sectarian, of course, was ready for this trick, and she brought down 100 cutting strokes on the swordswoman, which already received many wounds. The sectarian apparently decided to finish off a weakened rival and set off on her in a whirlwind attack. Then she landed again on her fishing line stretched everywhere. This strange fanatic walked along them like a web and mocked the swordsman. She even offered her to escape, and Kiri's pride in every way. Kiri Fraudmine was born in an impressive family, and she should be indulged in childhood, but now they sent a precious daughter to such a dangerous place. Just do not be angry, otherwise the wrinkles will appear, as a sectarian added and grinned. All this is because she does not know the reverse side of the world, when it is impossible to get even a meager chance to be born in the wrong family. Is it honest that someone receives privileges simply by birth, and she is not even talented? The sectarian whispered viciously. Kiri remembered her childhood. She often had to be humiliated and discarded to the ground. She was here because she pushed her, told her another swordsman, in a voice full of contempt. There were many talents in her current team, with the exception of one person, the fanatic noted. Kiri did not have a combat experience of Ralph, military instincts minor, not as talented as Debo, and as not mysterious as Elam. But the swordsman interrupted the obsessed that she was weak, and that she did not live up to the expectations of her teachers, parents, friends. All this does not mean at all that the sectarian is stronger than her, Kiri said, and threw her clothes that prevented her from moving. There was little time, so that she urged the opponent to attack. For this, the spider began to swear dirtily, because the brave girl broke the whole scenario of bullying. The blades again set in motion and whistled in the air, obeying the tension of the threads. But Kiri answered this with a scattering of ice, suddenly applying the skill of another element. The sectarian did not know about this skill, She had to hastily run away, because the scattering of icicles interrupted her threads. "Miseful tricks," she said, and went into the near battle with her sword technique. As a child, Kiri came to the teacher for advice, and he asked her whether she thinks that their order accepted her only because she was a noble family. But the teacher said that she just should not adapt to the standards of others. Do not limit herself. Once she can understand the essence of his words and believe in herself, and then it will become stronger than anyone. The wounded swordswoman accelerated and miraculously managed behind all the blows of the crazy killer. They exchanged the strongest techniques. Each wave was fatal, but Kiri dodged everything. The power of the swordsman not just burned opponents, she was like a huge universe. Following the ice, the period of the sun came. The fireball of huge sizes quickly flew towards the sectarian, and through his flame, a series of swords of the sword, a fiery swordsman, was approaching. They slipped against each other, but only one remained on their feet. The core was quickly destroyed. Only now Kiri realized what the teacher had in mind. Maybe she never had restrictions. She simply continued to believe in herself and her friends, and this gave her strength. Debo showed her a finger up when Kiri returned. Nothing more defended the grate, and they were able to cut it. For the first time, Kiri felt truly happy. But the general battle did not end there. In the maze, there were still many sectarians who were looking for adventurers like hungry dogs. So far, the ranger in Elam has managed to avoid contact with the help of protective spells. But much more anxiety caused the state of the magician himself. He looked even worse than when he used the Eye of the Seer. A few minutes ago, when they were again driven into a corner, Elam repelled attacks with the help of his controlled arrows. At that time, the Trace fought back as best he could. He was the weakest in their pair, and the sectarians aimed precisely on him. But with the help of spells and special techniques, the feast had something to surprise the enemy. But his seals were cut by daggers and did not have time to get into effect. Then a weak ranger, instantly desperate, and begged to leave him alone. But fortunately, the magician coped for two. Thanks to his battles experience, he quickly laid all the killers. It took already meager forces. He barely had time to breathe, but they still lived. True, he barely froze. Baiji attacked him and struck his dagger in his chest. Despite this, the magician moved to her meeting and extended his hand, and he activated his bracelet with a ball of fire, in the hope of the fact that from close range, he could hurt the badge. There was an explosion throwing a cloud of ash and small stones, but the sectarian managed to leave with the help of a teleport, and also scornfully snort that all this only pulls the inevitable. But it turned out that under the cover of fire and smoke, Elam with a ranger simply slipped directly from under the nose of the pursuers. Ralph grumbled displeasedly. He was annoyed by a new ally who was so arrogantly attacked by the magician. But she only grinned and said that she had already clutched her teeth and looked at the blade of her dagger. Elam garked blood. The wound itself was shallow and could not inflict such damage to him. The puddle of the blood that the magician spat out left the hollow in the stone. Inside there was a strongly active poison. He has a maximum of 40 minutes, so soon he will just die, Baiji said. Her blade was lubricated with venom and took life even after one touch. But Ralph knew firsthand what amazing ability to survive this guy possessed, whose enemies prematurely buried him. When they reached the fork, they decided to divide. Baiji, confident in his abilities, rushed forward. The feast supported the magician so that he could go. He was very worried that everything happened through his fault, and he pulled the seekers that they came to save him in trouble. But Elam replied that this is not his fault. If he cannot cope with the skill of poison now, he will die anyway. Teleport and a poisoned real blade, and not a focus with doubles as the last time. Nevertheless, the magician stated that he would deal with the leader of fanatics, and the feast should go about his business. At the end of the corridor, they were waiting for a device that seemed to open the ceiling. In appearance, it resembled a children's puzzle or a mini-game. If you solve it, then the mana stream closes and goes through the wires. The feast asked to wait a little more and promised to solve this problem. Elam went under the protection of the press and told him not to rush. He also had his own affairs. He activated the Eye of the Clairvoyant that to examine the entire maze from the inside. Ralph quickly moved with several fanatics. Apparently, Badai did not trust him and kept it under supervision. The priest wanted to personally deal with the magician and ordered not to interfere with their battle, but they refused to obey. To which Ralph suggested expressing all the indignations to his leader, but did not finish, because a familiar fiery outbreak of fire was already flying right into his face. The arrow flew from a huge distance and constantly changed the trajectory. This was impossible for an ordinary person, but not for a magician with so many artifacts. It was impossible to determine where his blow would be delivered from, because the magician saw the labyrinth through. Ralph realized that all this was with the help of the eye. But he could not do anything. The magician eliminated the sectarians one by one. The arrow was quickly approaching, and the priest was surprised how quickly from the hunters they all turned into prey. He already felt a burning tip on his face. In the corridor there was a single zilch that left a small funnel on the ground. Meanwhile, the ranger solved the children's problem, and the train could again go along the rails. He said this to Elam. Now the stream of mana will be restored again. But when he turned to the magician, he saw that he became completely bad and did not even answer. And then suddenly their defense began to crack at the seams, and a priest appeared behind the pyra and grinned gloatingly, finishing the game in hide-and-seek. While the cheerful trinity walked along the maze, Debo heard a strange sound. They stopped and felt the stone walls trembled. Suddenly, a stream of water poured around the corner, and it became clear what kind of noise and vibration they felt. Water grabbed them, knocked down, and carried further along the corridor, and so until she pushed it into the main hall, which was quickly filled with water, threatening everyone to drown. The labyrinth turned into a deep sea pool in one fell swoop. Baji also heard a strange noise and cursed displeasedly at Ralph, which disappeared. It was unknown where. But then his voice was heard from behind, although she thought he had already escaped. Ralph appeared not alone but with prey, so he did not lie in his direction. But he was no longer accompanying. They were all dead, although they brought their benefit, as the priest said. Now when he completed his work, he wanted to receive the promised reward, and only then I agreed to transfer the magician. Baiji got the money. She saw that the magician was still breathing. Ralph also understood that after the murder of Elam, the sectarian could just pretend that there was no transaction. Then she threw him money. Even though the priest's character was bad, he knew his job. "A wonderful deal," said Ralph, and threw the magician with a ranger in her direction. "Too peaceful end for the one who caused her so much trouble," said the sectarian, and took out the dagger. "Everything for the sake of the dark magician, all for the sake of Mr. Ibora," she said, and grinned wildly. Then she inflicted several strokes with a dagger on the Elam that was unconscious. But instead of a magician, her blade cut the body of her associate, which was hiding under the spell of illusion. A surprise told her the priest and himself on a sectarian without waiting for betrayal from her. Baiji immediately had to use a teleport to avoid getting. That's just in the place where she moved. Elama's fiery arrow has already flew. Then she began to jump like a flea from place to place, so as not to fall under a well-aimed shot. The sectarian realized that from the very beginning the priest was in collusion with Elam, but the magician was already poisoned by poison. She just needs to pull time. A little more and the poison is finally spreading through the body, and then the magician will die. But Elam was not going to die. Moreover, his attacks were gaining power. Even in his state, he brought her a lot of problems. Baiji rushed towards the magician, but he suddenly appeared on the other side. The magician charged another charge. He was determined. Another powerful explosion tore the space with a loud cotton. There would be a little, and the explosion demolished Ralph himself, so he cursed. The whole hall was covered with smoke and dust so that nothing to see. But when the smoke was slightly dispelled, it became clear that the sectarian was still on his feet. She asked Ralph why did he need such difficulties, because he always chose money and not people. Money is important, but if the sectarians defeat, the world will be destroyed, and then there is no sense in this. Everything that it will earn will become garbage. Therefore, the priest from the very beginning joined them, because it was their plan with Elam. The magician suggested that the guild driven into the corner of the killers would send the killers as soon as they aimed at the priest. The result was obvious. Baiji asked him whether the first blow was a pretense when Ralph attacked Elam. Ralph laughed in response. He is the best healer in Mape. With one blow he broke the bones. The others restored everything at the same instant. Such maneuvers for him, the mere nonsense. And now he got 100 million and she was left alone. The priest grinned carnivorously. But she was not going to give up, and took a combat rack with 3 points of the support. Kiri slowly drowned in the thick of the water, and she was surrounded by a bright blue light. When she woke up, she hurriedly began to row to the surface to breathe. After a couple of moments, they were at the top, and began to eagerly swallow oxygen. The miner also emerged nearby and asked what happened at all. Debo did not know either, but everything looked very bad, he noticed glancing upstairs. Water poured waterfalls from above, and soon everything was supposed to flood. They had no more than half an hour. To get out, you need to open the hatch at the top. But the problem is that Kiri has already turned off the power source. Suddenly, a huge sword fell into the water, which was held by the statue of the ancient hero. And then when they looked up, they were horrified by the fact that this huge statue set in motion and again waved a sword. Baiji plunged into her flashback of children's memories, the times when she received her childhood injury, because as you know, all problems of course from there. In her hands, she held her curved dagger, more like a ritual or agricultural gun. All houses around her were burning, so this picture actually resembled hell. She heard steps, and the man told her that the killers in hell were waiting for the same fate. Her revenge happened. All who lived here were dead. Everything as he promised this little girl. From now on, her life belongs to him, the tall gentleman said, and his name was Ibor. Baiji attacked so rapidly that she even amazed Ralph with Elama. In an instant, Baiji cut them with a dagger, but it was again their illusory doubles. Now before Bade saw several doubles of the priest and magician in front of him. Most illusions were created with the help of spells, and were dispelled from one hit. But the problem was that reality was mixed with illusions, and Baiji received real attacks. The feast shouted to them that they would rather put the sectarian because he had no strength to support the clones. Elama's staff cut the air with whistling. Baiji moved again. But with the help of his formidable eye, who looked in all directions, he directed his fiery arrows without releasing the sectarian to a new point. Another explosion lifted ashes and smoke into the air, showered them with stone crumbs. Suddenly, Baiji appeared behind the back of the ranger who gave her so many problems. But it turned out that the guy was ready for this and immediately counterattacked the sectarian. It turned out to be a real feast in another place, and Ralph took his appearance to deceive their opponent. Now the sectarian had to be tight, because the priest was very strong in close combat. She threw her chain dagger, but Ralph simply dodged a grin on her face. But the killer managed to throw a chain around the priest's neck and pull for her. Ralph sharply struck in her direction, but Baiji moved in the blink of an eye. Pulling the target with her hands, she caught the priest in such a capture from which the priest could not break out. Then he saved Elam, cutting the chain of the sectarian with his sword. So they constantly moved and attacked her from all sides, preventing her from killing anyone. Elam used telekinesis to attack his staff in close combat. Baiji was forced to fight off from this, and as soon as she gave her due, she kept her due. Her speed was enough to stay against two dangerous opponents. The feast that he watched the fierce fight realized that he should not even climb to where the real monsters were fighting. As soon as Baiji moved, Elam immediately attacked her. She constantly lost her strength. Passing the blows, the sectarian slowly weakened and slowed down. Her dagger violently cut granite and showered all with stone crumbs. The surge of the power of the black flame threw the attackers. The priest and the magician received great damage. Elam and completely picked up the feast. But before that, Elam managed to wound the sectarian. She held her hand and cursed dirtily. But at that moment, a powerful stream of water poured into the hall from all the passages into the hall. In an instant, the water was filled with the labyrinth, and all the opponents circled. The stream divided them. Elam emerged to the surface and looked around. Ralph had already cured himself, and grabbed one of the columns like a monkey, anticipating an imminent victory. Only now he hurried with conclusions, and that hour was attacked by Badeji. Even weakened, it was still dangerous. Their advantage in the number has now been nullified, because the sectarian could still quickly move unlike seekers. Badeji's eyes were full of hatred. She did not even think to retreat. The sectarian made a jump and hit the priest in the back. Now he was also infected with poison. Ralph grimaced and screamed in pain. He was completely open. Baiji pushed away from the column and disappeared with him in the water column. Elam, holding onto the feast, shouted to his partner, but he no longer heard him. The killer plunged and looked out for the priest, wanting to finish him off. But then he himself arranged a surprise to her underwater. True, Badai moved despite the immersion, and the priest himself suffered from poison who caused him severe pain. Baiji attacked him again and Ralph closed his hand. This attack could become fatal for him, but he pulled out an artifact of rebirth. From bright light, the sectarian lost sight of the priest, but he completely recovered and attacked her. Despite the resistance of water, the blows were still dangerous. The priest's artifact scattered magic, and it seems that this is how he cured Alama. The sectarian understood. Suddenly, her dagger stumbled upon a magic barrier. Even after such a long fight, the priest still trumped cards. Baiji could not break through his defense, while the priest himself could attack. Oxygen rapidly ended from active actions. Ralph wanted to grab the sectarian, but she again slipped out of his capture. But the last hand was very dangerous, as if her opponent had unraveled weakness. Being in a protective bubble, Ralph could breathe and spoke to her, saying that he could not ignore her boast. So he carefully watched and was looking for the subject of teleportation, which the sectarian carried with him. A confident priest himself attacked Baiji, pushing away from the bottom. With his blows, he destroyed the columns, forcing him to evade. The priest from his bubble shouted to her uselessly. Baiji moved behind her back as she did all this time. But Ralph was already waiting for this trick and just hit back when it disappeared. As soon as he grabbed her, he began to beat his fists like sledgehammer. The killer answered this with powerful equipment, and Ralph disappeared in a flash of purple flame. His protective barrier could not stand it and scattered into pieces, and the crazy sectarian rushed right away, not letting the rest. At that moment, a stream of flame cut off her hand, because Elam had been following them all this time. With the help of telekinesis, he spread the water and moved, after which he shot a fiery arrow. Ralph grinned. Quite a snake without one tooth is no longer so dangerous. His blow threw the sectarian into the wall, but she still squeezed the dagger with her hand. But the blow was not aimed at her. But on the subject of teleportation, now Badeji lost its main advantage. She clenched her teeth. At such a pace, Badai could no longer follow Evok's orders. She rushed forward in the last attack. Despite everything, The sectarian kept loyalty to the master and wanted to fulfill his order. A spiral of fire evaporated the water in its path, quickly approaching the badge. She tried to stop the flame with her dagger technique, and their forces collided. The blade cut the fire, and the sectarian moved forward. In her face, a wave of boiled water struck her, scaling her skin, but she still walked forward. She had to fulfill the order, even at the cost of her life, but the flame of Elam was stronger. Baeji threw back. She lost her hand and began to plunge to the bottom. But for the sake of her master, she grabbed her knife again and ducked into boiling water. "It is good that another arrow remained," said Elam, putting her to the staff in the manner of Luke. Everything took less than 1 moment. The arrow sang goodbye and went to the target. The wall of fire obscuring the entire field of view. Bright like the sun here is the last thing it saw. Great, Baige said to herself, remembering her life. Until the very end, she only thought about how to serve her savior. The flame did not leave a trace, but Elam saw that she was smiling before her death. The shockwave threw the broken blade of the killer, and he stuck into the wall. This is the only thing that remains of her. Meanwhile, a cheerful Trinity fought with a huge stone. The miner used an explosive cartridge on it, its exclusively destroying technique. But the stone was not badly damaged. He even managed to somehow stay afloat with his size. She fired again, and an explosion formed on its surface. The girl thought that she had already hit properly and caused damage. But the ancient hero was not injured, and immediately counterattacked her with his monstrous sword. Fortunately for her, Debo managed to grab the shooter and climb with her higher. All this time, Kiri copied Manu for the final attack. She was surrounded by an ice aura. Everything that she touched turned into the ice, and since there was a lot of water, the stone statue slowed down. There was no need to defeat this monster, the swordswoman told them. It was most important to focus on how to open the ceiling. The miner slid down the wall, continuously pouring a giant with fire. Taking advantage of the fact that he was distracted by Debo, hit him with an axe on a huge head. They hoped to quickly find a mana stone there, but it was important to take possession of them without destroying it. So at first they wanted to weaken the defense of the statue. True, everything could not go too smoothly. It turned out that the statue was able to recover, and the Debo leg was clamped in it. The giant swung his hand to slap the guy like a fly. Kiri shouted to him to immediately get out of there. And then he was surrounded by a holy magic shield, which blocked the main damage. It was time to amaze again. The fighter understood when he saw the face of his savior. Ralph took the guy from under the blow, and they quickly went beyond the giant attack radius. Debo did not forget to greet the priest with selected curses, because in fact he thought that he was a traitor. Another waterfall fell on top of them. The water gradually filled the most remote sections of the maze and continued to arrive. And then the Belican's back tickled the Elam revolver. The twisted, fiery arrow pierced him. This made the giant be inclined, and bounced 2 girls so as not to fall under his body. Everyone was delighted to see their leader alive and sound. Debo shouted to the magician so that he would not break the mana stone. With the help of a formidable eye, Elam easily saw where to be the core, so there were no difficulties. The mana stone pulsed in the heart. Elam told Debo to keep his axe harder and pulled it with the help of telekinesis. Like a witch on a broom man, a warrior soared into the sky on his halberd. The stone giant was again interested in the warrior and pulled his paw to him. But this time the miner covered him. Realizing Elama's plan, she opened fire on the arm. Both girls screamed a fool to hit with all his might. It was nice to feel Debo in the main role, although it was embarrassed by what they called a fool. But he properly swung an axe. A powerful blow with the skill struck the armor and exposed the contents of the giant, inside of which there was emptiness and mechanisms. The warrior immediately jumped inside until the armor was recovering, as if alive. Although the hole was closed, a warrior was already sitting inside the giant. Then Ralph flew to him to pave the road back. "It's time to spit out the guy," he shouted to the stone hero, hiding for a blow. The power was great, but it was not enough to remove the knight's shell to the end. But already weakened armor was able to break through Debo and got out. In his hands he held the mana core, and now they could drive the mechanisms of lifting the ceiling. The ancient hero was somehow upset and immediately depressed from such a disrespectful attitude. After that, as a fallen hero, he crumbled into pieces and plunged into the water. The problem was that the water rose too fast, which means that the Seekers left very little time. But Debo believed that Elam would soon come in place and would fix everything. The magician, using telekinesis, created an air bubble for himself and moved to the room where the nucleus was. There were only 3 minutes left and he could not be late. The feast has already set the device in advance. It will work as soon as it receives a sufficient charge. With the help of a formidable eye, the magician was looking for the shortest path, no longer thinking how much strength he had left. Moreover, he had to sail against the current in cold water. The group was already breathing air like fish in winter at the very edge of the ice. But here the air ended it all, and then they gained who could and plunged into themselves. Elam realized that if he would continue to advance like that, then Even if you sail along the short way, it takes 5 minutes. Then he decided to pave himself a more direct path. Fortunately, he clearly knew the direction and could not be afraid to damage something. Elam had only one attempt so that he focused on the target. Having dispersed the water by telekines, he used the spell of the fireball close to the wall and destroyed the barrier. The current immediately rushed into the formed break. Elam simply threw a cube with a core and directed it by telekinesis. He quickly flew to the goal. The charge sank to the right place and immediately activated. The shell of the nucleus began to crack and collapse. When it scattered like a walnut shell, the energy went into the labyrinth mechanisms. The current ran through the wires since the feast of the right path has already poured. All this time, the group developed in itself the skills of breathing holding. And then they saw a saving light when the ceiling began to diverge. With great relief, they emerged to the surface and began to eagerly swallow air. "A little more and someone would definitely drown," said Debo, clutching the edge of the pool. This place was just terrible, and everyone wanted to leave it as soon as possible. Outside there was another statue, and the miner again hoped that this hero would definitely not begin to move. However, their boss still has not surfaced, and Debo was alarmed. Of the last strength, Elam went out into the main well. He could no longer support his telekinesis bubble. The light was so close, but his strength just ended and his body was numb. Reason was tormented. But out of the corner of his eye he saw how the miner ducked behind him. As a pirate, she had good swimming skills. She approached his face to convey a sip of life, giving air. Again, everything he took on himself. The magician heard a voice from a past life. His past comrades stood around him, as if he had returned to the past. Friends looked at him and smiled. All of them had already died and were not yet born. "Once you need to relax," a guy with one eye told him. "You can't drag everything alone on yourself," a girl with white hair said. Elam held out his hand and smiled too, and replied that he would be all right because he promised. The miner pulled the magician onto the surface and they put it on a granite floor. And then Elam finally cleared his throat and began to breathe deeply. Grinkling, he asked his friends how to sleep for a long time. Everyone was glad that he finally came to. At such moments, the group felt rally. The body of the magician was in order because Ralph managed to treat him. He glanced briefly at the reddened miner. The girl looked away and said that everything was fine with her too. After the battle, they finally were able to talk about the role of a double agent of which Ralph played. Everything was planned in advance, but improvisation was released in the process, and so that everything would be convincingly kept secret. Elam Truth immediately besieged Ralph, saying that he was not such a good actor. They also dragged a sector with them, which would seem to be burned or cooked, but no. Everything in order to give the guild a sectarian. But then their ranger suddenly rushed to the exit, leaving everyone behind. The group rushed after him and entered the last hall, which was now not guarded by anyone. In the middle of the room there was an altar, on the top of which a treasure rested. The little thing looked luxurious and sparkled with gold, so everyone understood their efforts were not in vain. Without a doubt, it was the subject of the hero that could only be heard in legends. Of course, there were fears that this thing was just a fake. It was too difficult to believe in such luck. But the tracker knew the description of the artifact well, and he corresponded to him. It was the key to the Phantom warehouse, he said to everyone. Phantom was the best thief Mape, and there was a legend that amazing things were stored in his warehouse. Then the feast was the first to take the key to the storage, and at the same moment, the entire labyrinth building trembled, and plaster fell on his head. Ralph immediately let go of a couple of slander expressions. They had no choice but to hastily run away from this place. The feast led them into the tower in which there was a way out, but then the seekers found skeletons, which all this time wandered around all this time. Ralph stepped forward and reached for his artifact. His turn came to deal with the problem. And all because he, like the priest, had a skill expiring evil spirits with a wave of light. From this, a simple and low-level undead simply crumbled to dust. Previously, he did not use this thing because she is standing mana, and he did not forget to mention that the use is paid, so he wants money. Suddenly, some more serious about them went in pursuit. A whole night of death pursued them. He waved a huge scythe, and quickly moved due to the fact that he was a rider. The feast shouted to Ralph so that he again turned his trick. But the last time was the last. The priest was exhausted. The knight on the tail looked dangerous. They all risked staying in the maze and replenishing the number of stray inside the dead. But then the bridge on which they fled collapsed, and all including the knight collapsed down. The feast used the last talisman to keep afloat. But the Death Knight fully justified his title and continued to pursue them underwater, becoming an underwater knight. Elam called Kiri, and she nodded in response, already knowing what to do. With the help of her icy technology, she froze the water and immobilized the knight. And now he has become a comfortable target for the miner, which immediately gave a destructive volley in an annoying pursuer. The explosion hid the knight from sight, and they continued to run away with the help of a magic carpet of the aircraft. The wall appeared ahead, and Elam realized that his turn had come to pave their way. The fire arrow blew up the wall and the detachment quickly flew into this gap. The whole tower was rapidly destroyed and heated under its own weight. But here at the very top they saw the reverse gate. At the signal, everyone jumped into the portal when the building had already finally developed. 6 seekers and 1 captive fell into the void and disappeared. Somewhere far away, a huge spider ceased to feel the energy of Bade. So she also failed. The person had no excuses on his knees, why he himself did not go with his ward as a responsible leader. He said in a stifled voice, "What would pay for everything is life?" Spider moved his paws, touching the web. He could break the life of this man at any moment. But at first he wanted to show a real sight that the audience was needed. "The time has come to change the figures," the spider said, and 2 people entered the room. Somewhere else, the butler, bowing his head, reported that there was still hope. "The gates are active, which means the young gentleman is still alive and can wait for salvation. The gates are still active, and you can send 6. He promised to collect the best detachment, and the fat master nervously nodded, giving his consent. The sun still illuminated the fussy streets of the port city. In a small warehouse where the hunters and the dark magicians lived, they discussed the recent news that Jack Reeves, the son of the richest man Mipla, was disappeared. His group was well equipped, and the Orange Gates were affected. The leader of the detachment thought, among the suspects was the Kanaya Guild, which could conspire with others. Everything looked suspicious, and she decided to first contact the leadership when the door suddenly opened, although there was an order not to let anyone in. But they immediately recognized his voice. He still could not remove this damned ring. The trace of the peer demanded that he belong to him, but Elam explained that he wanted this. He simply could not. The leader of the hunters saw the feast immediately shone with tears of joy in her eyes. But he seemed to not notice anything around and demanded to return his property, shouting loudly at the magician. The girl sighed heavily. In the end, her comrade did not change, even after their long separation. Incredible news in morning newspapers has already dispersed around the city. Jack Reeves was stuck in the gates, and he had the best team of the Third Circle. Guild Goldrich was going to send help, and if successful, she would pay $1.5 billion. Read Debo. Ralph already shrugged where Elam only disappeared at such a moment when the priest was eager to heal someone. Debo, did not deceive such a craving for good deeds backed up by an impressive amount of gold, and he asked why they went into slums. There were no expensive shops or something else in this place, so it remained to find out everything in place. When they went inside the dusty room, they saw that it looked like an old grocery shop. Ralph greeted the local owner, who did not even wake up when they entered. It turned out to be the priest already here. Finally, the merchant woke up and languidly welcomed Ralph, surprised to see him alive. "But this is their first meeting since Ralph deceived him and fled," said the merchant, putting a toothpick to the priest's throat. Debo did not understand what was happening, listening to them to the bike. But when the priest took out the bag full of valuable waste paper, the merchant subsided a little. As it turned out, the money belonged to Elam. Ralph would never have parted with his. For a few more moments the merchant stared at the priest as if checking he was deceiving or not. But deciding that he was saying the truth, immediately turned to a kind old friend who was glad to see him. Having finished with greetings, they went to business. Ralph needed reinforcement, and the merchant pulled out one of the sheets with a box of scrolls. Debo was surprised. He expected something more impressive, and the merchant immediately realized that the boyfriend of which was brought by Ralph was still young. Simply put, these scrolls strengthened other objects with a certain probability. It was better for dangerous gates to be better not to come up with, especially in these scrolls where the guarantee was 100%. But Ralph immediately objected that he did not come here for this garbage, and it was so easy not to deceive, which is why the merchant dagged with displeasure. The lower the probability of strengthening the intensification itself, because it does not apply several times. For greater power, you need to go to a greater risk. "But who does not want to earn money on a product that is dusting idle?" said Torgash, and added that everything has changed now, and high-level products are subject to accounting and registration. So they in vain came to the priest, expanding, because they needed these things, especially since they wanted to buy 50 scrolls. At that moment, his long-standing comrade grabbed the priest by the shoulder and asked who was leaving without hearing. The Lord of the Dragons, Archmage Fried, he had many names, but one was the main one. The Mage of Time, which never appeared on Judgment Day. When 8 centuries ago, 6 magicians decided to seal a dark sorcerer, they imposed a curse on them. At that time stopped. Fried was the only one who escaped such a fate, because the Afrian dragon with whom he had a contract was sacrificed. So the magician went around the whole continent in search of a way to remove the curse. But in the end, he simply disappeared without a trace in distant snow wastelands. "This is a very ancient story, but Frida still left one clue," the trace said. "The very ring that Alama was on his own belonged to the hero Frida." Silence hung in the room. The magician was digesting the newly heard. One question all the time did not give him rest why he returned. If Fried was able to control time, although he lived 8 centuries ago, why did not appear on time on the Day of Judgment? Since Fried was chosen by his hunter leader, also decided not to doubt Elaim. But she wanted to know his reasons for hunting fans of a dark magician. Elam could not tell them everything, but he assured that the whole thing is in salvation at any cost, peace and its inhabitants. Kiri, meanwhile, was practicing in the forest and implemented the simultaneous plan for logging. She practiced every free minute, and Debo asked her not tired of chopping hemps. He wanted to see her, but the girl went to the teacher. And then the swordswoman asked what a request for her. An awkward atmosphere hung between them. It became hot, and then Debo, with a very unusual shy for him, asked if she wanted to go somewhere tomorrow. The next day, Debo came on a date in his best clothes. He simply did not have another, but he came early. Kiri was not long in coming, and called him when she saw her tall heels clathed measuredly on stone tiles. When he saw her closer, the guy caught his breath. He admired Kiri so intently that she even asked whether everything was in order and was embarrassed. Debo assured her that everything was fine and they could go where they were going. But what they were not aware of is about the close surveillance. Ralph grumbled displeasedly. He himself did not understand why he was so nervous, as if he was now on a date. But the miner told him to shut up, because the relationship in the team said the most important thing by the girl. In the meantime, the couple had fun and carefree spent free time. The miner dodged a beer fountain. This happened last night. She was so surprised by the fact that their Debo and not some other invited her friend to walk. The reason was quite logical. His sister had to have a birthday soon, and the guy wanted to make a good gift. The red-haired girl immediately caught fire, because all this she thought was nothing more than a reason. However, Kiri was very indifferent to this. It was just a gift. Then the miner took all the preparation for a perfect date for herself. First of all, they went into the arms shop. The guy wanted to see the brass knuckles for self-defense. Kiri suggested taking a sword as for beginners. After that, they simply decided to take everything, and went on. The girl admitted that she was nervous, because she was engaged in such a thing for the first time. But everything went smoothly. Kiri entered the Knights of the Knights as a child, and dedicated to training he had been there all her life. Now it was embarrassed to be on the street without weapons, and Debo suggested walking along different shops. The trinity of the Seekers still closely followed the couple. The miner was most indignant. What kind of nonsense they create one after another so inexperience is immediately visible, she grumbled. If only they thought about the audience, because in addition to the team, the guards of Gaypor also looked after the teams. It is obvious that these two sympathized with each other, but no progress was observed. She's not aware of anything, and so all her life she said the miner worried about her friend. So this is why his brother spoke all sorts of nonsense in the evening. His sister also understood, who also joined the observers. Ralph was amazed that this girl could sneak up unnoticed by him. However, Sister Debo was in a good mood, and even hoped that my brother would not return home today. Letting the sister somewhat rushed events in general, everyone agreed that they had a worthy and beautiful couple in front of them. Even forever grumbling, the priest agreed that these two looked joyful. Once he was also so young, and with her, the priest was indulging in the memories of youth. But the red-haired beast quickly dismissed him. Having told him, no one is interested, she said. Elam, on the other hand, made the expected conclusion. All this was a waste of time. The miner, of course, understood that he was actually a fanatic, and he was not interested. But Elam objected that this was not so, and this surprised the girl. Now the circumstances are interfering, and so he had a relationship. The redhead muttered that all this was just excuses, and there were no important circumstances to interfere. Everyone forgot about Ralph. Everything in the past, in any case, she was dead, Elam said gloomily, and immediately remembered that he was still alive in this temporary line. So they all cheerfully spent time watching the happiness of others. The couple walked until the evening. Debo thanked Kiri for the time and a gift. She already wanted to leave, and the guy called her, but did not dare to admit, because he simply wished to see his training tomorrow. Then Malashka Kiri smiled charmingly and offered to help the next time if you need it. From her smile, his breath caught his breath. When the guy returned home, he saw his whole group there, pretty depressed. But his sister glowed with happiness. She immediately realized that nothing had grown together today. Somewhere in some gates there was an ordinary picture, freshly painted with red walls, scraps of meat around. Some guy in vain begged monsters to stop and lost his mind with fear. In front of him, he saw a terrible red symbol that was ominously burning with fire. He was burning on the forehead of the gray-haired old man who threw a spell into the poor fellow of the Seeker. The old man went into the room where the artifact rested on the altar. It was the seal of the hero Frida possessing the power of time. The old man was glad to get her. With this force, the plan of the Black Mag will be fulfilled, he said, and took a stone bump from the altar. However, unfortunately for him, he did not feel the stream there, when suddenly an explosion came. The labyrinth began to crumble, and the old man screamed with rage and anger. Someone had already turned the time back, and the old man realized that he needed to find him. In a rage, he crushed the artifact. The next day, a lot of people gathered at the Guild of Gildrish. These were seekers that responded to the ad. Many adventurers argued who should get this profitable rear, and who worthy of it is more worthy. They were ready to find out right on the spot by force of weapons. But in fact, so far they just chatted. A mustachioed butler, while walking by examining the warriors of the third circle, it was necessary to choose carefully. But then everyone was surprised to see another seeker that he dragged a large box on himself. And Elam turned out to be this man. He easily carried a huge box on his shoulder, more like a coffin. The owner of the Guild of Gildrich Trading Guild was known as the richest man in the world of Maple, and by rumors he could buy a whole kingdom. And now this man was waiting for him at the fountain, in his palace, tightly squeezing his hands behind his back. When the guest whose guest was waiting for, Goldrich squinted and examined him incredulously. By the appearance of this guy, he immediately realized that he decided to make a joke unsuccessfully. Elam introduced himself, and began to say, wanting to explain why he came. But he was interrupted, and it was clear that he could not cope with the task. Guild's Gapor is not within the power, and therefore he must leave until the owner of the house is in a good mood. When Elam stated that he came here personally, and not from the guild, they didn't want to listen to him because he was a miserable seeker of the third circle of power. Then, not listening to Goldrich's objection, the magician threw his luggage to the ground, which caused a storm of indignation. Elam in advance asked for forgiveness for rudeness, but quickly opened a huge box. As soon as the lid opened, Goldrich gasped in surprise and fell silent. They immediately recognized the face of Beiji, the leader of the Guild of Kenya. In the wake of the body, it was also clear that she did not die with her death. The owner of the house immediately raised a scream that he was asked, and whether the guy understood what he had done. Even the fact that he dragged her here could unleash the war between the guilds. Elam, looking directly into the eyes of the rich, confidently stated that he would become part of this war. With these words, another man walking heavily in the steel boots entered the room. Before you come to the tycoon, they went to the head of the Order of the Knights in which Kiri served. They told him everything about the follower of the Dark Mage. The chapter was amazed at this. Elam warned that the enemies seemed to be much stronger than their roots are all over the world of Maple, even in Cygnus. Elam took all the responsibility and wanted to only erase the remnants of the Kanya Guild from the face of the earth. And this was supposed to happen in 3 days. When the captain of the Knights of Cygnus, Michael, entered the room, he immediately confirmed the words of the Seeker. They will be weighted by war against the followers of the Dark Mage. At the signal of Captain Elam, Mana sent Beige to the body and a dark sorcerer's sign appeared on her face. The mark of the followers, as Elam explained to them, is such that they highlight their commander. Since the leader of the guild was a sectarian, it means the whole guild of Kazania is criminals, Goldrich understood. And then the magician made them an offer from which it was impossible to refuse. In the evening, they already celebrated everything in the tavern. Tomorrow they can go into battle, so today everyone was just resting. Elam was not worried because they did everything they could for their preparation. All objects are reinforced. They trained for a long time. Before the battle you need to relax properly, the magician said, when Ralph invaded their conversation. He grabbed Elam by the neck and asked what they whisper here, as if a couple. As a professional in the case of romance, he could give a lot of advice, but the magician responded to him with a refusal, cracking his fist in the jaw. And he asked not to climb so close to his face. Ralph was indignant, but quickly healed himself, and transferred the conversation to another direction. They decided to join the team of Salvation Jack Rich, although they knew that it was an obvious trap. It would be better to join the raid against Kanya, the miner agreed. But Elam wanted to find something. He heard that Jack Rich recently found a map of Frida's legacy. The fact that the sectarians attacked the Seeker meant that the card was true. So he went there his path, because his task was to prevent the success of the villains with all his might. It only remained to hope that everything would go according to plan, although Elam could not remember at least once as it should. Somewhere far, the skull informed the valuable intelligence about the magician. Elam was 20 years old, as the debtor for 3 years was a slave in the Guild of Gapor. 2 months ago he aroused the first circle. 2 days later he reached the second circle, and after another 3 weeks he received the third. Given the potential, it will continue to become stronger. Now everything is in his hands, said in a voice, and the young man with a stern face bowed to accept the order. The guards were not allowed by the Seeker, from which he was very surprised. It was not what they agreed, shouted by the guy Sir Royce. Everything was decided, and he even promised to support their team, so Royce himself was awkward, but could not do anything. The decision to terminate the free seekers came from above. No one said anything. Then the guy asked how to pay Royce about the money. But then all the attention of the indignant seekers was attracted by the group of Elam, who was accompanied by the butler Goldrich. The guard picked up a spear, and Royce asked the butler who these people with him, that they are going to the gates. Marco did not explain anything, just ordered to accept everything as it is. The seekers immediately began to be indignant because these newcomers were not even on the exam yesterday, so everyone felt offended. The Elam team calmly passed by, and the miner showed everyone the tongue in the end. Once in the gates, they examined the dungeon and stopped waiting for the rest. Debo ached about the fact that all the locations were similar to each other, the third time in a row, and had to fight on a paradise beach with a tropical beach, and not in a dense coniferous forest, but of eager caves and burrows. The miner turned to the gates. The guys were in no hurry with the exit, and it was strange. Ralph and Kiri never appeared, so unexpectedly the group was divided. The priest swore dirty when his hand hit the barrier gate like a stone. How much he did not try to get inside, access is obvious. Turning around, he asked whether someone else went into the gate because 6 people could go. There was a guard. The trap, Kiri concluded the obvious and frowned. 2 people penetrated the gates earlier. One was dressed in a dressing gown, the other into rags, and weights are tied to his feet on chains. The white-haired asked how they would get in touch and meet. Since they were able to get here, he called his companion in Miss Mudria rags. Apparently he was a woman. In a hoarse voice, she grumbled so that he would not ache ahead of time, and said that if everything went according to plan, they would be expected on the 2nd floor. Looking at a huge minotaur, the sectarians realized that first they would have to stretch the bones. The bull breathed loudly with his nostrils puffed and clouded menacingly with hooves, not taking his big eyes from the aliens. The one that was called Wise said that she would engage in this baftex on his legs, although her partner warned of unnecessary stresses. Then the bull himself rushed to her to say hello to uninvited guests, but the sectarian activated her skill. And at the same moment the heavy core hit the bull in the stomach so that he staggered. It all ended quickly. The Mudria satellite was surprised. He first saw her skills. Mudria dismissed his praise. Then she said even more interestingly when they went forward. The miner was nervous, again waiting for the attack of dogs from Kanya, because it was their hands. But Elam was not at all worried, he said even more interestingly, so they will not have to look for sectarians. With the help of a formidable eye, he quickly examined the whole dungeon and saw that in the first gates there was not a single living creature, nor that there are no cultists, not even monsters. So far they could relax a bit. Several knights walked along the corridors of the Kania Trade Union. The concierge recognized the Order of the Cygnus and asked if they were scheduled for a meeting. They sewed once. The knight that walked ahead fiercely grinned and asked for forgiveness for the invasion, and then showed a symbol of a dark cult, after which they calmly attacked the employees without analyzing who their stranger is. The knight attached a sword to the serving, and he did not move, or he would consider it an enemy. The noise of the battle rose throughout the building, and a terrible cabin. The sectarians realized that they were revealed and resisted. They had no chance against the knights, given the surprise of the entire operation, moreover, all the more so. But someone managed to leave, and the captain was dissatisfied with this. The subordinate apologized for this, but said that by the time they attacked, the main composition of the guild already disappeared. Apparently, they learned about the attack in advance. The captain immediately sent everyone in pursuit and ordered to take a trace. Meanwhile, the former head of the local branch of the cultists was bad. The spider tortured him all the time and mocked him. Until he brought to madness, this miserable person simply begged to use it for the good of the dark magician. In the combined camp of seekers in a large tent, a meeting was going on late in the evening. The whole city became the place of raids. The seekers occupied the pier and cordoned off the city in search of enemies. Goldrich nervously chewed his mustache. A little more and they will catch everyone, he thought. Fires blazed all over the city, threatening to burn everything to the ground. And somewhere in some dungeon there were steps. The lizard, like monster, fled along the corridor towards his death. The fiery flash passed through his body and torn to pieces. The knight in white armor laid the lizard with one powerful blow. His assistant swore. Villains from Kania raised on their base such monsters secret from everyone. All lizards were very strong, she said. If the Gildrich Trading Guild did not notify everyone on time, then they would have had big losses. The knight nodded. The girl was right. Each of the monsters is amazingly strong. But he still did not leave his oppressive feeling. No one watched such a huge territory. Then they were attacked by another portion of monsters without giving a minute of respite. And somewhere in the depths of the gate, one seeker shook with fear. He was the last surviving in his group, and if the guards had not sacrificed themselves. The fat guy cried with grief and ached that he wanted to live, as if he just realized that the gates were a deadly place. His whine is heard by a kilometer. Elam told the guy when he looked around the corner. Jack reached for the sword to answer, but the magician just kicked him with his foot until the guy cut off. Crookedly grinned, they told him that he would not twitch, because they are a team of salvation. Jack shied back and nervously asked if they were his saviors. Then Elam threw him his father's amulet, and so the guy realized that this was true to the savior. But there were too few of them. The fat man was surprised, although Elam considered 3 more than enough to pick up 1 person. Jack whined again and stated that the 3 were not enough for this hell. Just in case, Elam checked him with the help of the visitor's eyes. You never know what was hidden by the boy, but he did not have a sign of a dark sorcerer. The miner offered to finish with greetings and go already when a flash appeared from Leva. Immediately, the network of sections cut out the place where they just stood, and from around the corner, a crowd of followers of the dark magician came out. From around the corner, they crept up, unexpectedly, to the magician who has an all-seeing eye. This is such a logic. Debo swore dirty, only met so immediately he was indignant. On the stone that there was another sectarian above them. Unlike others, he did not hide his face. Elam finally decided to use the eye again to check this stranger with an amazing amount of mana. He jumped down, holding a cane in his hands. Since their opponents were not scared, they were strong, he understood. It is worth checking whether Villa's excitements are justified, said the blonde, using the skill. On his hand there was a scarlet sign of a dark cult. At the same time, in the city there was an explosion of scorching with fire of all those who were nearby. People did not understand what was happening and were stunned. The box on the pier suddenly caught fire and swollen like a ball. Explosions took place throughout the city, sowing panic and destruction. On the basis of Kanya in their dungeon, the Knight Michael fell into a bloody trap. He ordered everything to retreat, but it was too late, and his body disappeared in a bloody zrev. He suddenly moved himself without knowing where. It was dark around, so he did not see the edge of the room. In the dust, Michael heard steps, and someone asked there, peering forward nervously. They should know each other well. Told him a complete double of a knight, a faithful symptom of creative failure. And in the tent of the heads of the guild, the confusion was happening. Their 3 teams were defeated, and the captain of the knights disappeared. Disputes switched to increased tones, so that their voices went far beyond the tent. The enemy's always a step ahead, he thought nervously Goldrich, which means they have a mole. The head of the guild, Gapor, ordered to change plans, since their actions are disclosed. At that moment, someone approached the tent and was stopped by the guards. Outside, a noise came and all turned to the exit, waiting for a denouement. How much noise to deal with a couple of people, the butler Goldrich said and stepped forward. When he opened the tent, the sectarian in the mask appeared there. It will soon be over, the butler said. This news shocked all allies. Their enemies were right under their nose all this time.